Whoa, I hit record a drop, you can't ignore it. I'm transforming now these cars and planes, I'm always boarding. Just out touring down in Charlotte like I play for Hornets. When I'm performing, never boring, now you can't afford it. Champagne Perrier, finish friends on my face. Looking like I'm from the D. These no Cartier.
Welcome to Garena Masters Season 8. This time, we are raising the stakes with Mercy Veto, a new map bans and pick system that may just turn the tides of battle. Mercy Veto gives losing teams a chance to influence map selection, making matches more competitive and comebacks more possible than ever. Let's go over the best of 3 Mercy Veto process. The winner of the coin flip decides if they want to be Team 1 or Team 2. Team 1 bans 2 maps from the hardpoint map pool. Then, Team 2 bans 2 maps as well. The game will take place on the remaining map. Team 1 will choose their starting side. For Search and Destroy, each team bans 1 map. The losing team of Hardpoint chooses the map for Game 2 from the remaining S&D map pool, and the winning team of Hardpoint will choose the starting side. If the series gets tied 1-1, the losing team of Search and Destroy chooses the map for Control. Since we only have 3 maps in the pool, there are no bans. The winning team of SND will choose the starting side for control. And that's Mercy Veto. More competitive, more comebacks, and more excitement.
Changing mag!
I hit recorded drop, you can't ignore it. I'm transforming now these cars and planes, I'm always boarding. Just out touring down in Charlotte like I play for Hornets. When I'm performing, never boring, now you can't afford it. Champagne Perrier, finish friends on my face. Looking like I'm from the D. D's no Cartier.
to Garena Masters Season 8. This time, we are raising the stakes with Mercy Veto, a new map bans and pick system that may just turn the tides of battle. Mercy Veto gives losing teams a chance to influence map selection, making matches more competitive and comebacks more possible than ever. Let's go over the best of 3 Mercy Veto process. The winner of the coin flip decides if they want to be Team 1 or Team 2. Team 1 bans 2 maps from the hardpoint map pool. Then, Team 2 bans 2 maps as well. The game will take place on the remaining map. Team 1 will choose their starting side. For Search and Destroy, each team bans 1 map. The losing team of Hardpoint chooses the map for Game 2 from the remaining S&D map pool, and the winning team of Hardpoint will choose the starting side. If the series gets tied 1-1, the losing team of Search and Destroy chooses the map for Control. Since we only have 3 maps in the pool, there are no bans. The winning team of S&D will choose the starting side for Control. And that's Mercy Veto. More competitive, more comebacks, and more excitement.
Changing back!
Welcome to Garena Masters Season 8. This time, we are raising the stakes with Mercy Veto, a new map bans and pick system that may just turn the tides of battle. Mercy Veto gives losing teams a chance to influence map selection, making matches more competitive and comebacks more possible than ever. Let's go over the best of 3 Mercy Veto process. The winner of the coin flip decides if they want to be Team 1 or Team 2. Team 1 bans 2 maps from the hardpoint map pool. Then, Team 2 bans 2 maps as well. The game will take place on the remaining map. Team 1 will choose their starting side. For Search and Destroy, each team bans 1 map. The losing team of Hardpoint chooses the map for Game 2 from the remaining S&D map pool, and the winning team of Hardpoint will choose the starting side. If the series gets tied 1-1, the losing team of Search and Destroy chooses the map for Control. Since we only have 3 maps in the pool, there are no bans. The winning team of S&D will choose the starting side for Control. And that's Mercy Veto. More competitive, more comebacks, and more excitement.
Changing back!
Welcome to Garena Masters 8. It might be the return of champions, but it's going to be an arrival of a new caster on board. We got Miss Air in the house. Miss Air, how are you feeling today?
I am so stoked for everything that's about to unravel for today. I have been seeing the past 2 days of the group stages, and now we are in day number 3. So I'm just really excited to see how these teams are going to be playing it out for us today, what else they can offer. I mean, it's just the first 2 days. Everyone's a little bit warming up. I am warming up, so I hope you guys are excited as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty excited to be working with you on the desk here, Miss Air. So far, we've had a pretty bloody last 2 days of the broadcast. And clearly, I mean, yes, you know, we have Elevate on top of the board, but I'm not really seeing that whole definition of that world champion spirit, not just yet, because we got Illuminary nearly taking that hardpoint game away. In fact, on the second day, Absolute Zero took that Apocalypse map as well. But now, if you guys was wondering what was the format in regards to this tournament, we had 90 teams in the qualifier stage. We get dropped down to 6 here in the group stage, and only 4 makes it to the playoffs.
That is right. And during the group stages, again, we are here on day number 3. We are going to be seeing the 6 teams battle it out. Now, it's not that easy because a lot of teams can just come in and go in for that comeback, especially with a lot at stake. This is going to be our prize pool distribution totaling to a $25,000 for the champion. They are going to go home with $13,000 in their bag for the second place, $4,500, third place with $3,000, fourth place with $2,000, $1,500 for the 5th place, and for the 6th place, they will be going home with $1,000. So basically, everyone in, or all of the teams here in our group stages will come home with something in their bag.
Now we move over now towards the map pool, which we do retain 3 core maps from each game mode. You talk about Summit, Ascenda, Apocalypse for the set of Hardpoint. Search and Destroy, you got Tunisia, Fire and Rage, Corona, Metropolis. Control will retain Raid. In addition to that, we got Arsenal and Hardpoint alongside Slums. You move over towards Search and Destroy. We shifted Hardpoint standoff to Search and Destroy, with addition to Coastal. And for the set of Control, we got Takeoff, the good old classic Takeoff, and Crossfire.
We are so looking forward to this. But here we go, Warden. Let's talk about the series points here. We're going to be talking about 2-0 win will garner the team 3 points, a 2-1 with 2 points, and of course 1-2 with 1 point. And of course, once the teams go up against each other and go on with a 0-2, that team will accumulate 0 points. So once again, we are still in the early stages of our group stage. So there's a lot more room for our teams to just come back up. So that's what we're going to be looking in forward, especially with the group stages.
Yeah, I mean, that's why in some way you really want to have to force at game 3 just to at least being able to accumulate at least 1 point in the series. You can't afford to be put to stale. Again, you know, there's 4 teams that will make it to the playoffs, and obviously one of these 6 teams wants to be part of the mixture. We got Illuminary Esports, Absolute Zero, A&M Thanatos, Stalwart Esports, and Elevate Puck.
I am so looking forward to this. I mean, just looking back onto day number 2 of group stages, we did see a very, very close game up against Elevate versus Illuminary. So I am excited to see if we're going to be seeing the same story here with different teams. I mean, how often do we see a 248 to 250, right? But let's talk about today's matches. First and foremost, we are going to be seeing A&M Thanatos versus UNC or UNC. Next up, we have Illuminary versus Absolute Zero. And then right off the bat, we are going to be seeing STE versus Elevate. And for series number 4, A&M Thanatos versus Illuminary, and of course for our series number 5, that's going to be UNC versus Absolute Zero.
Yeah, I mean, eyes on the prize there for the 3rd series, Elevate Puck up against Stalwart Esports. That's going to be a rematch of the Garena Masters 7 Grand Finals. And the last time we were able to see them go up against each other on the Green Masters series, it was Elevate Puck winning the 1-4-0. Moving in, provided with a narrative, it's safe to say Elevate Puck is on the run to prove themselves the most worthy warrior here on Garena Masters 8, as they have 11 points to their name, the first team to be able to reach double-digit points, trailed by Stalwart Esports on 9 points. Absolute Zero is going to be tied up with 3, and 2-2 for the set of Illuminary Esports and A&M Thanatos.
I mean, once again, we are just in the early stages of our group stage. So there's still a lot more room for these teams to, you know, make a comeback for themselves, just to be able to accumulate those points. And by the way I see it, from day 1 to day 2, and now we are in day 3, you know, sometimes the warm-up becomes something that's going to be something that you're going to be looking forward to once we start day 3 up until day number 6, right? So this is what we're going to be looking forward to, especially with the teams. I'm looking at Illuminary as well as Thanatos. They did have amazing plays from yesterday. I did see Thanatos with their search and destroy play as well as their control. Unfortunately, they weren't able to win it yesterday. But what I really love about their play is that they were able to go up against such a strong force to be reckoned with.
Well, let's come and get it. We're looking to be moving towards the map vetoes itself here on the first series. And I mean, I'm just pretty excited to see what can the players of A&M Thanatos and UNC offer here on this map veto. So far, we got Apocalypse, Slums Out, Summit, and Arsenal. So, I mean, take a guess. Which map are we going to be heading straight towards to? It is going to be Hacienda.
I mean, we've been seeing this for the past 2 days as well. You know, it's something that has been a staple for Garena Masters 8, and this is where the teams just go on for majority of their warm-up, especially. So we'll see how that plays out for both teams. Once again, we're going to be seeing A&M Thanatos versus UNC. By the looks of it, I know that Thanatos is going to be able to just control their firepower. That's just based off their performance yesterday. So we'll see how that goes. But UNC was also a force to be reckoned with, especially for day number 2. So we'll see how that plays out later on.
Yeah, well, let's come and get it. I mean, you know, I had a conversation with Torx right after the broadcast yesterday, and I asked him, what's the preparation looking like up against A&M Thanatos? And he said specifically, he's ready to own this fight. So Torx, my man, all eyes on you for this one. For the set of A&M Thanatos, I want to see Pickle here turn it up. Yesterday, he wasn't really the most present player out there. But fortunately, you know, the filler Sai was able to fill into the role pretty well on the search and destroy standoff girl power. Talk about that.
Yes.
Aurora and Sai was running the show there on standoff.
And this is what I was talking about, right? Sometimes the first game, which is Hardpoint, it's a game mode wherein most of the players just go on for their warm-up, especially just trying to be able to aim. But for A&M Thanatos, this is what I've been looking forward to seeing for day number 3. Is their aggression going to be, carried over to day number 3? Because this is going to be the determining factor whether or not they move up that list that we saw earlier on. For Ankh, they are a force to be reckoned with. Now let's see if that's going to be consistent enough for the following matches that they're going to have, or is it going to be finally the time that A&M Thanatos actually breaks that momentum for Ankh?
Yeah, I mean, for me, key players once again here, it might not be Tarks, it could be Chroma. Chroma on that AR was forced by the players because, initially when they were doing the drafts in regards to the gun rolls, Tarks was supposed to be in marksman AR, but he showed some comfortability on the SMG marksman, giving an open roll for that AR heavy, which Chroma was able to adapt to pretty quickly. You move over now towards A&M Thanatos. There's just a period between them and Unk, so hey, let's just maybe neglect the narratives just a little bit. Forget about the past. We'll see what they can offer here in the present.
I totally agree with you, but you know what? I am just so excited because when it comes to Hacienda, we do have some hills that are very long range or long to mid range, and then there's some close range gunfights. Now, I'm gonna ask you, Warden, who is going to be the key player, especially when for both teams, who's going to be the key player, especially when it comes to those close range gunfights? Because that is where the nitty gritty comes in, right? You have to be able to win all those small gunfights within that hill or within the parameters of the hill before you actually start dominating the game. So who are going to be those players?
I feel like the players that really tends to not really hesitate to put their bodies into the inside of the hill. I think I got Aurora here for the side of A&M Thanatos and Tarks for the side of Ankh. And by the way, guys, I mean, we had a new update for Call of Duty Mobile. There's what you call the wildcard section now in your loadouts. And I have been playing with an overkill wildcard. You can equip two primary weapons. Imagine rocking a Tundra and a USS-9 in one loadout and running out there in the battlefield like a maniac, sniping people from afar, done and dusted. Whip out the USS-9, play around the objective. You can do it, but that's not going to be available for the side of Garena Masters 8, not just yet, as now we move over towards the game itself. It is going to be Unk up against A&M Thanatos here in this Hacienda Hardpoint.
And that's going to be P1 opening up. Of course, Unk was the first one on that hill, but immediately gets that hill for the side of Thanatos. 35 seconds remaining on the clock. Everyone is just stacking on that hill. I mean, P1 is the most difficult hill here on Hacienda to actually defend. So we'll see how that goes for teams.
Yeah, Mamar's going to be inside of the hill. Here's dropping down inside of the smoke. Both teams are going to be playing for the life and just playing around it. And so far, there is going to be a bit of breaking loose here from the side of A&M Thanatos as they're going to be able to clear up the hill once again. But the top side control here from the side of mids is going to be able to come in. But the nade gets the trade, and it is still going to be A&M Thanatos regardless here, able to stay on that lead.
They are going to be staying on that lead. And of course, P2 is about to open up now. We are going to be seeing player number 1 from Unk here right at the back, just trying to get those spawns in. Of course, that's going to be really helpful later on. But right now, everyone is just scattered and 58 seconds on the clock. Just the hill just opened up and it's being contested by both teams, but still Thanatos on that hill.
Yeah, really good rundown here from the side of A&M Thanatos, getting soul definition inside, but they gotta worry about the multiple pinch. One player, Tokyo here, pushing for driveway. Player 4, Tarts hopping inside of the hill. And now it's gonna be Unk now here, fully control of the situation. Pickle's gonna try to wrap around to try to flip the spawns. Big fight for him, but he gets taken down. And just a moment like this now, we get to see Unk here so far in control. But the question is, how long can they remain and sustain the very hard point? The war machine gets dropped out. Miz hopping in, finds one. One more player from the bottom side, not a problem for him. And it's a back and forth fight here instead of the hill.
Back and forth, but 15 seconds remaining on the clock. The spawns are on the side of A&M Thanatos, allowing them to penetrate through the back, but that's going to be scrap points here. But still, Unk is going to be contesting that, and we are just a few moments away for P3 to open up. Tin already holding his ground, and Tarks here trying to look for something.
Tokyo here, massive cut for him. He is going to be extended just a little bit. That is going to be forcing to spawn here towards Garden or the side of his teammates. A bit of a tussle here and there, but finally we do get to see some sense of definition now. 4-man push here from the side of Unk, coming from the side of Tin House, and it's gonna be mids on the feed, finding a double. Pickle out with a claw. Double kill for the side of Sebio, and it's gonna be A&M Thanatos once again breaking loose.
Thanatos with one operator skill out with a claw. Pickle trying to find something, and the purifier is going to be taken out as well. Also, the Sparrow from Mamra. I just remember Mamra just going on those kill streaks earlier on, but 21 seconds remaining on the clock. The Predator missile is going to be coming out. Nope, because the operator skill is going to be there. 38 to 74, still not that big of a discrepancy just yet, but A&M Thanatos, they are starting off strong.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a really margin of a good of a margin of a lead here for the set of A&M Thanatos. Right around 50, perhaps. And we're going to be going for the rotation now here towards the next hard point.
And Chroma here is going to be holding this down. 1v1 situation on the hill. He is going to be successfully getting that kill here. And currently 56 just opened up the hard point. And that's going to be for the side of Unk.
Yeah, full clearance now here for the side of A&M Thanatos, but 2 players from the side of Unk gonna be able to get a breakthrough here from the side of Open Hall. Aurora now tries to put herself into the mixture, but unfortunately can't provide anything at all. 3 operators, 4 in fact here for the side of Unk. If they can get away with a money hill, this should be them back inside of the game. No contention whatsoever. 2 players once again here on Open Hall. 1 guy from the bottom side, Water, making the break, and it's gonna be A&M Thanatos taking the hill right back.
22 seconds remaining on the clock. Unfortunately, Tarks is not going to be able to capitalize on that equalizer as well. But there you go. 2 operator skills available for the side here of Unk. And that's going to... I feel like this is going to be coming in handy once we go in for that reset, because Thanatos does not have any. But again, Thanatos is on the lead here, and we are about to see that P1 reset.
Back to P1 we go. Second deck of hard points. Pushing in. So far, massive cut for mids, but can't find the multi, not just yet. But Mamra is on a 6 spree, has the Predator missile to play with. Could be able to grab a lot of information. Sabio here, bottom red, finds suit, and Tark's gone. Jai as well puts himself to the mixture, able to get a clean wipe here for the side of A&M Thanatos, and it's just Unk struggling from left, right, back, front, center.
Sebio is just trying to play anchor here right onto the second floor, and he is actually getting multiple kills, just the crucial kills that's going to be allowing Thanatos to hold off that point. But just like that, they are going to get that clearance, but unfortunately Thanatos is not going to be letting go of that hard point. Tin gets 1 kill, gets a double as well. Smokes are down, denying that information, and the hill gets contested yet again.
Take it slow. Sabio so far leading the game here with the most elimination, 28 to his name. On the trail that is gonna be Mids and Pickle, tied up for 23. Now we go for the scrap time here on this hard point number 1. It is gonna be Ung able to close this one out until the last very second, and in the process they are able to get the early rotation as well towards hard point number 2.
And there you have it. Hard point number 2, I feel like the back spawns are going to be really crucial here, and that is going to be going into the hands of A&M Thanatos. But the hill does belong to the side of Unk, as Tokyo gets multiple kills as well, denying that entry. Tin gets the kill on his own as well, and we're going to be seeing how A&M Thanatos is going to be penetrating through. I mean, smokes are down, denying that information, but Sebio just trying to look for that opening.
Yeah, well, Claw here is going to be going wild and ham. Chroma is on a spree. Mids flies out. The Pretty finds Aurora out. And they send Chroma to extend towards the driveway, able to create the space that they need. A&M Thanatos, they want to go for the respondent to try to wrap around in hopes to get the break for the scrap time. 3 players up in line. Tarks has this equalizer to play with, but he's not going to go for the investment. He is more than enough for him. The USS-9 is just enough for him to take the shot downs. From left to right, not a problem for Mids and Tarks. And it is going to be A&M Thanatos only settling for scraps.
Still, again, just the investments that are coming from both teams are amazing. It's just that they will have to, make use of this as well, because it's going to be P3 here. 4 operator skills available for the side of A&M Thanatos. They have to be able to capitalize on this if they want to actually get that lead on, because just looking at it, Unk is not going to be letting go, as well as their score streaks are going to be available here. Tarks is going to be finding Pickle as well, and 1 operator skill is going to be available for the side of Unk.
Slight incremental lead here for a set of A&M Thanatos, but it has been that way ever since the game starts. Jai! Triple to his name. War Machine coming in. Full reset here for a set of Unk. And now they're going to be scrambling across top office, but Jai still able to get the read. 5 spree. Still continuous. Hunter Killer Drone out. Predator Missile can fly by. But it's going to be looking to be a full run out here for a set of A&M Thanatos on this hill, all because of Jai.
And there you have it. Scrap points still goes to the side of A&M Thanatos. Now, I love this for them because they're not too comfortable setting off just with the rotation just yet. But we are going to be seeing that rotation onto P4. Mamra tries to find a kill here. And of course, right here onto the middle. Tin finds one. And again, Unk is going to be on that hill. Equalizer is out for Tarks trying to find something.
On the trail, they need this one badly.
Ooh.
Triple opportunities there on the chest side, but he gets washed away. Once again, Unk here pushed back now towards boathouse spawns. Jai once more is heated up. We talked about this. Once this guy's on a burner, he never stops. It might be Tin here to try to take the statement, to take the spotlight, but he gets denied all because of Jai. And the hard point comes into a clearance with A&M Thanatos here on the driver's seat.
Driver's seat indeed, and they are in full control. They have all of the sides covered here, as well as the Sparrow is going to be coming into play. And there you have it. Big kills for Sebio. Unfortunately, he does get shut down. Tarks tries to find something. The claw is out as well for Chroma. 8 seconds remaining on the clock, and the hard point is contested. Now we are about to see that second reset on P1.
Back to P1 we go. A&M Thanatos on the run to close out this game already. Might not be settled here on this hardpoint number 1, but they are drawing it close. Tarks inside, gets taken down by Pickle. Tin puts himself into the mixture, and it is going to be Unk so far here, claiming the first initial 15 points here inside of this hill, but they need to get more topside control, and that's exactly where A&M Thanatos is at.
Mamra was coming in from second floor. He was able to get multiple kills as well. And we are going to welcome A&M Thanatos to that 200 score mark. Just a few more seconds until they claim that win. But still, Unk is going to be hopping on that hill. Smokes are down, as well as other utilities just trying to deny that information. And there you go. The operator skill does come out, but unfortunately, capitalization is not going to happen. Sebio here with the Purifier tries to find something as well. Finds Tokyo. And again, 13 seconds remaining on the clock. Can they close this off?
A&M Thanatos bloodthirsty, longing to close out this game, but not going to be enough time for them to do so on this hill. Gonna go for the rotation now towards the next run.
Next run indeed, and we are about to see P2 again. Now the spawns are going to be in favor of A&M Thanatos. Now they have Unk has to be careful with that, as Pickle is going to be here on this side. Unfortunately, he is going to be taken down. Now Unk again is going to be hopping on that hill for the first 15 seconds, but what I see from A&M Thanatos is that they know how to time it well. Tokyo is going to be taking out the Sparrow. Now let's see how that investment is going to be returning back on his team.
An edge of a build-up here of a comeback for the side of A&M Thanatos, or could it be Unk? Once more, pushing inside of the hill. The break is on. Clearance comes out. Spawns are flipped. 10 more points to go. A&M Thanatos, can they do it? Never mind. Unk, they go back inside of the hill with the War Machine on their side. Equalizer could come in as well for the side of Tarts. 4-man push here towards Whites, but that War Machine from the side of Mids shuts them down. Ooh. 2 more waves from the side of Thanatos, but they can't convert. They can't answer. It's still Unk, once again, forcing another hard point.
Forcing another hard point, and we are about to see P3 open up here. Just A&M Thanatos, just looking at the mini map, they are going to be, well, numbers advantage does go to them. And there you go, a big kill coming from the back. Mamra with a Sparrow as well. He gets that information. He gets those kills. Jai with the War Machine denying that entry as well. 248, and now we have the winner for our first game of Hardpoint. A&M Thanatos takes that win.
Well played for A&M Thanatos. Pretty much the entirety of the game, they stayed on the driver's seat, remained consistent. Thanatos, Thanatos. I mean, I thought that in some way they'd get slowed down after that broadcast on day 2, but they turned it up. Well prepared up against Unk. And I talk about Jai here, was able to really get a full 60 on that second rotation for P3 with that War Machine. and in the process was able to build up that 100-killer drone, Predator missile, EMP system, full streaked up, all because of their run, and that completely accompanied them and helped them run the next few hardpoints as well and just turn it around up against Unk.
I mean, A&M Thanatos, what they did was really outstanding because they knew when those investments are going to be coming in. And I feel like the wait, because we did see a specific period of time on the hill wherein Thanatos was not immediately going in to that hill. And I feel like they were just waiting for the investments to come in from the side of Unk. And that's actually smart play. And that's how I see it. And that's how I see they win that hardpoint match. Now for Unk, I mean, you can't deny their firepower. It's just that we were talking about this earlier, Warden, about Jai just popping off. And he did. He delivered as well as Mamra. They knew where the spawns were going to be. And it was such a perfect timing because once the players of Unk started spawning, that is where they pull out the operator skills and they were just able to it's a domino effect. So they were able to defend and they were able to get all of the time that they will be needing to win that first match.
I gotta agree with you on that note, and I mean, it just goes to show A&M Thanatos, I mean, the repetitions that they've had for Ascenda has been leading to this victory that they have here from the set of Unk. I mean, yes, it was still a fight that Unk was able to show. It was a build of a comeback, but they were able to barely scratch the 200-point mark, and it was truly just A&M Thanatos having such a great finisher there. But looking like we got the highlights well ready. If you guys miss out the action, you don't want to miss out this one, though. What a run of highlights that we had there for A&M Thanatos. I mean, we were able to glaze, the almighty prodigy Jai there. But at the back, the silent killer Sabio was on par with the impact that Jai was able to put up in the eliminations.
And it's something that we will be looking forward to as well. I mean, we are about to hop on Search and Destroy. So now, is it going to be the wake-up call for Unk? Are we going to be expecting a more aggressive Unk? Or are we going to be seeing the same energy coming in from A&M Thanatos, right? So this is what's really exciting, because once you see those individual gunfights around the hill or even on the hill, they can win it. They can win 2v1s, they can win 3v1s, but just we are going to be looking at the post game here for Hardpoint. Now, it's a close game, I would say, right? It is a close game. So now, are both teams at par with each other? Because if that's going to be the case, are we going to be able to see a game number 3?
I mean, I'm kind of hopeful that we do get to see game number 3. All because of if there's going to be any map or any game mode that Unk has been standing out from, it is going to be that Search and Destroy.
Right.
They have been one of the best S&D teams we have seen so far in this Garena Master Series. Was able to put up a really great fight up against, Elevate and the rest of their opposition coming from the last 2 days. For the side of A&M Thanatos, I mean, they were able to, shine quite a lot up against Tower Esports, but enough to be said. I mean, it is going to be a totally different nature here coming from each end. So it's just going to be a matter of grasping what's going to be the certain pacing up against each other. But I got to agree with what you said. I mean, the game's pretty close, 199 to 179 for the kill count. 6 minutes each pretty much onto the hill time, nearly 7 for the side of A&M Thanatos. The dominance comes in with 250 to 198. The only difference that they had overall for that set game was really that money heal that Jai was able to force for the squad.
Right.
Now you move over to the Mercy veto here. The losing team gets to have the courtesy to choose this map number 2. And A&M Thanatos, they take away firing range. Unk, they take away standoff. And the Garena Metropolis is going to be out in the picture, quite open. Tunisia alongside, if I'm not mistaken, Garena Metropolis firing range. So, are we going to be seeing Garena Metropolis? Is this going to be the final map? Is this it? Okay, it is the final.
Yeah, it is. Well, okay, so based on what we saw for the previous days, right? I mean, this specific map, there's one way you can go. You can go passive on A, or you can go ultimate rush on B. And what I can say about that is, once you go in for that, or once you roll your dice and you decide to go for B rush, sometimes it just doesn't happen again. So are there any specific players that we're going to be looking out for, especially the snipers? Because that's what I'm going to be looking out for, right?
Yeah, I mean, in regards to sniping, Tarks alongside Jai truly heats up quite a lot.
I totally agree with you, but as well, I mean, Aurora, I have seen her play. I have seen, her dominance when it comes to gunfights. So that's what's going to be, interesting for me. But if we look into Unk, again, they are one of the best Search and Destroy teams out there that we have seen in this series. So up against Unk, there's no way of telling who's going to be the more dominant team here, especially when it comes to Search and Destroy. We are just really looking onto, is it going to be the same aggression, or are we going to be seeing a different play style from both teams? Are there going to be multiple players that's going to be standing out more? I mean, we are going to be looking at Tin as well, Chroma as well. So we'll see how that unravels later on in Search and Destroy.
Looking forward to it. I think everyone is as well. There's a lot of fan base that revolves around A&M Thanatos and the Uncles. I mean, you look at the players that they have here. You got an X-Omega player, which is going to be Tin. Right. Two players from the side of Dovik and Oblivion. And the rest will live on. But looking like we are soon enough to start off this game. And again, it is going to be Garena Metropolis, and it's all going to come down to the pacing in regards to how you want to infiltrate the bomb site. As we start things off here on the first round, it is going to be Unk here starting on the offensive side.
And there you have it. Utilities have been used here, and I feel like this can be... Well, is it going to be an A execution? I mean, it's a split push here. Mamra does find something. The information is there. Tokyo does get shut down. Again, just Mamra trying to play for information. Chroma finds one as well. But that's going to be just one casualty for the side of Unk.
Unkin with a KRM can't find a shot to connect. Mamra finds a double now. But Tarks and Mids here from the back, able to get one. Chroma, eager to put himself into the fight, but only gets taken down by Mamra. 2 more to go here for Mamra to get the ace here inside of this game. Can we see it? 4 players. Player 4, I mean, Tarks, gonna be lurking here from the back, but Mamra does get shuttered down now. It's a 2v2 situation, but A&M Donato's Pickle drop shots up against the face of Tarks. And now it's gonna be Mids here all alone in a 2v1 situation.
Now he can wait, or he can find himself in a pinch here. So he has to be careful. Oh, he spots one. Pickle is down. Sebio as the last man standing for A&M Thanatos. He is going to be playing for information here. Just trying to play it slow. The bomb drop is at A here. We'll see how this unravels. Both players still a bit far from each other. So let's see who's going to be able to spot one first. Mids here just trying to look for that opponent of his as well as Sebio. The bomb is going to be taken onto A side. Now, is this going to be a successful plan? I feel like this is going to be a successful plan. Are we going to see a nade kill though?
Oh, close. No cigar. Sebio gonna go for the chow. But Mids stays alive off 1 HP. And the first round is going to go to the side of Hung. Clearly, all went down to that. Nearly an ace as well from the side of Mids.
Right.
Had 4 on that round.
4 on that round. I mean, this is what we were talking about earlier. There's really no way of telling who's going to be the more dominant one, because the round started off as almost like a split. And then once information was gathered from both teams, they just started stacking onto B, and that is exactly what we were seeing here. Now it was a game of, you know, trying to play for information, and I love this from both teams because they're not just rushing onto each other, they're really looking for one another and trying to get those eliminations in.
Yeah, 1 versus 2 situation now. Sebio's gonna stick the defusal. Tarks here gonna be alone towards connector, but the defusal is already on and can't even get through. Jai, another round here. This time is going to go to the hands of A&M Thanatos.
And we are now in a current standing of 1-1. I mean, right now, still, there's no way of telling, but let's see. It can be a split push, or it can be a mid push here for the side of A&M Thanatos. Looks like it can be an A execution here. Utilities are going to be dropped onto the mid side. And there you go. Jai gets down. Chroma as well with a follow-up kill on mids. But Tokyo finds Mamra for that punish. Aurora finds Tin as well. Tokyo gets out as well. And now it's going to be a 1v3 situation.
Oh, easy kill for Sebio. Ooh. Easy kill for Sebio. That's going to be a quick respondent once again on the 3rd round for A&M Thanatos to go up on the board on a lead. Here we go. I mean, clearance came through. Well read from the side of A&M Thanatos. Will Unk slow this time around? Slow it out? Nope. Looking like they are actually going to be gathering up or forming up there on the wards B main. But we got to see A&M Thanatos. They're going to be prepared for this.
They are going to be prepared. Tarks with the sniper tries to find a player. Oh, wrong peek. Oh, misses the shot. Does not connect. He is going to be repositioning, but the information is ready there. Mamra tries in for that spray down. Mamra is out courtesy of Tin. Utilities are coming out as well. Jai with the scopes does not find anything. Just 1 casualty for the side of A&M Thanatos.
3-for-1 split here for a set of Thanatos. Going to be a good call here for Aurora to bite the rotation towards the A side. There is going to be 3 players here just right around. Make it 4 perhaps. 1 player still gone rogue on the mid map. That is going to be Tarks here getting some control. But the 1 player, Jai, is going to be slithering around, but Tarks going to be able to get the raid. Now, numbers, discrepancy here for a set of A&M Thanatos. The bomb's going to get planted. Aurora's going to go for the challenge, but finds 10 on the other side to shut her down. It's going to be Pickle. Sebio here to go for the clutch. Sebio still too far from the action. It's going to be Pickle here, looking to get an entry. Spots out 10, going to cook up the nade. Tokyo's going to be holding that backside down. Sebio in the process finds Tarks out. But in the process, inside of the side, Pickle stays alive, finds 10 out. Chroma playing around Zig, pushing up now, but finds Tokyo on the corner, hiding like a rat. And it is going to be still A&M Thanatos here at the back seat. It is now Sebio here all alone. 1v3 situation. Good respondment here from the side of Unk.
There you have it. The round closes off, and we are now in a standing of 2-2. Again, I love this for both teams because they're just responding back and forth to each other. Now, the pressure was on for the side of Thanatos as well, and Sebio just getting shut down. I mean, there's no way for you to be able to penetrate through that without utilities as well. Not unless you're able to slide and, pray to the Codm gods for you to be able to get one elimination. But here we are starting off another round. Utilities are going to be coming in. Tin is going to be tagged up. Tokyo with a kill on Mamra. Oh, Jai finds something. Information is going to be there. Unfortunately, Tin is going to be getting that kill. Pickle with a response. Tarks with an off-cam kill on Aurora. Pickle. It's going to be a 2v1 situation here, but it is doable. Gets one elimination. Can he get a double kill for Pickle? Tarks here trying to find that perfect wraparound 2v1 situation in favor of A&M Thanatos.
One of the two captains from the set of Ankh alone in his ship. Oh, captain, my captain. Is your fearful trip is done? Alone. Here pushing up towards Zig. Bomb's gonna get a drop here on his ace side. Gonna be a long way wrap around for the set of Pickle off that MG42. I mean, they got every side covered. Tark's not gonna go for the pickup for the bomb itself. Really interesting choice. The timer is drained away. If he does check, if he walks to it, it is just Pickle here anticipating that hop up there from the side of Tarks. A&M Thanatos once again here on the lead.
Again, they're just responding back and forth. Now, hands down to Pickle, because that is what you call, trigger discipline, right? So being able to secure 2 kills, that was big for the side of A&M Thanatos. Now let's see if they're going to be able to keep that up, or Ankh is going to be responding back, because for the previous rounds, that is how it has been. So let's see here. Again, it's just a passive play for both teams. It's more of like isolate and eliminate, right? That is the call of this game here. So let's see who's going to be opening up that round. Still no casualties for both sides, but again, that clock is going to be ticking. Pressure is on. Jai finds something. That's going to be information. Unfortunately, that's not going to be enough just to eliminate one just yet. Jai and Mamra here trying to go in for that wraparound. Tarks here holding on to this angle. Aurora's just lurking, as well as Pickle. Let's see who's going to be getting that first kill. Pickle, 1 kill, double kill. Can he make it a triple? Ooh, unfortunately, he does get shut down by mids.
Sebio here, longing to get the trade. Tokyo's not going to be inside of the site. Make it the rest of his teammates. Tokyo's going to go for the challenge, but Aurora beams him down. Mamra is on the other side of the wall. Going to go for the challenge. Mids, perfect opportunity. Finds 2. Tarks now once again all alone in a 1v2. Finds Aurora out. One player gone rogue from the back. Wrapping around, not knowing it's going to be Sebio backstabbing and securing another round for the set of A&M Thanatos, taking that double round lead.
Again, I love this for both teams. I can't say anything else, because this is what you like to see, especially when it comes to the Garena Masters stage, right? They are both responding, and it's a matter of timing as well. Now, A&M Thanatos, we know how their playstyle is. It's going to be, play for information as well as Ankh. And it's a matter of isolation. But here, Mamra finds one, gets tagged up, repositions. But the backup is going to be there. Aurora finds one, but gets traded out. Chroma with a double kill. Mamra is going to be there to trade one out as well. And now it's going to be a 3v3 situation. The grounds are equalized, but the frag kill is going to be coming in as well. Jai with the double kill. Mids finds Jai. 1v1. Mids gets one tagged up, but the reposition is going to be coming in from Sebio. Sebio clutched a round earlier. Can he clutch it yet again? Mids finds something, and there you have it. Mids is going to be closing that round. Another point for the side of Ankh.
Another one bites the dust. Ankh. Mids turning it up. Last 2 days hadn't really have the best games at all. Was always living onto the shadows of his teammates, but now he's owning the spotlight. One more to go here for the set of Ankh here to get that equalizer.
That is right. Jai tries to find something here. No casualties yet for both sides. But looking like B side is stacked onto with three players from Unk. A execution can happen here, but Tin is slowly waiting. Oh, there you go. One kill. Can he make it a double? Unfortunately, Aurora is going to be there to greet him out. Mamra with a kill on Chroma. Now that's going to be numbers advantage for the side of A&M, but still, it's not that big of a difference. Mids here try to find something. Pickle with a kill on Tokyo. Tarks with that response. With the scopes, can he try to find information and go in for that elimination, or are they going to be waiting for that bomb?
2v2. Tarek's able to get the shot down. Bomb's gonna get planted here, but instead of Mamra. A retake is on here. Unk, one more round for them to get the equalizer once again. Aurora gonna be pushing up here towards the restaurant. I think she wants to probably wrap around or try to catch someone. Their guard's down, but it's not gonna be the case. Not just yet. Now, split push here from the side of Unk. Mids here isolating this A long. Aurora finds Tarks out. Mids all alone. Aurora, more than enough. Shut him down. It's now going to be A&M Thanatos once again back to the double round lead. One more for match point.
This is where it's going to be getting interesting. Of course, Unk, I love that energy coming from them. It's just that, again, it's going to be the timing. It's going down to the timing as well as who is the more patient player. That's how I'm seeing it. They are holding on to these angles, and it's working really, really well for them. Tin, he did manage to get those kills in. Unfortunately, of course, the backup is going to be there. So Unk has to be really careful when it comes to those, or they have to be careful when it comes to those angles as well, because you never know if it's going to be a 3v1. But there you have it. Multiple kills on the kill feed.
Yeah, now here we go. A 4v2 situation. Tin, Tarek's here. Once again, the last glimmer of hope for the side of the Unks to try to make the clutch. Big fight. Biggest fight for Tin, but couldn't convert. And now it's going to be match point advantage for the side of A&M Thanatos.
Match point advantage indeed. And they were really quick with that bomb plan as well. So this is what we're going to be looking forward to. Unk, I feel like, again, this is what we were talking about, right? You can rush or you can be passive. For the previous rounds, we've been passive, and we are now seeing the rush coming in from A&M Thanatos. Let's see if it's going to be the same story here. Mids tries to find something. Utilities are going to be coming out as well. Right onto the mid part of the lane. Player number 4 might just find one, but Jai is going to be there. Tin gets shut down. Chroma with the kill on Aurora. That's going to be a big kill. Chroma is down as well. Jai with that follow-up. That's going to be a 3v4 situation here. Let's see how that's going to be playing out.
Yep, take it slow here. A&M Thanatos. You're on the edge of winning this game and taking the 3 precious points added to your bag here on this group stage. You'd want this one badly. And now Tarek's going to be able to get fined. Sebio out. 3v3. Numbers all equalize. We get to see Pickle's going to be holding on to this corner side. Mid's going to be right there. Tokyo hesitating to whether to wrap around with his teammates. Tarek's going to be able to find the opportunity, but Jai connects. Mids goes out as well. It is going to be a 1v1 situation as he flies by to the face of Pickle. And it's going to be A&M Thanatos winning this series out 2-0, 3 points directly to their board here for this group stage. GG's well played. Unk left with no response.
I mean, this is A&M Thanatos. I love this energy coming from them. The consistency, I mean, coming in from day number 2, I love this for them. You know, being able to secure a 2-0 for day number 3, that is going to be in your bag. And you know what? I'm just looking forward to what else they're going to be offering later on, especially moving on to seeing them compete with another opposing team. But right now, A&M Thanatos, GG's, Unk, GG's as well. But congratulations, A&M Thanatos, for bagging that the first 2-0 of this group stage, day number 3.
Yeah, I mean, it will be the first, and it might not be the last, though, because we still got a lot of pretty heavy matches that could turn into a one-sided love affair. I mean, we got the underdogs and the superstars up next as well. We got Illuminary and Absolute Zero.
Right.
About to happen later, but for the time being, let's talk about the post-game breakdown there off that Search and Destroy. I mean, it was only the first half that we were able to see Unk actually put up the fight, you know, when they were able to dictate the pace off that offensive side. But once you move over with A&M Thanatos, I mean, there was certain rounds that all went down to like a 1v1, 1v2, but the last final frag was always so favored for the side of A&M Donados, all because of how unpredictable that they were playing.
I totally agree with you, Arden. I mean, at this point, it was more of like, okay, one player gets eliminated from Thanatos, and then the backup is going to be there to go in for that trade. And that was one of their winning qualities for this match. Now, for Unk, the energy coming in from them on the first few rounds of Search and Destroy, it was amazing. It's just that the pressure was on for them because, again, just for example, for a player like Pickle, right? He was able to secure 3 kills for 1 round by just holding off one single angle. And that is what Unk had to be careful for. And once the sides were swapped, once it was flipped, it was, A&M Thanatos was just on that driver's seat, and they were driving that car with no brakes whatsoever, and they just won it all together.
Yep, definitely. I mean, we got to see it. We had a fair share of highlights, and we were able to compile it for you guys. So take a look at this. What a run from the side of A&M Thanatos, all the way down from Hardpoint to where Search and Destroy. They showed absolute masterclass performance, remaining consistent on the driver's seat.
I totally agree with you. And you know what? Next up, we are going to be seeing Illuminari versus Absolute Zero. So, you know what? For our viewers out there, if you are looking forward to that. But before we go into that, I mean, let's talk about, just Thanatos just being able to dominate onto our first matchup of this day. I mean, again, they were just pretty convincing for me. But then again, Unk, they put up a really good fight. But let's look onto our post-game analysis here, Warden.
Yeah, I mean, 45 kills for the side of A&M Thanatos, 32 for the side of Ankh. Average scoreline of the team will be 5,473, more than 3,982. It goes to show that A&M Thanatos was able to plant the bomb even more and obviously get a lot more kills. It will surely live on there. I mean, even if it had to go down to the game number 3, I feel like A&M Thanatos would have been able to sweep that one away. And gotta keep in mind, you know, we are playing under the Mercy Veto system. And, you know, Unk had that opportunity to choose a map that they were comfortable in, but it didn't really go that way. Now we take a look at the series MVP. It is no other than the almighty A&M Thanatos Jai.
It was well deserved with 63 kills on a KDA of 1.43, average death of 22. I mean, we saw him pop off starting hardpoint, and he did not disappoint up until Search and Destroy. And that is what we were talking about earlier on. Once Jai starts popping off, it's just a domino effect, and they were able to deliver. And I love that for A&M Thanatos. So once again, congratulations, A&M Thanatos. Jai, much well-deserved series MVP.
Well, it was a really fun show there between A&M Thanatos and Unk there, but we still got what? 4 matches up ahead. We got Illuminary and Absolute Zero up next. In the middle, we got Stalwart Esports and Elevate. A&M Thanatos goes back on track on that game number 4 up against Illuminary, and we finish things off with Unk going up against Absolute Zero. I mean, this Garena Masters 8 has been the most intense Garena Masters that I've been able to witness so far, and I'm glad to have you here on the desk, Miss Air. I mean, everything has been so exciting.
I know. I am really excited. I'm so stoked to be here. It's good to be back on the caster's desk with Warden. And of course, you know what? We're going to be looking forward to that. I mean, Absolute Zero. Once again, you guys, Absolute Zero versus Illuminary up next. We're going to be right back.
Welcome to Garena Masters Season 8. This time, we are raising the stakes with Mercy Veto, a new map bans and pick system that may just turn the tides of battle. Mercy Veto gives losing teams a chance to influence map selection, making matches more competitive and comebacks more possible than ever. Let's go over the best of 3 Mercy Veto process. The winner of the coin flip decides if they want to be Team 1 or Team 2. Team 1 bans 2 maps from the hardpoint map pool. Then, Team 2 bans 2 maps as well. The game will take place on the remaining map. Team 1 will choose their starting side. For Search and Destroy, each team bans one map. The losing team of Hardpoint chooses the map for Game 2 from the remaining S&D map pool, and the winning team of Hardpoint will choose the starting side. If the series gets tied 1-1, the losing team of Search and Destroy chooses the map for Control. Since we only have 3 maps in the pool, there are no bans. The winning team of S&D will choose the starting side for Control. And that's Mercy Veto. More competitive, more comebacks, and more excitement.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Garena Masters Season 8. I am Miss Air together with Warden. We are going to be bringing you the live action here onto this series. Now, earlier on, we did see A&M Thanatos versus Unk, and A&M Thanatos just sweeping that off with a clean 2-0. Up next, we are going to be seeing Lunari versus Absolute Zero. Warden, what are your thoughts?
I feel like this one's going to be a fast one, exactly how it went down on the first series. Yes, we are looking at the creme de la creme of Garena here, but I can't neglect the efforts, the pressure that Absolute Zero is going to be able to put up. Onto the hardpoint game yesterday, we were able to see, for the longest time, hardpoint, elevate. They took that loss up against Absolute Zero, and if AZ is going to be able to do that in a dominant fashion, how much more as well up against a brand new squad of Illuminari, which is something that, hey, maybe I'm putting a lot of load here for the side of Absolute Zero, but I'm just loving the whole improvements and the development that Absolute Zero has been able to put up.
I am loving that for them as well, but we have to remember Illuminari was the team that went on a 248 to 250 yesterday on hardpoint. So I'm just going to be putting that out there. That is the potential that we are going to be seeing from Illuminari. Absolute Zero as well, they are a force to be reckoned with, but now it's interesting because, again, if I'm not mistaken, Illuminari is on the second to the last of our list when it comes to the ranking. So let's see how they're going to be performing on day number 3. Again, I'm just going to be banking off the fact that up against Elevate, they were able to secure a 248 to 250, and that was one of the closest games I have seen for the longest time. So let's see if that's going to be the same scenario today, or are they going to be completely dominating Absolute Zero?
We are currently at the halfway mark now here for the group stage. So every single bit of team that is now at the bottom side of the scoreboard needs to double it down in regards to putting extra efforts to accumulating these points. And if I gotta be honest, it has to be Illuminari here that really wants to win the series, all for the fact that they want to be on par with the rest of the crew. You move over now to the group standings once again. We got Elevate Puck on the 11-point series wins. We got Stalwart Esports on the trail with 9. A&M Thanatos, they climb up against Unk with 5 points. 3 for the set of Unk, 3 as well for the set of Absolute Zero, and 2 for the set of Illuminari. So, see that they're at the bottom side of the scoreboard, so they need to double it down.
Double it down indeed. I mean, we saw A&M Thanatos just win a clean 2-0 earlier on, so I feel like this can be possible for the side of Illuminari as well. They are on the bottom, but still, there's still a lot of room to actually accumulate those points, and one of the determining factors is going to be this matchup today. Absolute Zero is just 1 point ahead of them currently in our group stage standing, so let's see how this is going to be unraveling. Now, we are going to be seeing a best of 3 series here. What are your expectations for both teams?
I mean, Absolute Zero, I did make a call. It might be a quick 2-0 here. The Search and Destroy, one of the best I've seen as well. And especially with the addition of Jibby. Jibby, although he had a pretty cold run on yesterday's Search and Destroy, he is still one of the primary factors in how it could possibly go into their favors. Now we take a look at the map vetoes here. We get Absolute Zero taking away Ashenda and Slums. Illuminari to take away the map of Apocalypse and Arsenal. And for the first time, if I'm not mistaken, we get forced into a Summit hardpoint.
Summit. This is final. It's Summit. It's Summit. We're going to see a hardpoint Summit. Now, we are going to be seeing some really good close range gunfights.
Definitely.
That's what I'm going to say, right? And now the operator skills are going to be interesting because One is going to be on a Purifier. There you go. We're going to be seeing that. A Purifier, a War Machine as well, and the Sparrow. That's going to be interesting how they're going to be playing that out, especially onto such a small map. The Equalizer, the Claw, it can come in handy, as well as the Purifier. But the Sparrow and the War Machine, this was the determining factor onto game number 1. Now or matchup number 1. So let's see if that's going to be the same case here for matchup number 2. It's a matter of being able to see which investments are going to be capitalized on and which ones are going to be cancelled.
Lunari is going to be taking the risk and taking the gamble off that Tempest, which is looking to be a pretty questionable operator skill, but once you find the chain in the perfect time, you are able to stop one lane for like 3 to 5 seconds. Absolute Zero, they have been able to prosper quite a lot on hardpoint with this type of operator composition, and in fact, they have been pretty gnarly with it. Yato on the Claw, which that Claw has been pretty neglected by a lot of these teams, quite a lot, all because of the duration. But if you find the perfect timing as well, just like the Tempest, you are bound to get a full squad wipe, and especially with the precision that Yato has with his aim.
I agree. Now, when it comes to the gunfights, right, we accumulate our operator skills and our score streaks based on the kills and based on the points that we gather. And because this is such a small map, now it's a question of who's going to be the dominating player onto this map and who's going to be able to secure all of those score streaks and operators as quickly as possible, because it's going to be coming in handy, especially for a map like Summit. So let's see how that goes on, because again, well, we saw earlier on for Hacienda, A&M Thanatos was waiting it out. For a map like Summit, there is a small chance of you waiting it out, because again, it's such a small map that orc corners will have to be covered by all of the players of both teams. So now it's a matter of who's going to be able to spot who first and who's going to be able to hold down that defense on the hill, especially coming into P2 and P3. P3 and P4 are going to be my money hill for this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a pretty critical map to actually get your whole momentum up and going.
Right.
You know, you talk about P1, it's going to be very scrappy. P2 could serve exactly the same way. It's all going to come down to the anticipation that you have, whether the sponsor are going to get splitted apart on the ace side. Move over now towards P3, which is going to be the money hills for this very map alongside P4 as well. So you really need to prepare your operator skills on those said hard points. Talk about the possible spawn flip that could happen as well in the duration of that P3 for you to get the better spawns on P4. Those are the factors that I'm looking forward to that these teams can offer in this map.
I mean, are we still talking about like the power positions on Summit? Are we still talking about those anchor positions on Summit? Because in my opinion, it's just so fast, or the spawn flips happen so fast in this map. So let's see on who's going to be able to hold that down for the longest time, especially coming in onto P4. But again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1 of this matchup. Illuminari versus Absolute Zero on this hard point.
Yeah, I mean, the crowd favorite Illuminari, all because of, you got the #1 sniper of the Philippines, Whoopi up in there. You got X Omega Risky, Badman from the set of Dovik and Oblivion, Gurk and Rex, the super rookies. So there's gonna be a lot of topics and revolving around the fact that if they can be on par up against Absolute Zero. And so far, we start things off here on this hard point with them here, going for a neck-to-neck fight. In fact, it is going to be a slight incremental lead here from the set of Absolute Zero. Only 3 points, and they're trying to sustain this one out, but Illuminari, they take the hill right back.
And we are now seeing all of the SMG players as well as the KRM players here. Gurk tries to find something. Whoopi on the side. And he is playing up against Idra as well. And Yato. Now Idra finds one. Risky is going to be shutting him down. 24-13 with 8 seconds remaining on the clock. That P2 is about to open up. But still, no one is going on for that anchor position on to green. Now, in your opinion, Warden, what's the best spawn point for P2?
I mean, you gotta get the Green Raider spawn, and that's exactly where Absolute Zero is at. I mean, they have Jibby there anchoring, and they got Yato as well from the top side control. But look at the challenge here from the side of Gurk. KRM, double spree to his name. Should be able to create the space, but Freezy whips out his own KRM now, off from that USS-9. He wants to be head-to-head up against Gurk here. So far, he's not doing too shabby, but a triple chow will come through. Illuminari taking the hill right back for a moment or so. 50-50 contention here from both ends, but it's going to be Yato standing strong at the end.
I mean, on an AR, he is going to be able to get those kills in, as well as Absolute Zero just getting the the better spawn for this side. But again, when we're looking at the scoreboard, 34-41, it's still a close game. And you know what? Illuminari, they are still hopping on that hill. Batman is about to get the Purifier out. I feel like it's a little bit too early for him to pull this out, but let's see if he's going to be able to capitalize on this. Unfortunately, he does get shut down right off the bat as P3 opens up.
Yeah, you threw it away. You should have whipped it out and when you were inside of the P3 instead. Now it's going to be Freezy's turn to show you how a Purifier to be used, but Batman cancels it out. Gurk puts himself into the mixture inside of the hill, pushing up now towards the spawns. Hydra out, 3-3 to his name, and just like that, the spawns gets flipped, all because of Gurk.
There you have it. Just a powerful usage of the equalizer. They were able to capitalize on that. Now the hill belongs to Illuminari. Now spawns, if we're going to talk about spawns, Absolute Zero is at a disadvantage. Now Gurk and his team has to be able to capitalize on this, as Idra and his teammates are going to be coming in, but the cancel is going to be there, so no capitalization whatsoever. But Yato with the claw secures 2 kills, but he does get taken down by Rex here.
An expensive and a very explosive hardpoint we're seeing here. At least 4 operators was put into the usage. But at the end, it's going to be Illuminari still getting the bulk of the time as they get the scrap time away, forcing Absolute Zero to go for the rotation now towards the next hill. 5 players inbound, waiting for the fight to come through. So far to get the first kill here, Gurk hops in, and he will be the second player to go out here from the side of Illuminari. At the first hand, it is going to be Absolute Zero getting the first 15 points here up inside of the hill.
Absolute Zero is actually holding on to their spawn advantage here, but Gurk is going to get that clearance on the hill. Unfortunately, he is not going to be able to get the clearance at the back. Now, a pinch can happen onto that anchor position, right onto Red Truck. Freezy tries to find something. Unfortunately, he does get taken down. Again, Illuminari on that hill, but is going to be contested by Absolute Zero here. Yato about to come in. 32 seconds remaining on the clock. Still a lot of time for both teams, or even Absolute Zero, to just close off that discrepancy and score.
Crazy run so far from the side of Illuminari. Yes, for sure, Absolute Zero is going to be containing this very hill, but you can afford to lose this hardpoint when you're on the dramatic lead. Take it away, though. Absolute Zero still far from over. They got the hardpoint locked down. Trades after trades. At the end, they prosper from it, and they're going to be able to turn that P4 into a money hill. We go back to hardpoint number 1.
Hardpoint number 1. Now, this is going to be our first reset of this game. Now, both teams have their anchors here. GB tries to find something. Unfortunately, he does get taken down. Badman tries to find the players here. He does get greeted with a 2v1. Unfortunately, he's going to lose that. And on the hill is Illuminari. Hydra tries to come in with 2 members of his team here, and they are going to be hopping on that hill. 48 seconds remaining on the clock, and there's still a lot of time to equalize the grounds, and the War Machine is going to be coming out.
Hydra is going to be playing off Hydra. Woo! Here we go. 3-3 to his name. War Machine is out. Hydra still not stopping at all. Spawns here are going to be split apart from the side of Illuminari. But inside, it's going to be Absolute Zero just surging inside of the hill. Gurk here hopping in. KRM's out. Purifier comes in as well from the side of Badman. But it's going to be Absolute Zero here still. Going for the investment off that equalizer. 16 to the name of Jibby. Rage on par with the fight. But it does get taken away. But the rest of the feed lies upon the players of Absolute Zero as they take back the lead.
Take back the lead. Again, the discrepancy in score. Lunari was on the lead, but there you go. The Preddy tries to find something. Unfortunately, that's not going to connect with anything, but Rage here is connecting. But he does get eliminated with that frag kill. Gurk takes out the equalizer, gets one. Now it's a matter of capitalization. War Machine coming in from Whoopi as well. Gets one. Unfortunately, he does get taken out by Yato. 115 rounds are equalized, but Illuminari on the hill.
Quick definition here from the side of Illuminari on the Green Raider spawn, and Gurk is going to be helping them, supporting them to clear and pave the way here on the bottom side of the hill. Sprays down. Yato finds the shut down. Whoopi, though, on the feed will be able to get this one done, and they're going to be able to get the break up inside of the hill. Spawn's now going to be split apart once again here from the side of Absolute Zero, but it's going to be GB here trying to break it down here from the back, but he gets traded once again. It's a back and forth toss-up, but a slight incremental lead once again here from the side of Illuminari.
There you have it. Last 15 seconds on the clock. Scrap points does go to the side of Absolute Zero. Now for Illuminari, they can actually get onto the spawn, but Hydra, he already knows his anchor positions and he's going to be advancing to that position. Badman tries to find something here. Unfortunately, he does get taken down. Freezy is going to be here onto this entrance. Unfortunately, he does get taken down as well. The Claw is going to be coming in. 130 to 135. It's still a close game. Yato tries to wait it out, but the Claw is going to be coming out too early for that team.
3 players now here pushing towards main. Rex able to get the kill. The frag connects from the side of Badman. Now it's going to be Rex's turn here to take the spotlight. Tempest is going to be out. Is he going to be able to go for the push out and try to clear out one certain lane? But it's going to be risky here, taking care inside of the hill. Finally, Rex put himself inside. Spots one from afar. Able to get one. JB's going to be outside. Able to get the kill. Can he find a double? Yes, he can. Absolute Zero on the verge of taking the hill right back, and they absolutely convert.
Absolutely convert, and Idra with War Machine here just trying to get that clearance on the hill. Last 15 seconds and still Absolute Zero trying to go in for the scrap points. Illuminari, they're starting to spawn onto green here at the back of P2, and that's not going to be looking too good, especially we are about to open up P4 onto this summit map.
149 to 169. Pushing up now, 2 in a row. Absolute Zero early on the rotation towards P4. The last time we were able to see this, they were able to turn this one into a money hill. It's going to be risky here on the front line to get the break, and they are able to do so. 4 players all around. Spawn still favored from the players of Absolute Zero. If I was Illuminari, I'd play this one until my life ends.
Life ends, but Whoopi there with War Machine just denying that entry coming in from Absolute Zero, getting all those frags in as well as a power position. He spots one, does not connect, but he can go in for this backstab on Idra, but he does not go into that. 174 to 176. Again, the grounds are equalized for both teams as a Purifier from Badman finds 1, 2. Can he make it a triple? But looks like the last 15 seconds of this hill will belong to Illuminari.
Coming in, Illuminari once again on the driver's seat, but it's going to be Absolute Zero looking to take it right back, but Risky denies. Scrap time ended into the favor of Illuminari. 3rd time in a row, we go back to hard point number 1.
And this is going to be our reset yet again. Now, we did see Absolute Zero just going on for the power positions onto this P1. Let's see if that's going to be the same case as Freezy with a Purifier finds 2 on the hill. Tries to make a tree.
Wow.
Make it a quadruple kill. Freezy with the Pretty gets 1, gets none.
Gets none at all, but Yato makes up for it, finds a triple on the feed, spraying down. Absolute Zero in control, in custody. Under their ordinances, the players of Illuminari. But it's going to be Whoopi and Rex able to get the break. They wash away the players of Absolute Zero.
And there you have it. The deny is going to be coming in from Risky with that Sparrow. He is going to be able to get 1 kill. And again, last 15 seconds remaining on the clock. Illuminari is still on the hill, but Absolute Zero just trying to contest, prolong this game because the discrepancy in score is not too big. Gurk just going in back and forth with those kills. And now we are about to see that reset onto P2. Yato gets taken down onto 2nd floor. Whoopi tries to find something, and the War Machine is yet again ready for the side of Illuminari.
50-50, head-to-head, neck-to-neck, fire and fire. Whoopi is out with the War Machine. Hopping inside of the hill is going to be the players of Absolute Zero. But how the question remains, can you sustain this very hill all because of that War Machine coming in? 204 to 212. Pretty flies in. Illuminari in the break. 1 player alive. Jibby with an equalizer, but Gurk shuts him down. It's still going to be Illuminari here controlling the very hill. Mid-push happening from the side of Absolute Zero. And it is hard for them to find a means to put themselves into the mixture. No foothold whatsoever. They put their bodies in, but at the end, they look to get the final trade-off to put themselves back inside of the hard point.
Badman is going to be able to contest and actually get that clearance on the hill. 10 seconds remaining on the clock, and that is going to belong to the side of Illuminari here. Of course, the prioritization of Absolute Zero here for the spawns to be in their favor. They do have one operator skill available. Now they have to be able to capitalize on that. Risky is going to be taken down by Rage with this Sparrow. He can deny this entry, and that's going to be a double kill. Can he make it a triple? This is going to be doable for the side of Absolute Zero. Can Rage find one more? Unfortunately, Rex is going to be shutting him down. Gurk is going to be entering from the back. Whoopi here tries to find something, and still on the hill is Absolute Zero.
Biggest hold of your lives. Freezy up on the front line. Purifier out. Badman as well, but he walks into Freezy. The trade is on for Whoopi. 8 more points. Last Evo contestment. Illuminari. Is this it? Is this the last and final run? Claw is out for Yato, and no players to be found for the side of Illuminari. Absolute Zero closing it out in a 250 to 236.
That is Absolute Zero for you. That's all I can say, man. Yato just bringing out the claw just in time. I was looking at his operator skill. It was available since P2, and I love that discipline coming in from Absolute Zero. For the side of Illuminari, though, they had it in the bag. It's just that the deny coming in from the usage of the operator skills of Absolute Zero was absolutely on point, and that was their winning. That's them winning the first match, or the first game of this matchup.
What a run. What a match right there. I mean, I was stating that it might just be a 2-0 run there from the side of Absolute Zero,
Right,
but nah. Illuminari truly bounced back, and it wasn't a fluke that they were able to put up against Elevate yesterday. They are for sure a formidable team in a hardpoint game mode as well. So, whew, a lot of prolonged expectations that I have now here for the series. I'm expecting a game 3 from now on.
I mean, you're not alone, because now we see the potential of Illuminari. I was about to say Elinate.
Elinate.
Illuminari. We are now about to see the potential of Illuminari. And this is what we were talking about. I mean, for you to be able to secure a 248 yesterday, it was already a big deal. It's just that when up against Absolute Zero today, I just know for a fact that they were calling out their operator skills. You can see that from Rage and Risky, as well as Yato. Yato with a claw last minute just to be able to fully secure that P3 from anyone trying to break it from the side of Illuminari. That is on point. And I love that for the side of Absolute Zero.
Well, the viewership is going ham and ham there, and I know there's going to be a lot of you guys that missed out the action because we had an incremental increase as well right after this very game. So guys, better watch out these highlights because it was all a banger. what a show, what a run that we've had so far. I mean, come again, I want to re-acknowledge the viewers here. Share the broadcast. You don't want anyone in the Codm community to miss out the action here. Huge shout, a special shout out to Chalk for dropping by as well, and the rest of their crew. We even have LXIX Yaki tuning into the broadcast here on Facebook. Now we go back to the post-game breakdown. Illinois Esports, Absolute Zero. Look at the gap in regards to the kills. It's basically non-existent.
Right? It was such a close game. We're not even going to be talking about the score, but just even the kills as well as the hill times, it's not that big of a discrepancy. Again, we saw Illinois just dominate for a couple of, times and a couple of hills, but Absolute Zero on the other hand, they were just absolutely on point. I'm not gonna stop saying that because it's something that I was able to see, especially once we called out that one early operator skill earlier on. It was like a wake-up call for the side of Absolute Zero as well, and just the usage and the capitalization of all of their utilities as well as their resources here on this hill that allowed them to win this matchup. It was a close game, so now I'm excited to see how Search and Destroy is going to be unraveling.
Now you move over to the Mercy Veto. I love this edition. I just can't stop talking about this. We move over to a map that Illinois will be forcing up against Absolute Zero. AZ, they take away Tanisha. Illinois, they find the means to ban standoff, and looking like we're going to be heading straight to a map of Gorohanan. Okay there. Stop taunting me, Mr. Producer. Is it going to be firing range? Or is it Gorohana? Which one is it going to be? Is it coastal? Okay, it's firing range. Let's get it.
It's firing range for today. I mean, it wouldn't be a surprise even if Illinois was about to pick Kurohana Metropolis, right? But firing range, this is where we're going to be seeing the snipers as well as the LMGs because of how much space there is and how many wallbang spots there are in this specific map. So I'm going to be looking at Whoopi, once again, of course, the #1 sniper from the Philippines. How is he going to be performing on a scope here? Is he even going to be on a scope here? And then I'm going to be looking into Idra as well as Yato for this one.
I have to agree with you on that note. I mean, you want to talk about the veterans here? This map goes way back. So here we go. Let's not waste any time. Let's head straight towards the next game. First round, Search and Destroy, firing range. It's going to be Yato and the rest of the crew of Absolute Zero here starting on the offensive side.
There you have it. Whoopi is going to be on the scopes as well as Idra. Now, it's a play for information here. Long A play for the side of Absolute Zero. They're just going to be waiting on those informations. Freezy is going to be holding on to that second floor wood. Whoopi tries to find something here. He can deny this entry. He finds one. Unfortunately, Yato is going to be faster with the scopes, and this is going to be an A execution for the side of Absolute Zero.
Pushing up here. Whoopi's out. What are you going to be relying on now here, Illinois, to find this opening break towards the side? Look at Yato holding a very interesting spot and finds the reach to take down Badman. Freezy's going to be lurking here on this mid-map. Rex missing the shot. The second connects, though. Finds the mean. Get the lowest numbers lowered down just a little bit. It's a 4v3 here. Risky, Greg, and Rex still going to be on their side. Yato inside of the side, missing the shot. Rex finds one. Now it's a 2v2 situation. 2v1 situation. Rex here going away from the scene. Finds Rage in for a 1v1. Gonna move in quick. Play for the time. Rex gets the kill. Able to get the defusal as well. And the first round is gonna go to the side of Illinois.
I have no words for what went down. It was a 2v1 situation and quickly was a 1v1. We're going to be seeing that on that instant replay. It was the timing as well. And of course, it was like 5 seconds. It was only 5 seconds remaining just to be able to defuse that bomb. So again, it's just going to go down to that timing. But then again, this is going to be the second round of our Search and Destroy. Once again, we're going to be looking onto this map. Denying that information, smokes are going to be down onto the middle part of this map. Whoopi tries to find something up top 10. Idra tries to look for heads here, as well as Rex.
Rex with a sniper. Dangerous man with a scope. Ever so consistent. Street players here from the set of Absolute Zero. He does fall back away. Not going to be holding the angle down anymore. Nate flies by. Not going to be able to get the shot for the connection. He's going to be able to play for the hop up. Able to spot one now, making the cross on the ace side. Two players from the side of Absolute Zero still holding back here towards wooden side. And it is now Risky finding the God nade. Rage is going to be out. Captain, oh, Captain gone. And now the bomb's going to get planted. But Illunaire is not wasting time. Risky pushing in. Hydra gets the trade. Whoopi takes Freezy out. Hydra all alone, but it's going to be Gurk here wrapping around from A-Long to be able to get the shot down. Double round lead now here from the side of Illunaire.
Risky is a force to be reckoned with, especially when he gets that opening onto the site. We were able to see a triple kill right onto trailer, and that was amazing for him. Now, what we are seeing from Absolute Zero is that 3 players are going to go on for that Russian A, and then we're going to be seeing just Freezy and Hydra just holding off flank. But now I think it's going to be a full commitment here on A site.
Third time in a row. Third time's a charm? Question mark.
Whoop.
Gurk inside, outplaying Freezy. Really nice kill right there. Badman finds one off the rip, off the flank. Finds a double. Yato, Hydra on his hands. And it's not going to be risky here. Try to go for the push. They go for the entry on towards the trailer side. Finds one overwhelmed. Rage getting a bit too greedy. Whoopi alone in the mid-map. Left alone is going to be Jibby the Prodigy here in a 1v1 situation. Badman, Rookie, Jibby, the Prodigy. Jibby walks away. He's going to be able to get the reset. Gonna go for the chow. Bad man, the baddest man alive. Able to get another round for the set of Illuminary 3 times in a row.
Man, I have no words for Lunari here. You can see their aggression. You can see how much of a challenge, or how much they're challenging Absolute Zero for this one. They're able to read through that strategy, and they are adapting to it. Yato tries to find something with a scope, as well as Whoopi. No commitment yet coming in from Absolute Zero. They're just trying to isolate and eliminate yet again. Now let's see. Ooh, Yato spots one, but Whoopi's going to be faster this time around. And that's going to be 1 casualty for the side of Absolute Zero. Let's see on who's going to be getting that next elimination of this round.
Absolute Zero just can't find a break at all. Wherever they go, they get isolated by 1 player from the side of Illuminary, and this time it was going to be Whoopi. Hydra not finding that angle yet. Whoopi's going to be following back away. If you're on the side of Illuminary, you don't really get to go for any peeks anymore. You can just play for the retake or hold an angle down and play for the pick.
I absolutely agree with you. I mean, there's still 1 minute on the clock. Still a lot of time. If they go in for this A execution, they might be greeted with the snipers, but B is pretty stacked up by Lunari. And there you go, Rex finds
Beautiful.
Rage, and that's going to be a wall bang kill. The bomb is not yet going to be planted, but Hydra does have that information about Rex, and now it's all going to be a waiting game. Rex is not going to be able to spot those 3 opponents coming in onto A site, but the utilities are going to be coming in, and that's going to be information. Freezy with a kill on Whoopi, and Risky with that nade kill. Hydra with the scopes takes Rex down, and the bomb is going to be down here onto A site, but Risky is going to be getting Hydra out of the equation. Now this can be a bomb defuse on the side of Illuminari.
Pros don't fake. Pros don't fake. 1v1 against Freezy. Arguably one of the hardest there is. Risky just played the objective and then went for the defusal. 4 rounds in a row already for the side of Illuminary.
Just go in for that stick. Don't let anything shatter you. Just go in for that defuse. I love that. That's a commitment that we all want to have. Freezy tries to shoot his shot here, but does not find anything. Now, this is going to be a very different execution for the side of Absolute Zero. Whoopi opening that round up with that headshot on Hydra. Rex tries to find something. He does have information. One does get tagged up. Now it's a matter of who's going to be the next casualty, as number advantage does go to the side of Illuminari.
Long gone ex-teammates bringing back NRX Jeremiah 2911. Whoopi and Hydra. And so far, it has been Hydra feeding off from the defeat. Yato finds one. Works the wall. Batman lurking there, able to get one. Gurk finds the double. And it's going to be Freezy all alone with Whoopi shutting him down. 5-0. Can we see a 7-0 sweep here from the side of Illuminary on the search and destroy?
By the looks of it, Illuminari is just dominating this game with a 5-0. A 7-0 is not even impossible for this one, but let's see later on once the sides have been swapped. So let's see here. Is it going to be an A execution? Looks like it's going to be an A rush coming in from the side of Absolute Zero. Rage opening up the round with a kill on Gurk, and the trades are going to be coming in on this kill feed.
One big wrap around here from the set of Risky. Player 5, Idra spots him out. Not a problem for him. Numbers advantage now here from the set of Absolute Zero on the striking distance to close out this round. But Whoopi finds Idra once again. That's going to be third time now here on this matchup between Idra and Whoopi. But you take a look at Whoopi. He's going to be playing out of his mind here. The timing is right. Going to be able to find anyone. No, he can't. Jibby shuts him down. And that's going to be a Rage here. And Jibby to go for a crusade run here on his B side with Rex, the super rookie, all alone in 1v2.
Rex has been good on the scopes, but by the looks of it, Rex and Rage playing together, that's how they were able to isolate Whoopi earlier on. Now, I feel like it's going to be, hey, stick together and then just try to play for information and then try to go in for the pinch. I feel like that's going to be the call. That is what we are seeing from Jibby and Rage here. The bomb has been planted, 34 seconds. Now, that's going to be information for the side of Rex, but he is still going to be on that scope. Up against a Fennec of Rage, and Rex here tries to find something. He knows that information, but it's a matter of a crossfire? Oh, he gets one! Rage is out of the equation. Now it's all up to Jibby, but there you go. The backstab is going to be coming in, and that's going to be a round win for the side of Absolute Zero.
I thought he was able to spot him down there on the boxes, but nope. Didn't happen. Jibby lurking like a snake. Able to secure his team the first round here for a set of Absolute Zero. Switch of sides we go. And now it's going to be Illinari's turn here to play on the offense. Looking like they're going to be funneling here on his B side, leaving Jibby all alone. Looking to be a 1-for split here. If there's going to be any player you want to rely on, it's going to be Jibby here. Spots one. Going to go for another challenge from the right side. Kirk shuts him down. Freezy off the rip from the flank. Finds one as well. In the process, Rage with the nade. Finds Girk as well. But Illuminari is still not done. Whoopi with a double. And it's now going to be Captain Rage all alone in a 1v2.
1v2 up against Whoopi and Rex. Now, those are two scopes up against an SMG. Now, this is doable for the side of Illinari. For Absolute Zero, Rage has to be able to play for information and isolate as quickly as possible. Let's see how this is going to be playing out. Rage, he can go through mid, but that's going to be a little bit risky for him as Rex is going to be on the scopes. Now, I feel like this is going to be a bomb plant for the side of Illinari here. Rage picks up a scope. How is this going to be unraveling?
Bomb's gonna get planted. Rage has that scope. Not really known for sniping, but look at Illinari. They're gonna be taking the risk to wrap around. They gotta move in quick though. And Rage just over analyzing the whole terrain. Having the bomb planted out in the open, leaving Rex and Whoopi with a very easy shot. Rage just checking every bit of corridor, not being able to get the read, and it's gonna be Whoopi with a scope, shutting him down. Illinari now here on match point.
Match point advantage does go to the side of Illinari here. That was a waiting game for Whoopi as well. We saw that play coming in from Illinari. I mean, they took that risk. It's just that, you know, there were no, or at least there were minimal utilities left for Rage to play with. And now I feel like it's going to be an A execution. 3 players from the side of Illinari here trying to find something, but Yato on the scopes is going to be on to command. Let's see how this goes for both teams.
Pushing up clearly here for the set of Illinari. One big hold for Dam to close out the deal. Did the nade connect here from the set of JB? Finds Gert out. Risky goes away. Bombster gonna get defused. Batman gonna be inside of the trailer side, but the defusal is still on. No cancellation whatsoever. Absolute hero. They stay alive.
Stay alive in this game. They just didn't want they just didn't want Illinari to have a 7-0. I mean, you called it earlier. And now Absolute Zero is waking up. And I feel like this is where I was talking about this earlier. You know, tides can change based on the side that you are in. And ever since it changed, Absolute Zero was, you know, they were responding back from Illinari. And now it's a matter of who's going to be able to be isolating those opponents earlier on. Badman here holding on to trailer. Smokes are down onto the middle part of the map. Idra with a kill on Gurk. And that's going to be one casualty, followed up with a kill on Risky. Rage. Just raging. Badman follows that up as well. Idra with a kill as well. And there you have it. Absolute Zero with another round win to their name.
Another one here for the side of Absolute Zero. Can this be the start of another miraculous comeback here on the Search and Destroy in Garena Masters 8? Ilinari, take it slow. You have everything in your favor right now. Don't give off the opportunity anymore for the set of Absolute Zero. It has been tough. Go for the push on the B side. Not really the best of call. Leaving Yato here to play with a sniper. And holding things down once again. Should be able to grab the shot. Badman is out. Whoopi here, longing to get the trade, but can't find any angle anymore. Yato falls back away. Rex here, biggest fight. Mid-map control from the side of Hydra. And it is going to be Ilinari once again, dropped by the numbers.
I have no words. 1 minute and 16 seconds remaining on the clock. The bomb is going to be down onto this A site here. Rage with the scopes. Swaps out for a Fennec. Can he get one? Gurk is down. Whoopi is going to be entering this. And there you have it. One kill. Rage is down. Jibby
1v1
with a kill. Ooh,
wow.
1v1. And there you go. Ilinari is going to be winning our Search and Destroy match for this game.
Clearly well done there from the side of Ilinari. Nothing but sheer dominance was offered there on the Search and Destroy. And Absolute Zero is put to a fight on that match number 3 on Control. But for the time being, talk about how well Whoopi was able to run those first bloods there on the first half alongside the second. And not only that, cherry on top of the cake, the finisher to take down the Prodigy Jibby, a way to secure this very game.
Those were crucial kills as well. The opening rounds, how the frag kills were connecting as well. Just the peaking of each player. Ilinari Esports just proved that they are coming in here and they are a force to be reckoned with. And I love that from Ilinari, especially just given their performance earlier on to Hardpoint. They were dominating for Search and Destroy. Now, are they going to be utilizing their scopes yet again for Control? That is going to be one question in my mind, and I feel like some of our viewers will have the same question in mind as well. Because if they are able to utilize those scopes earlier on to Search and Destroy, are they going to be bringing it out on Control just so that they can play for the information and get the kills in?
If you are Absolute Zero, the two maps that you want to avoid in Control is going to be Raid and Crossfire. The safest pick for them here is going to be Takeoff, all from just basing off from the nature of Ilinari. Those scopes, you don't want to give them any opportunities, any scenarios that they can prosper from. So if Absolute Zero is going to be forcing the Takeoff map, it really favors them quite a lot. All from the way that stadium plays out, the way that you can just extend towards the map and play off those cuts, which JB, Yato, alongside Rage is more than capable of.
Right. But you know what? Talking about highlights, let's look into our highlights in case you missed it. Here you guys go.
A staggering head-to-head matchup there between Whoopi and Jibby. Whoopi around had like what, 13 eliminations there, 11 for instead of Jibby. But hey, it was the veteran Whoopi, the best sniper in the Philippines, able to lock it down. Move over now towards the head-to-head. It is 41-35, and it is going to be Ilinari scoring the most bag.
I mean, yes, they do score more, but again, it's still a close game. So this is interesting coming into Control as well, because again, we were just talking about, just what are the specific maps that Absolute Zero can probably, go for, but we also can take out of the equation the scopes of Absolute Zero. They have Yato, they have Hydra. They are more than capable of going head-to-head with the scopes of Ilinari Esports, especially because it's going to be a completely different pace for Control. So let's see how that's going to be playing out, because right now, there's no way of telling what specific map is going to be the best map for Absolute Zero.
I love it. I love it a lot. One thing I really like about Ilinari is that the first day was pretty shaky. Yes, they were able to put up a great fight on Controls quite a lot, but you move over now towards the map vetoes, and I think we got a spoiler right there on the bottom right. I feel like we are going to be heading straight towards Crossfire. All because of that, no. So, hey, I feel like we are heading straight towards Crossfire for this map 3, which leaves me with a lot of question. We got to see Ilinari put up such a very nice fight up against Tower Esports in this very game.
Yes.
And now you move in here with Absolute Zero, forcing this one out into the mixture. I don't know what's the thought process here for a set of Absolute Zero, but hey, let's hand this one down to the pros.
I have no words. I feel like I was initially going for, I feel like the safest map is going to be Raid. Not gonna lie. But now it's going to be Crossfire. Again, it's going to be a battle of scopes. Are they gonna be bringing it out for this one? Or are we going to be seeing them prioritize the close range gunfights over the scopes and just deny that information from the scopes, just go on heavy for the smokes, right? So let's see how that's going to be playing out. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a standing of 1-1. Absolute Zero winning match number 1, and match number 2 does go to the side of Ilinari. So for our viewers out there, make sure to support your teams down in the comments section. Who do you think is going to be winning this match 3, given that the map is going to be Crossfire?
I mean, let's get in some crowd involvement here. If you guys feel like that Absolute Zero is going to be able to win this game, comment down below. Hashtag Go Absolute Zero. If it is going to be the super rookies alongside the 2 veterans of Ilinari, comment down below. Hashtag Let's Go Ilinari. Let's give it up now. Map number 3, Crossfire. No more chances. This is the last and final game to decide who will win the series. We run things down here with the operator skill, a bit of a difference in regards to it. We do have a claw from the side of Ilinari. Yato is going to whip out the death machine, which is going to be pretty interesting. So, hey, let's come and get it.
Right, there's going to be 2 annihilators for both sides, 2 sparrows, 2 equalizers, and then the war machine. So it's pretty much the same for both teams. Of course, you are going to be whipping out that annihilator given the distance, but there you go. Risky is going to be opening this up. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to match number 3. Once again, Ilinari Esports versus Absolute.
Yeah, first map 3 of the day, baby. Let's get it on. Absolute Zero so far. They're showing a lot of intention here on this A control point, but the nade flies by into the face of Jibby. And this is exactly how Ilinari loves to play. Once you get to deal with the first 5 kill metric, you are bound to go for the extension, get some map control, and try to go for the spawn trap, and which is exactly where Absolute Zero is at.
I agree with you. 24 to 18 lives. Of course, you will have those objectives in, but the deny of information is going to be coming in there, especially with the smokes. Idra finds 1 here, finds 2 rather, and that's going to be an attempt to get the objective onto this side.
Yeah, I'm loving it a lot. Absolute Zero here is just getting trampled by the fury of Ilinari. Mid control building though. He's going to be coming into the mixture here from the side of Absolute Zero. In fact, they got to send out Yato here as well to push out up, down the gallery onto the cafe side. And they're going to try to actually make up for their life count just by trying to go for the cutoff here up against Illuminari, which has been seemed to work out. You got 2 players here from the side of Absolute Zero to go for the capture, and 3 to go for the extension to create some space. So, in regards to the time, it's not going to be the problem, but they're still going to be on the trail for the life count.
Life count 10-10. They're just trading back and forth. Now it's a matter of who's going to be able to get those first kills in. Rage with 1 kill, make that a double. Can he make it a triple? There's going to be 1 up top. He spots 1, gets tagged up, goes in for the kill, hip fire. But there you have it. Last 5 lives for the side of Absolute Zero here, but still responding is Lunari Esports.
No more respawns anymore from the set of Absolute Zero. It's a 5v5 plus 1 on the life count for the set of Illuminari, but never mind. Hope he gets taken out. Here we go. Biggest fight. 4v5. Absolute Zero. Freezy finds Risky out. There's going to be 3 players here on the ticket station for the side of Illuminari. Yado's going to be able to relay that information. Raid's going to go for that entry. Badman's going to be on their side. Rex here lurking on the corner. But it's going to be Absolute Zero so far, winning the crucial gunfights from the wrap around. Yado, Gurk shuts down. And it is going to be Absolute Zero putting up a stellar comeback on this first round.
Earlier on, we were talking about what are they going to be prioritizing? Are they going to be prioritizing the scopes? Are they going to, play around the map and its advantages? And I feel like both teams, they go on for the latter. They're going in for the close range gunfights up to middle, and they're just going in for those kills. Now, for both sides, objectives are going to be coming in as well. Equalizer for Jibby here, secures double kill. Can he make it a triple? And there you go. The score streak is going to be coming in as well. That's going to be coming in handy, especially for the life count. And there you have it. Jibby with a kill on Gurk. Jibby, yet again, finds another with that equalizer. So, being able to secure that. And the Pretty is going to be coming in with a double kill. Jibby is on a streak.
Oh yeah, Jibby on a primal rate. Now it's gonna be Freezy's turn here to take the spotlight. Annihilator's gonna be coming in. No connections, not just yet. Gonna get overwhelmed. Freezy goes out, but it's gonna be Yado here getting the cut from the back of parking lot. Able to go on a spree. That machine's gonna be out. Zoning the players off Illuminari. Jibby on the feed, still taking it on. Yado here in control, and it's just the players of Illuminari back against the wall with no respondment whatsoever. 8 lives remaining. Illuminari, where are you at?
Where are you at? Indeed, they're just at spawn. I mean, they're pretty much cornered here. 7 lives remaining and 16 seconds remaining on the clock. They're down to their last 4 lives. And just Absolute Zero being absolute dominant in this control match with 8 seconds remaining.
Wow.
Last 1 life, and there you have it. Absolute Zero is going to be taking yet another win for their side.
The time is 7:49 p.m. It's the 20th of March. Remember this day and remember his name. It's your boy Jibby owning that round. Match point for the side of Absolute Zero. Illuminari, 3 operators out, longing to get some respondment. Extension coming up your way. Badman pushing up now, and the first 5 kills are going to be favoring the players of Illuminari.
Rex with multiple kills onto this spawn area. Badman tries to find something, but the equalizer is just good for 1. Rex is already taken down 25-20. Not that big of a difference in terms of life count here, but 55 seconds remaining on the clock just to be able to get 1 objective on that feed. Badman finds 1. Can he continue finding the others? Again, Absolute Zero, they're just going in for the kills right onto the middle part of the map, as well as overextending onto that corner, or to those corners, and they are able to get those kills in. But you know what, Illuminari looks like they're switching it up. 20-12. Illuminari giving us signs of life.
Really great intention there from the set of Absolute Zero to go for the run there in regards to the spawn trap, but it's going to be Illuminari just having the drastic increase of that life count. From their side, they're gonna go for the push out. It's gonna be Absolute Zero now here on the trail. 4 lives remaining. Yato, Rage, Freezy, Hydra, lost and confused on what to exactly do to recover from this situation. But regardless of what they try to prosper from, it is gonna be denied by the players of Illuminari. Yato, last player coming in, lost in the mix. Illuminari can just stall out the time and build up those operator skills. He's going to be hopping inside of the control point. waiting for things to come by, but he's not going to be playing around the objective anymore. He's going to go for the slice and dice, but Illinois, they stay alive.
They stay alive indeed. Now, you know what? Just giving off just the energy of both teams. Both are aggressive. I feel like Illuminari, they learned from that round wherein they were basically put into one corner and they applied the same strategy. Ooh, Idra with the quadruple kill on the War Machine. Jibby's going to be following that up. But again, just going back, Illuminari, they did the same strategy. And let's see if this is going to be the same story.
20 to 28. Once again, it's going to be Yato here positioned on the parking lot. Badman Whoopi caught by a surprise. Yato is still going to go on the run. Hydra flies in with a Predator missile. It's Yato as well coming in. Not going to be able to get the kill. The trophy is out. But it's going to be Illinois here back against the wall. No in hell they can recover from this.
How to recover? I mean, there's a difference of 10 in terms of life count. Rex is going to be lowering that down for his team as well.
This is it.
Rage tries to find something. Oh, Equalizer is also out. Badman good for one. Whoopi goes in for that trade with a scope. Can he find more? Freezy with the Annihilator does not connect. 10 lives remaining for the side of Illunari, but 15 remaining. This is still doable for the side of Illunari Esports.
A bit of recovery here. Whoopi, can he make the play? Spots one. Not going to be able to get the shot. Players here drop down from the side of Illinois, but it's only going to be a 4-life lead now. Annihilator is going to be out there from the side of Rex. Risky is on with a Sparrow, and looking like Illinois, they want to prolong this game, and they still have the big chance to really rock the boat. 6 to 10. They need to win the next 4 gunfights to find that equalizer. Whoopi goes out. No more respawns anymore. Illinois, back foot on the trail. Can they find a reset? They're playing off the objective. One more good wave is all that they need to bounce back and force this round number 5. The capture is on that A control point. 3 players to deal with on that bus station. Player 4, Freezy, is lurking. Gone by. Behind lines. It's just all going to come down to the timing here. Hold on to your seatbelts. Hold on to your chairs. It's the biggest fight of their lives for the side of Illinois.
There's 1 minute remaining on that clock. Pressure is on for the side of Illinois Esports here. Hydra with the scopes, try to find something. Freezy, I mean, the side of Absolute Zero, they have more lives to play around with, but again, just they are not playing with confidence here. They're playing for information. Hydra with an opening kill on Whoopi. Last 3 lives for the side of Illinois Esports. Make that last 2. Jibby tries to find something. There you have it. Freezy is going to be the one tying off that game mode, and that's going to be the win for Absolute Zero.
At the end, it is going to be Absolute Zero winning both respawns. GG's well played. Really great run still, though, from the side of Illinois. But that crown remains to be on the hands of Absolute Zero. Yato, Rage, Freezy, Hydra, Jibby rocking things down. GG's well played. That will be the wrap-up of the second series for today.
I mean, there is just so much going on with Absolute Zero and Illunari Esports. Illunari Esports, they have shown us how good they were. Their hardpoint games are close enough, but again, they've popped out on Search and Destroy. It's just that in Control, they were basically not in control. They were actually, you know, just cornered by Absolute Zero. Once again, Absolute Zero, they know how to turn the tides. They know how to corner Illunari Esports, and I feel like that's something that other teams will have to look into, especially if they're going to be going up against Absolute Zero in the future.
Most definitely. And, you know, I think in some way they do go against each other twice here in this group stage. So there's still a chance of redemption here for the side of Illunari. And as much games as they are playing here, they can definitely adapt to this and learn for the better for the next matchup that they have here up against AZ. But for the time being, it's still going to be Absolute Zero here winning their series here. If I'm not mistaken, they do get 2 points here from here. 1 for the side of Illinois as they were able to force that game number 3. But overall, guys, it was a very hell of a match. It was insane. It was intense. And we want to bring in the highlights for this one. So we'll be right back. what a one-sided love affair that we had there, Miss Air. And for sure, I know, we had a topic there on the back end, and I want you to talk to me about Crossfire because I personally feel like it was truly one-sided.
I will have to agree with you. I feel like Crossfire, when you play that map, it's really going to be one-sided, and it's always going to be in favor of the defense side. And that is what we saw from Absolute Zero. So I feel like this is where the mind games come in, right? So we were talking about the scopes and all, and because of that, I feel like Absolute Zero just played with their cards right, and they said, okay, you know what? Let's do Crossfire and then let's go in for the spawn trap. That's what I saw in that game. And I feel like some of our viewers would agree as well. But Crossfire as a map, I feel like I will give this to Absolute Zero. That was one amazing mind play. That was an amazing strategy coming in for them. Just not being able to risk of losing up against Illuminary Esports. But then again, Illuminary Esports, they had 1 point to their name. So again, just a force to be reckoned with, and I'm excited as to see how are they going to be playing out the following days for them.
I'm pretty much as excited as you are, Miss Air, because there has been a lot of hype going on here, and there has been a lot of, bangers happening on the comment section down below. Huge shout out to everyone on the YouTube and the Facebook comment section, and a special shout out as well to my Baba Fiona here, dropping by, providing support for myself here. But anyways, moving in, let's talk about the post-game breakdown for Control itself. It all went down to a one objective win there from the side of Absolute, for the side of AZ, if I'm not mistaken. Illuminary was on the trail for this. There's a bit of a switch up in regards to the graphics, guys, but moving over, it is a 2-for-1 win there from the side of AZ, one going by the objective.
And again, Illuminary Esports, you can't just take out the fact that they had 1 point to their name. In terms of gunfight, they were able to go up against, the strong contenders of Absolute Zero. It's just that the map was also one of the biggest determining factors for Control. There is, I have to say that out loud, because if this is something that's possible for this stage of the competition, what else are we going to be seeing for the following days, right?
A lot to be seen for sure, Miss Air. I mean, we're only at the halfway mark. We got 6 days on the group stage. We got 3 more to go right after this. And the moment, the gunplays, the tactics are just going to get more defined all throughout this group stage. And that's going to be the foreshadowing on what we could possibly expect as well on the playoffs. So only 4 teams will make it. So as much as we were able to cut down the team count here on the group stage, coming from the qualifiers from 90 to 6, we drop it down even more to 4. Make sure that we get to see the talents filtered out and see who will be the big 4 of Garena. And in addition to that, whoever secures their first initial series there at the playoffs will be getting a guaranteed slot on the Garena Summer Invitational, also known as the GSI. So there's going to be another major tournament that everyone's going to be eyeing out for. In addition to that, we have Taiwan, Indonesia, alongside just the other regions of what Garena is able to cover. So that is something that will be worth the watch. So if you guys don't want to miss out that possible action happening soon enough after this whole tournament pans out, make sure you guys are following and subscribe to the YouTube channel and Facebook of Garena.
That is right. And you know what? Once again, this is group stage day 3. We are now done with Illuminary Esports versus Absolute Zero. And hold on to your horses, because coming up next is STE versus Elevate.
Stalwart Esports Elevate, it's the grand finals rematch here on Garena Master 7. The last time we were able to see them play out on that series, it was Elevate winning the one out 4-0. So I'm hoping for some respondment here from the side of Stalwart Esports. I mean, they got a brand new coach that it will be Yeager, all the way from Latam, nobly known as the coach of Godlike, that brought them the first runner-up on the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2023. Took the dial up against Wolves, but this man has been always on the grind to look for another team to go by for this world's world championship. So, and last but not least, they also have a secret power, a secret man, Steve, at the back end, waiting for his first debut here on Stalwart Esports, nobly known as a player from Dovik and Oblivion. So there has been a lot of things cooking up here for the side of Stalwart Esports.
This is going to be interesting because, again, a lot of people are looking forward to Elevate and STE. I mean, if they have already gone up against each other, what is going to happen once they go up against one another on to the 8th season of Garena Masters, right? And this is just the group stages as well. Is this going to be the determining factor? Because if in any case STE gets a win up against Elevate today, that is such a big statement, and everyone is going to be now questioning, is Elevate still going to be the one on top after, right? So those are the questions that we're going to be responding back later on, because again, ladies and gentlemen, SPE versus Elevate, all right, up next. So if I were you, I would get my snacks, I would get my water. But before we go on to that break, let's go on to our match MVP or series MVP, which is none other than Jimmy.
Yep, that's my boy Jimmy right there, younger brother of AGF Sour Esports. But not only that, I used to work with him back in Savage, back in Code Ragnarok or Code Esports, and he was truly one of the best players I was able to work with. Truly a prodigy here and a superstar in the making. The way that he was able to dismantle the players of Illuminati off with an equalizer, those multi-sprees, properly placed score streaks, predator missiles, 100 killer drones, EMP systems, name it. This player dropping 83 kills in total, absolutely gnarly.
Absolute zero, just absolutely dominating. But of course, because Illuminati Esports was able to win that search and destroy map, they are not going to be coming home, or they're not going to be ending this series with 0 points to their name. They are still going to gain 1 more point. So that's going to be, you know, up, well, with our standing currently for Garena Masters 8, they are slowly going up. Now, they just have to remain consistent. And of course, again, I'm just really looking forward to how it's going to be unraveling later on. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for our matchup number 2. Right up next, STE versus Elevate right after this break.
Changing mag!
Welcome to Garena Masters Season 8. This time, we are raising the stakes with Mercy Veto, a new map bans and pick system that may just turn the tides of battle. Mercy Veto gives losing teams a chance to influence map selection, making matches more competitive and comebacks more possible than ever. Let's go over the best of 3 Mercy Veto process. The winner of the coin flip decides if they want to be Team 1 or Team 2. Team 1 bans 2 maps from the hardpoint map pool. Then, Team 2 bans 2 maps as well. The game will take place on the remaining map. Team 1 will choose their starting side. For Search and Destroy, each team bans 1 map. The losing team of Hardpoint chooses the map for Game 2 from the remaining S&D map pool, and the winning team of Hardpoint will choose the starting side. If the series gets tied 1-1, the losing team of Search and Destroy chooses the map for Control. Since we only have 3 maps in the pool, there are no bans. The winning team of S&D will choose the starting side for Control. And that's Mercy Veto. More competitive, more comebacks, and more excitement.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Garena Masters Season 8. Once again, I am Miss Air together with Warden. We are going to be your shoutcasters for tonight's matches. We are now done with match up number 2, and this is what everyone has been waiting for. Matchup number 3, STE versus Elevate. Warden, what are your thoughts?
It's a blockbuster match here, and I can't help but say it again. It's a rematch of the Garena Masters 7 Grand Finals. And the last time we were to see them, it was a 4-0 sweep there. What I mean, with a map advantage there from the side of Elevate, but they were able to win that upper bracket finals as well. So, hey, I'm hoping that Star Wars Esports this time around has the respondment here up against Elevate, because they've been living on their shadows as the number 2 team in Garena for the longest time.
I am interested to know how the new veto process is going to be affecting all this. I am interested to know if there's going to be any difference, is because a 4-0 is such a big statement. So STE coming back up and going up against Elevate here on the group stages, like what we were discussing earlier, it's going to be a big thing if they suddenly turn the tides and win up against Elevate for today's match.
Yeah, I mean, if I was gonna be, putting up any predictions here, I'd be foolish, because, over the course of the last 2 days, I mean, Star Wars Esports, they start off pretty close in some way, but they were able to break away at the second day, so it was truly a match to be seen on yesterday for the side of Star Wars Esports. Now you move on to the present. First game in line here for them today. And then right after this, they still have to go against Unk. But if they can really put up a really great show here against Elevate, then there's going to be a lot of high expectations moving forward with them. Moving into the standings, once again, Star Wars Esports, they were able to get that 9 points coming from the last course of the last 2 days. Elevate Puck's still going to be on top. Absolute Zero and A&M Thanatos, they're going to be able to climb up here to 5 points, leaving Unk and Ulinary Esports at this time on the chopping board.
Now, the biggest question here is we're going to be looking on to the top two teams going up against each other. And that's a 2-point difference. Now, the question is Elevate going to have, or is Elevate going to gain more points further away from STE? Or is STE now going to close off that discrepancy and just go on the equal footing with Elevate? That is going to be the biggest question for today as we unravel and look into our map veto process here, Warden.
We move in here with Arsenal and Ashenda taking it away. Apocalypse and Summit as well. Starward Esports in their favor. And you move over to an open map, a close quarter map of Slum's Hardpoint. We've seen this between Elevate already and Stalwart. And for the longest time, they have been pretty undefeated. I mean, nearly a close call there from the side of Elevate up against Illuminary, but it is still going to be them remaining quite flawless. But overall, in the Hardpoint standing, both teams has suffered already. So this is going to be a very 50-50 battle. We take a look at the operator skills here. There is going to be a bit of a change in regards to that. Scourge's going to be rocking the Death Machine. On the other side, we do have a Claw here. So the key points to watch out for is going to be Scourge and PJ for this one. So, hey, let's come and get it. And for the first time, we might just be able to see Steve play in Garena Masters 8.
There you have it. What was this? The debut that you were talking about earlier? But you know what, just looking at the operators, I feel like close range gunfights or close range fights is what's going to be the call for STE here, or for Elevate rather. Right, yeah, for Elevate, yeah. So we'll see how that's going to be unraveling. I mean, we've seen them yesterday, we've seen the comeback, we've seen how they defend the hills on their matchups. So let's see how STE plans to, break that defense, how they plan on, just trying to get into the defense, penetrating through it, and getting onto this game. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first game of this matchup. Hardpoint Elevate versus STE. Opening the round up is Susano with multiple kills.
Yeah, Susano here is going to be pushing up now, clearing up the Hardpoint, and it's going to be Elevate on the trail at the start, but they were able to recover from it, and they were able to win the bulk of the kills in the trades as well. But now it's going to be Stalwart Esports, Steve hopping in. The trade is still on from the side of Elevate, and one good thing about here from them is that they're going to be able to retain the spawns as well towards P2, at least at this time.
At this time, I mean, it's still early. There's still 30 seconds on the clock, but look at STE. They are going to get the hold off this hard point, but unfortunately, AG is going to be taken out. The Flow here at the side trying to contest, but he is going to be taken out as well. 20 seconds remaining on the clock. We are hopping on to the last 15 seconds of this hill. Now, let's see who's going to be able to get the spawns in for P2.
The pacing is just a bit faster here if I'm not going to be jinxing it with Steve inside of the line. In fact, he is going to be on par with Scourge here with 5 kills. Susano's going to be leading the lobby though with 8. Moving in now towards the next hard point. It's going to be Elevate here finding the break. And it's going to open up here with them fully defined towards parking lot. And the Tempest is going to be out here for the side of Susano. Left side, not going to be a choice anymore here for the side of Stalwart Esports. So they're going to be scrambling here towards this mid-map. AG is going to be walking by. Susano is going to be able to get the connection. PJ pushes up, and it's going to be Elevate here once again fully in control and taking back the lead.
Full in control. They do have that advantage in terms of spawns, and there you go, just Elevate, just dominating it with those score streaks as well as those operators. 34 seconds remaining, and there's still a lot of time for STE to contest, and that's exactly what they're doing here. FDX tries to go in and find something, but still they are getting eliminated one by one. Susano at the back lines through the smoke gets a kill. Last 18 seconds remaining of this hill. P3 is about to unravel, and the early rotation comes in for STE. Scrap points does go to the side of Elevate.
You know, we're so used to seeing Elevate, everyone from that team just, popping off here. But if there's going to be any spotlight directed to any players, it has to be Susano with 15 kills so far. Make it 16 as he shuts down Scourge. The hardpoint's going to open up, though, with Stalwart Esports here around the hill, fully defined. And they got 2 operator skills going to be available for investment as Scourge whips out the Death Machine. Should be able to control the first 15 seconds here inside of the hill.
first 15 seconds, but no one's hopping in so far. STE Skurd with the Death Machine. He does get multiple kills, but he's all alone because Yopi is going to be there with that Sparrow, and he's going to be shutting him down. And there you go. The spawns have been flipped. The STE is spawning right at the back. Candy here with War Machine tries to deny that entry and is successful in doing so. Candy finds one, but he finds himself in a pinch. Susano yet again on this hill. 20 seconds remaining on the clock. The Claw is out for PJ, just denying the entry coming in from STE. The Sparrow nowhere to be found here. AG does get one. Can he make it a double? Unfortunately, AG is not going to be good with that Sparrow. Just 2 kills to his name. And now P4 is about to unravel for us.
Really scrappy P3, but it is going to be Elevate still, getting the bulk of the time inside of the hill. Pushing up now, Stalwart Esports once again has another opportunity for them to get a money hill as we take a look at the map. They got 2 players here extended towards the front, 2 players as well towards the back. They got every corridor locked down. They just gotta win their gunfights. PJ finds one on the entry, pushes up now towards main. Back window side, Stalwart Esports survives.
Starwall Esports survives 104 to 53. STE is on the hill. Now they have to be able to win these gunfights and play with those head glitches as much as they can, but now the point is being contested by Elevate. Candy here tries to find something. He does get one player tagged up, but unfortunately he does get taken out. Chloe with this equalizer gets 1 kill, freeing that hard point. Last 15 seconds remaining for the side of Elevate to get these scrap points, and on to P1 reset we go.
Big ol' shot down here from the set of Elevate once again. If they can't find the means to get the break in the midst of the hard point, for sure they'll try to put themselves into the mixture for the scrap time. Hard point number 1 is gonna go back. They're gonna be surging across this brick site to try to flip the spawns, and now the Tempest is gonna be out. Susano on a 5 combo spree. Can he find a 6? Yes, he can. Spawn, split it apart. Text left and right. Susano can't find anything, not just yet. The players from the side of Elevate, though, they're going to be hopping in. We got to deal with 3 players from the side of Stalwart Esports. And it's going to be STE longing to get the full clearance, but Elevate is just putting their bodies inside of the hill.
Putting their bodies inside of the hill, and that is what we're seeing. All the utilities coming in from all sides of the map, and yet Candy is still alive, defending that hard point. Elevate is just doing an amazing job with this. They still have a lot of time. They can even close this off to a 180 score if they wanted. Now let's see if any contest is going to be coming in from STE, but it's the final 15 seconds, and we are already seeing players from STE just trying to set up for that P2 reset. Still on the point being contested, Elevate.
They have it all. They got the rotation. They got the operator skills as well. 4 for their name. It's now going to be Yopi here whipping out the Sparrow, trying to create the space from the left side to the right side. Clove shuts him down. The Pretty Flash True should be able to find 2, but only gets 1. Still going to be Stalwart Esports here holding on to the spawns, and it's going to be Skurd here. It's trying to go for the cutoff here on Double D, but he's only good for 1, and it's going to be Elevate now, able to get the flip. Looking to get the definition as well inside, and STE once again funneled onto one direction to try to get the break inside of the hill.
STE has 1 operator skill available. Now, Steve, is he going to be able to invest this in? 34 seconds, and still the hill belongs to Elevate. They're just completely dominating this, and another Pretty comes in, finds 1, and there you have it. Clove is out. 23 seconds remaining on the clock. Elevate, they are still fighting for the scrap points, and I love this about them. But STE, they have to start winning their gunfights. I mean, they are able to rotate early, but they're not able to defend it as much as they can because they have to start winning their gunfights. Is it going to be a different story right here onto P3, or is it going to be all the same?
If they want to put a stop to it, they got to deal with the masterclass performance of Elevate and Slums. Hardpoint, name it. Give every respawn maps away. Elevate can hold this one down. Struggled yesterday up against Illuminary, but now it's not showing. It's not given. Susano, Tempest, in line. Finds one off the cut. FDX all alone inside of the hill. Susano finds the shot. One guy off the rip from the flank. Skurd making it work out. But the spawns get flipped into the favor of Elevate. More than enough time for them to end off this game.
end off this game, and Yopi is gonna be hopping on with that. Sparrow gets one kill. He does find FDX, but FDX with low HP gets a run for it. 26 seconds remaining on the clock, and Elevate can simply finish this off, but Skur tries to contest, as well as AG. The Hunter is gonna be coming in as well. 16 seconds, the final 15 seconds on the hill. Elevate is still on that hill. PJ is still going to be there. Petty is gonna be coming in, and there you have it. Elevate wins our hardpoint match for this matchup.
100-point club has been served to the face of Stalwart Esports, brought to you by the Red Rebellion. Elevate. Wow, what a run, what a show. Absolute masterclass of a performance right there. The Brainiac Olea smiling on his throne as the rest of his players was able to run this one down. Bring in a brand new roster's SDE. It doesn't matter for us. We'll own this domain.
And they owned it indeed. I mean, we saw them play this yesterday. Slums, Hardpoint, it was a close game. But for today, Elevate just completely dominated. They just had one thing in mind: get all those kill streaks in, and then once we have our operator skills available, know when to get it out. Susano was the key player for me. We saw him on that Tempest. He was absolutely unstoppable. Even for the first few seconds of the matchup, of the game itself, he was able to already secure multiple kills, and that allowed him to stack up on those score streaks and his operator skill. So come to P2, he was already using his Tempest, just trying to deny the entry coming in from STE. And for the rest of the team of Elevate, they did the exact same thing. I saw the same play coming in from PJ yesterday, just being able to defend as well as Susano, and they just, again, finished it off in P3.
You know, you can bring in every factor there is. Rotation, coordination, formation, operator skills, gunfights. Check. All went to the hands of Elevate. I don't know what's wrong here. It's just that STE, I feel like they're just continuously going to be living into the shadows of Elevate here from this series, at least. No, I'm not even going to be able to bring in any factors on the search and destroy. If you lose those type of gunfights dominantly up against your opposition, then I'm not really looking forward to what's about to come on the search and destroy. But we'll see about it. For the time being, though, let's savor the moment of highlights on that Hardpoint Slums. a bloodbath, an absolute bloodbath has been served by the side of Elevate up against Stalwart Esports. Now you move over to Search and Destroy, which takes a lot of courage, takes a lot of balls of steel to be able to run things down. You really have to play aggressively here. You can't play under the pacing of your opposition. So STE, you have what it takes to go up against Elevate here on his S&D.
I mean, STE does have the upper hand in terms of the map pick. So will it play any? Will there be any difference coming into play because they have that advantage, or is it still going to be Elevate just dominating through? Because I mean, I always like playing around what happened during the previous match, and I always like thinking, sometimes the loss of the first match can be the kickstarter for the win going on to the second match and probably push us into a third match. So we'll see how that plays out. But in your opinion, if you were STE, what is going to be the best map to play up against Elevate?
The best map up against Elevate. We're looking at a team that nearly has a 90% record for every map there is. Honestly, it's going to come to the point where I got to say, you got to play your strength rather than the weakness of Elevate. Choose the map that you're most comfortable in, and that might just be the best chance for you to actually bounce back into competition.
Right, and I feel like adaptability also comes into play for STE. I mean, there are certain type. Elevate can't go full aggressive 100% all the time, right? So the unpredictability is something that's also going to be coming into play. But again, one of the things or one of the key factors that STE has to start considering is the adaptability within that game.
For sure.
So for Search and Destroy, you'll have to, run around the ropes, try to get a feel of what Elevate is trying to do, and, even throw in some mastermind tricks there and not just go in for head-on gunfights. Because if that's going to happen, then Elevate is probably going to have that advantage. But again, if they are able to secure that, for example, 2v1 pinch, they can probably secure a round or two or even the whole game.
Well, yeah, for sure. And, the way that Elevate plays Search and Destroy is really simple. A lot of people, a lot of coaches, they become too analytical about it. Right. But it's really all just going to come down to, playing default at the first round, testing the pacing out. But it really depends as well how confident did they come out from the hardpoint game. Because once they are able to figure out which side has the less amount of players on the other side, they're going to go for the full-on commitment. No hesitation at all. They go for the chase down. They go for the trades. The entry with, just courage. With the snipers or just SMGs, regardless. Now, guys, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we have a new segment here, or the new addition to the rule set for Garena Masters 8. It is the Return of Champions, and it is the Mercy Veto. So whoever is going to be on the losing end on the first game mode will have the courtesy to choose the map that they want to play on this map number 2.
And again, is it going to make any difference for STE? I hope it does, because again, the capability of STE is there, the potential is there. It's just that the execution is going to be one of the things that we're going to be looking into. Again, just adaptability. You can't go head on gunfight with Elevate and, expect something or a miracle to happen, right? But let's see how that plays out. I'm excited to see how they're going to be playing out Search and Destroy. STE, I feel like they were pretty dominated onto hardpoint. So let's see if that's going to be their Kickstarter moving on to Search and Destroy. Because if it is, then I'm going to be looking forward to how they're going to be outplaying, basically the Kings. I mean, Elevate.
A lot of players are. A lot of teams are looking forward to taking down Elevate. And the closest team there was truly Absolute Zero. AZ was the first ever team in such a long while to actually take a hardpoint game mode away from Elevate. But on a Search and Destroy, it was a bit of a blunder. Wasn't able to close things out at all. Right. And on that game number 3, it was just an overdrive there from the side of Elevate. So you moved in, and that was pretty much it. Clearing things up now here on this S&D, Miss Air. I know you were a competitive player yourself back in the days. And if you was to play in Search and Destroy up against a team like Elevate, what role would you want?
It's so difficult to say, man. I mean, Elevate is a really, really strong team. Just their composition, their chemistry all together, as well as their coach. I mean, the one heading them himself, they are a force to be reckoned with. But again, it all comes down to adaptability, just, playing around the numbers. I like playing around, being able to isolate and eliminate. It doesn't matter who you eliminate in the team. I mean, it's going to be a bonus if it's the biggest hindrance for your team, right? But for me, it's isolate, eliminate, and then try to play around the map. Use everything to your advantage. Just play for information. But again, you can't also say that because of the pressure of, you have to plant the bomb, you have to defuse the bomb, or even like just seeing how Elevate is capable of rushing, or even the retakes of Elevate. That's something scary to look into. So up against Elevate, I feel like it's not a role play, it's more of, trying to think of a strategy in order to outplay Elevate.
Yeah, team play is the way to go here. Guys, if y'all are not aware, the latest update for Call of Duty Mobile is out in the Garena region already, so better make sure you guys have it all updated, because there's a lot of things that change, especially with the addition of the wildcard system and the loadout. In the wildcard system loadout, you can have perk greed, which grants you 2 red perks. You can get either 2 lethals or 2 tacticals, or my favorite, the overkill on the wildcard section, the loadouts. I personally have been rocking the USS-9 and the Tundra in one loadout. You can slay out the competition inside of the hill and snipe player from afar. That's exactly what everyone has been dreaming on. Or if you want to be a committed sniper, then you can rock a Locust and a DLQ in one loadout. But, those are the combinations. It is endless in your imagination.
I totally agree with you. And of course, for our viewers out there, if you haven't already, make sure to like and follow our page and our stream so that you guys are updated every single time we go live. And of course, if we are going to be having those matchups, you guys are going to be updated about it. So make sure to like and follow the stream as well as our page. And if you haven't already, make sure to show some love on the comment section for your favorite team. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it's STE versus Elevate. Elevate on the upper hand with a standing of 1-0. Determining factor is going to be the search and destroy. We are excited to see what your predictions are going to be, what your thoughts are on the performance of STE and Elevate. So comment that down.
Oh, if you guys are rooting for Elevate, you can comment down respective hashtag or taglines. Hashtag go Elevate, hashtag Red Rebellion. If you're on the side of Stalwart Esports, go comment down below. Hashtag go Stalwart, hashtag we are Stalwart. So looking at the team composition here for STE, I mean, it's pretty interesting here. We only got 1 international player anymore, and that's going to be Clove. Shut Up was subbed out for that very game, being the 2nd Indonesian player for the squad. And the rest are going to be Filipinos. So Lakad Matatag, brothers and sisters, we move now here towards Search and Destroy. And it is looking to hover on standoff with Elevate banning Tunisia. Not going to be Tunisia. Sure, you can't fool me with that one. Garena Metropolis is out as well. It could be Coastal, it could be Firing Range, or it could be Tunisia. And looking like we are hovering here on Coastal. Is this going to be it? Is this the first time that we're going to be seeing Coastal here on this Garena Masters 8?
And it is going to be Coastal Search and Destroy. Ladies and gentlemen, Elevate and versus STE Search and Destroy match here on to Coastal. Now this is going to be interesting because I haven't seen this in competitive play, or at least for this group stage. So now it's going to be interesting how this is going to be unraveling for all of us, especially, just considering the lineup of Elevate and Stalwart Esports. Now, you did say Shut Up was subbed out, but is he going to be coming into play again? Still
Nope.
Not yet.
It's going to be an interesting choice here for Igor to put Shut Up out of the picture. I strongly believe Shut Up is a very impactful search and destroy player, all because of him rocking the scope. Leaving Shut Up out there will leave FDX to be the only prominent sniper anymore here from the side of Stalwart Esports, while on the other side, Susano and Kendi is just immaculate off those scopes.
I totally agree with you. But then again, when we're talking about Coastal, is it going to be an A plant or is it going to be a B execution? What do you think is going to be the call here? Because usually, yes, we see the mid play here. You have to hold off mid, but it looks like it can be a B execution
What?
for the side of STE. Are they I feel like this is a delay push, is it?
Yeah, looking at each other, enjoying the glorious manta ray skin. They are now forming up here on this B main. Well, Elevate. What is that? Is that an HSO405? PJ, revolutionizing the competition, whipping out the shotgun for the first time in the competitive scene. And Skurd, I think, is using exactly the same thing as well. Huh? These Garena players are something else. PJ, off the pump, finds one. The fire rate, not too fast for his liking. Clove is there for the trade, but it is going to be a Sour Esports here running things down here on his B side. But Elevate's not going to be wasting any time. Pushing up, Yopi finds one. Going to go for the spray. Skirt inside, has to hold for their life. Able to find one, able to find a double. Make it a triple for Skirt. He gets taken down, but AG finds the trade.
Trade indeed, and that's going to be 1 point to the name of STE here. Now, this is interesting. I mean, we are seeing guns that we've never, or at least this is the first time that we see on Garena Master Stage Season 8, right? I love how Elevate is, just scattered around the map. I feel like Susano is playing in for the flanks as well. Steve here holding on to this backside. Let's see if he's going to be able to spot Susano out. Still, it's going to be a slow pace for the side of STE here. The bomb is yet to be planted.
I'm just kind of confused on how they were able to come up with this idea. I don't understand if it was just PJ. Was this a whole setup? I mean, Skirt is rocking it as well, exactly at the same moment where PJ did. So now, going back into the game, HSO 405 in play. Sour Esports gonna be scattered apart, but they are still leaning towards this B bomb site where PJ is gonna be at. Quite extended a bit deeper now this time around. A shotgun at this range can come in pretty deadly. Oh, Clove. Oh, FDX. Clove goes out. PJ gonna go for a reach out. Spots another one. Goes by. Kendi here, able to get the trade off to FDX. And it's gonna be AG all alone with no stand whatsoever up against Elevate.
1-1 for both teams. They're responding back and forth. I love the discipline coming in from both teams. They know how to wait it out. It's just a passive play through and through. But now it looks like it's going to be a different execution as 3 players from the side of STE goes in for that B rush. Yopi is going to be here with the utils. Clove is going to be peeking. And there you have it. Yopi out of the equation. PJ with the HS spots one. Can he make it a double kill? He slides back in. Yes, he does. But unfortunately, Skirt is going to be greeting him with the same thing. And the bomb is going to be planted onto B site.
Halo with an Odin here. Playing around the back spawns. Finds FDX. 2v2 situation. Skirt here pushing up. But he's going to be able to go down on the hands of Steve. Susano here all alone with a sniper. Spot Skirt's out. Beautiful connection. A 1v1, but Steve is quick for the trade. The sub is in. And he's going to be able to line this one down. Stalwart Esports here on the lead once again.
They have to remain consistent when it comes to this. This is what I was talking about earlier on. You can't go head-to-head with Elevate when it comes to gunfights. So what they're doing is basically stacking and going in for the trades, and that's working beautifully for STE. Now, in terms of the differences of strategy for Elevate, it's still the same. They're still scattered. So play for information. Clove spots one out. Minor assist comes in. FDX is going to be traded out by Kendi. And there you go. Double kill for Kendi. Oh, making that a triple with the scopes here. And that's going to be a round win for the side of Elevate.
2 for 2. Game's all tied up. Sour Esports still has something to say. Big ol' fight. But the question is, how long can they remain consistent inside of this game? Pushing up. Next round. In line. It's going to be a 3-2 split here from the side of Sour Esports. Big extension here from the side of Susano. Able to get the hit marker. Pushes. Clove back away. But he's going to be able to utilize the space he created And that's going to be a pretty much fortified A bomb site there for a set of Elevate.
It looks like it's going to be a B rotation here for the side of STE. Just play for information. Once again, just try to make Elevate think that we're going in for an A push, because that's exactly what's happening here. They are able to isolate Yopi, but Yopi is stronger with a double kill. Clove responds back with a double kill. Candy is out. And there you have it. It's a 3v3 situation. And the bomb is going to be planted here onto B site.
Forward Esports, sweating bullets. Gonna hold on towards this bomb site once again. Halo's gonna be working towards the bar side. PJ off the rip. Susano from the front side. 3 lanes occupied here. They know for sure that the players from Sour Esports is gonna be relying inside here. FDX is caught in the corner. Pushing up. PJ. The HSO 405 finds FDX. Looking to get some more. AG from the back. Hit marker prevails, but the chase down from PJ, our glorious king of the shotgun. Able to get the last and final kill and brings back the players of Elevate on the lead.
3-2. PJ on that HS is such a hindrance for the side of STE, but we just can't take STE out just yet because of how they're responding back to Elevate. So let's see if how they're going to be opening up that round. Candy responds, Steve is out, and that's 1 casualty for the side of STE. FDX did get tagged up, so the information is going to be there. Skirt here tries to find something. Does not find any information whatsoever. Is this going to be a full A execution, or is it going to be mid cut through a site? Player number 2 and player number 4, Susano here with a scope. Who's going to be able to spot who first? Susano? Advantage? No? Okay. And the rest of SE's in. Susano with a kill on AG. And follow that up with a kill. Clove gets that kill.
Halo is going to be stuck in the corner here. Not going to be a problem for Set Sour Esports. FDX running away. PJ locks to get the trade with an HSO. But it's not going to be sufficient amount of range. But from the flank, Yopi lurks. Able to get one more before he goes down. That's a 2v2. Kendi, PJ on the other side. Kendi! Off the cross. Able to get one. It's now going to be FDX. Up against his kababayan Filipinos. PJ and Kendi. In a 1v2. Bomb's going to get dropped here on this mid-map. And he does have the option to get it picked up. But the mid-challenge might just come along here from the side of Elevate. Kendi spots him out. Gonna cook the nade. Will it connect? No, it won't be. FDS gonna be able to slip by. Kendi missing the shot. PJ can work for the flank perhaps. But FDX needs to move in quick. The timer is drained apart. And he just walks into the crosshairs of Kendi. Elevate now here up by 2 rounds.
There was a way for him to minimize that risk if he could have went for A site, I feel like. Because there was an opportunity for both of the last 2 players of Elevate to, go in for that crossfire. But yeah, I mean, I guess that's going to be a round for Elevate. But let's see how this one is going to unravel, as the players from SE is going to be all scattered here. No more stacking onto a site. FDX is going to be opening that round up. Kendi is out.
FDX, don't get greedy. Spots Kalo. Gonna fall back away. Numbers advantage now here for the set of Sour Esports. Elevate, they are spreading apart. Complying and making sure that every lane's gonna be occupied. Trying to play for the pickoffs. And looking like they are still playing the good old CDM strat, just waiting for things to happen here for the set of Sour Esports. Bomb should be picked up by Susano soon enough to work around the B side. Soon enough, they're gonna go for the commitment.
55 seconds remaining on the clock and still no casualties whatsoever, and the bomb is still on the spawn area. And there you go. Player number 1, Yopi, picks it up. I feel like this is going to be a B execution for the side of Elevate. But again, B is stacked up with 2 players from STE. What can they do? Player 1 and player 5?
Clove, holding the corridor down. Skirt's going to be watching the cross as well. Nade's going to cook up Sprays down, finds the nade, finds a shot. Big ol' spray down for Clove. Good for 2. Skirt's gonna swing by, finds Asano as well. And it's gonna be Kalo here all alone with Clove cleaning it up. Stalwart Esports dropping the lead by 1.
Standing of 4-3, STE still responding back to Elevate. Just telling them, nope, we're not letting you down easy. We're not letting you go that easy. We are a force to be reckoned with, and that is what STE is showing us for today. Just a connection of both teams. Kalo is going to be opening that round up, followed up by Yopi, but Skirt is going to be there for that trade. Steve with the kill, Skirt with a triple. Is he going to be able to find one more? Sasano as the last man standing for Elevate.
Off with a Tundra and a Dream. Spots 1. Not gonna go for the shot. Goes for the peek. Big mistake. Clove goes bye-bye. Still a very doable round here for the side of Sasano. Plenty of time left. Steve has a machine pistol out. 1 connection off that HSO from the side of Skirt. Will be the demise of Sasano. Smoke's gonna get dropped. Lurking around the parameters. Whips out the mission pistol as well. Playing this one nice and tightly, and they're gonna go for the challenge. Chases him down. No hesitation whatsoever. They went for the run. And they knew for a fact they can overwhelm Sasano, and that's gonna be enough for them to find an equalizer.
This is what I was talking about earlier on. STE, if they want to win up against Elevate, they have to be able to outplay them in those little details. And that's exactly what they're doing. So I love this. They're showing us some signs of life. They are showing us how powerful they are as a team. But Elevate here is going to be responding back. Again, it's just going to be passive play for both teams. Steve here with the scopes. Information is there. Candy is out earlier on. Hit marker comes in. Sasano is pretty low. But Steve already knows the intention. Now, is it going to be a commitment coming in from Elevate?
That forces Elevate to back away off that A initiation. There's going to be 2 players of each side showing some intentions here from the side of Elevate. I'm loving the discipline here from the side of Stalwart Esports. I mean, 2 went to split. If I was Elevate, just try to make a call. Choose a side to push towards to.
Right. And the pressure is on.
Yeah. Instead of just playing this one slowly, which they have the gunfights in regards to, you know, putting it all aggressive. So it's still pretty stale here from the side of Elevate. Should be a round for the side of Stalwart Esports, honestly.
Right, 45 seconds remaining on the clock, and that's going to be, you know, pressure for the side of Elevate. But here, FDX with a scope gets 1. Sasano is out. Yopi and PJ out here, and there you have it. PJ does get a kill on Clove. The trade does not come in. PJ is going to be here spotting Skirt out, but Skirt is going to be faster with that HS, and that's going to be a round win in favor of STE.
On the lead we go. Can we see the build up here from the side of Stalwart Esports? Will they stop living onto the shadows of Elevate? 1 more to go for match point advantage.
Candy's gonna be Oh, FDX is gonna be opening that round with the kill on Candy. Massive kill as well. Clove here finds 1. Can he make it a double? Gets a double! But Sasano is quicker with the scopes here. And they are now in B site successfully. But of course, numbers advantage does go to the side of STE here. AG just waiting for the backup here. Now they can stack this. They can just go in for that rush, and I feel like that's going to be the call. They spot Sasano out. Sasano is down, but AG is going to be there, and there you have it. FDX with that pistol. He gets 1, and that's going to be another round win for the side of STE. Match point advantage for STE.
It's going to be a clean 1 here from the side of Stalwart Esports. 1 more to go to force this map number 3 on control. Elevate so far has been taking things down really slow. Do look to respect the defensive formation that Stalwart Esports has been able to offer in the last few rounds. It is still Stalwart Esports waiting patiently for things to come by here from the side of Elevate.
Now the difference is, there you have it. FDX is down. Kendi punishes him for the previous rounds. I was about to say, FDX with the major kills on Kendi earlier on. That was, just taking out one of the major scopes of Elevate just gave them that advantage. But let's see how this is going to be playing out. There's only one player, which is Clove here onto the B side, which is going to be stacked up by Elevate. But there you go.
Wow.
Clove gets 2. Damn. And that's going to be a 3v3 situation here. Skirt is pretty low. The information is there. Clove with a kill on Sieve. Clove all up to him. Shots have been fired. The information is there. And there you have it. Yopi with that peak. And that's going to be a 5-6 Elevate. Still not allowing STE to push for that win on SND.
5-6. One more overtime. Everyone in the audience right now deserves to see an overtime here between Elevate and Stalwart Esports. Take it on now. STE. They put the dagger. Can they do it? Yes, they can. FDX. Starting things off with a beautiful shot on Kalo. Misread there from the side of Elevate. And now they're going to get forced to another early 4v5.
Early 4v5, and if we know anything, Elevate has been delaying the push onto any site. What they do is basically stack up or even try to play for information, but the thing is, STE is just showing so much discipline in terms of where they want to go. Just because they're not seeing any information, they're not seeing any players, doesn't mean that they're going to be rushing out immediately. And I love that from STE, and it's working for them, because now it's going to be 1 minute left for the side of Elevate to be able to plant that bomb. AG might be greeted here by multiple, and there you go. PJ opens it up.
This is going to be tough here instead of STE. But FTX once again, the scope is on, finds Kendi out. Stop peeking if you're on the side of Elevate. FTX on fire right now. Steve up from the front. Susano watching the back. But it's going to be STE here hitting from all fronts. Now spraying down. Yopi finds one. Can he find a double? No, he can't. STE, they cleared him away. And they force a map number 3 in control.
STE wins Search and Destroy up against Elevate. Now this is what we want to see. Map number 3 forced by STE themselves. And I love that. I love how they were showing the signs of life. I love how they were able to outplay Elevate multiple times, showing their discipline. And now it's all going to unravel on to map number 3. Congratulations, Stalwart Esports, for winning Search and Destroy. But now we move on to Control.
It went on for a while, but at least, be it, Stalwart Esports, proud and happy that they're able to bring in Elevate this far. We've seen Elevate bleed in Hardpoint. We've seen them bleed in Search and Destroy. And starting from now, everything's going to be possible now here for the side of Stalwart Esports. Map 3, Elevate gets the courtesy from the Mercy Vetoes to choose the map to end off the series.
And it's still going to be the same question. Is it going to be, or is it going to make any difference? Because for the side of Stalwart Esports, it did. But my take on it is that the map was, a small factor to be taken into consideration of. It was more of being able to outplay. Again, this is what I was talking about. One-on-one gunfights up against Elevate, you're not going to be able to win it, so might as well go in stack. And that's what they did. They also showed discipline in terms of waiting for Elevate to come out and commit to a site. So in terms of being on the defender side, STE was really amazing.
Truly amazing there. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached a milestone in the Garena YouTube channel broadcast. We got 1,000 concurrent viewers right now. Huge shout out to you guys for dropping by, and hoping you guys stay tuned until the very end, because we'll still got a lot of heavy matches just like Elevate and Stalwart Esports up next right after this. We're currently at the middle part of the broadcast today. We still got 2 more right after this.
I totally agree with you, but now it's going to be very interesting because, again, STE was able to force a map number 3. But again, the upper hand advantage does go to the side of Elevate. So let's see how that's going to be playing out. Again, in terms of defense or being on the defending side for STE, they were able to play that out, but let's see what the map is going to be for Control. Map number 3, ladies and gentlemen, it's a 1-1 between Elevate and STE.
Well, yeah. I mean, we do have some, fair share of highlights coming at your way, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, I mean, we are going to be seeing how Stellar Esports and Elevate had a fight there on Coastal Search and Destroy, so stay tuned for the highlights, guys. Get it on. Let's get it on here, Missed Air. We're heading straight towards map number 3 Control to decide who's going to be the winner for the series between Stalwart Esports and Elevate.
I am so excited. I know that everyone is excited. I feel like everyone was expecting a 2-0, especially because it's Elevate. But now things are getting spicy. Things are getting really interesting because now we see what STE is capable of. Now, if they are capable of outplaying Elevate in Search and Destroy, what more in Control? Now, they have to keep that momentum going. They have to remain consistent if they want to, continuously win this. Again, what we were discussing earlier on, it's going to be such a big thing if STE finds a way to win up against Elevate.
I mean, it's going to be tough for sure, but with the preparation that Stellar Esports was able to put up on the Search and Destroy, I'm expecting a lot more now here from the set of STE. In fact, I feel like this might just settle down to round number 5, depending on how the momentum can be shifting from one another here, Miss Air. So it's all going to come down now to the map pick here from the set of Elevate. As in the courtesy of the map Mercy Veto, they do get the chance to choose their comfortable map here to prepare up against Stellar Esports.
Now, I do have one question for you, Warden. In terms of Elevate playing on Control, what do you think is their best map?
Their best map? I mean, to be honest, there hasn't been too much data for me to gather for a set of Elevate. But if anything, I feel like Raid would be the best choice here for them.
Right. I totally agree. I mean, Kendi's there, Sano's there. So we'll see how this is going to be playing out as we see our map veto. Now it's going to be, is it going to be Raid? I mean, it's one of the more classic maps. Is it going to be Takeoff? Or are we going to be seeing another Crossfire? I mean, we did talk about how one-sided Crossfire can be. But let's see how this plays out.
Ooh, is it Takeoff? It might be Takeoff here. Another map that, Elevate tends to excel at, but it's slowly shifting towards Raid or Crossfire. Or is it Takeoff, Crossfire? You know what? Just give us free Control game modes. I don't mind it anymore. But hey, looking like it is going to be Takeoff Control. Let's get it on.
Takeoff Control. I'm excited to see if they're going to be bringing out the scopes for this one, especially given the objectives for this one. I mean, one of the objectives is right out in the open, right? So we'll see how that plays out. I feel like one of the most difficult objectives is going to be the one out in the open, right on the middle. So let's see if it's going to be the same, or if it's going to be the case here. Now for STE, they have Awakened. That's all I can say for them. Now it's a matter of being able to, outplay Elevate in a much bigger map and in a different pace. Now, looking onto their operator skills, what are your thoughts, Warden?
I mean, it's going to be pretty default here. Quite similar, except for the change and differences between Skrd and PJ once again. Skrd's going to be on the Death Machine. PJ's going to be rocking the Claw. So there's going to be a huge difference because of the timings if ever the investments will come along.
Right.
But it's all going to come down as well to whoever starts on the defensive side. And looking like it's going to be Stalwart Esports. Here we go. Last match for the series. Control Takeoff will be the name of the game. And we start things off here with Stalwart Esports getting the bulk of the kills.
Getting the bulk of the kills, but looks like it's just equalized. And here we go. Kendi is going to be on the scopes. Clove, one of the players to look out for, as he does get a kill on Clove, but the trade is going to be coming in from Yopi, and it's still a 25-25 right here on this objective is Skrd, but he does get taken out by PJ. Now, in terms of the aggression, I feel like both teams are on the same pace. So there's no dominating one because, again, just the kill feed, it's still the same.
Yeah, I mean, there is going to be a bit of an incremental increase here from the side of Stalwart Esports to take this one all away. Elevate here is going to be back on track towards their spawns, having a hard time to getting some breathing room. Continuously, spawn traps is happening here, all because of Stalwart Esports here owning things down in every single lane.
Owning things down 18-15. Earlier on, it was quite a big difference, but now they're just closing it off. 27 seconds remaining on the clock just for Elevate to get those objectives. Is it going to be enough, or is STE going to be playing around with the lives that's remaining for the side of Elevate?
Yep, 15-6, Stalwart Esports here, showing how it's done. Takeoff, control, here. Elevate just back against the wall. 4 lives remaining. No congestion whatsoever on an A and B control point. And it's just a massive run out here from the side of Stalwart Esports. Elevate, an utter shock.
Elevate is one of the strongest teams, and now that we're seeing them up against STE and STE showing some signs of life, showing their dedication to the game, I love this coming from them. But now it's going to be flipped. They are the ones going to get on those objectives, so let's see if it's going to be a different story. But FDX still on fire with that sniper. Kendi goes down. Clove spots Asano out, and there you have it. That's going to be a 30-27. Not too different yet, but we'll see how this unravels later on as Sieve goes out with the War Machine.
As you can see, Stalwart Esports once again having such a better opening here compared to Elevate. And looking at the kills here, I mean, Yopi's struggling. Halo Susano as well. Only going to be Kendi to be able to whip out that operator skill. The War Machine comes out, but he's not going to be able to find any opportunities from this. Got to worry about FDX though from the backside. Here with a Tundra, wrapping around. The rest of his teammates is going to be extending towards P2 and ATM to try to create the space that they need to possibly go for the spawn trap, exactly what Stalwart Esports did earlier.
And there you have it. Clove is going to be on that equalizer. Is it going to be a capitalization of investment? But no, Kendi is going to be shutting him down. Skrd immediately responds. Again, 17-17. Rounds are all equalized. And of course, STE just hopping on that objective halfway through that A. Now we're seeing just the dominance coming in from STE. How are they going to be keeping this up as they close it off with a capture on A site?
Usually it's over when you get that A control point here. You got the time extension, you got the live count as well. Stalwart Esports, where was this at? Now here, bringing out Sieve, changing up the whole system, and now they're gonna be bound to be on the double round lead here compared to Elevate. PJ, Yopi, Kalo, Susano has their operator still, but when you don't have the life count, you can't afford to put up any mistakes. Here we go. Could be the last line here for the side of Elevate as they get no more respawns anymore. PJ's gonna go for the cutoff, trying to be the last glimmer of hope. Pushing up now, FDX shuts him away, and it's just gonna be Susano, Kendi, Yopi alive from the side of the Red Rebellion.
Last 3 lives for the side of Elevate, make that 2, and it's going to be a 5v2 situation here for both teams. Candy trying to wait it out. Ooh, he does get Clove with that sniper. 4-2. It's still doable for the side of Elevate.
Oh.
They are getting those kills. Candy being the playmaker of this time. 3-2. AG is down. And there you have it. Yopi and Candy, it's all up to you to equalize the scores. Candy spots one out. Skurd goes down. Skurd takes Candy out. Yopi takes out that Sparrow just at the brink of time. And it's going to be a 1v1 situation.
1v1. The latest addition to Stalwart Esports versus the captain of the Red Rebellion Elevate. Steve, take the time. Take the spotlight. Welcome to Stalwart Esports. Here we go. 17 seconds left on the clock. Needs to hop in inside of the hill. Just waiting for the duration of the Sparrow to pass by. He can now hop in here. It's all going to come down to the raw mechanical gunfights. But he decides to whip out the war machine. Checks to the left. Checks to the right. Gets spotted out. Big mistake for Steve. And the Red Rebellion. They put up a comeback on the round number 2. All grounds, all equalize.
All grounds are equalized. I feel like it was a good execution for STE. Unfortunately, you gotta check the backside, man. That is where it was mostly, because if you take out the war machine, might as well just spam it continuously, right? Get the hit marks in. But now we are going to be opening this round up, and STE, Elevate rather, is going to be the ones hopping on those objectives. STE AG here with the Tempest gets Claw out. He does get double kill. PJ gets a kill on Skurd, and it's still 25-25.
24-25. Stalwart Esports once again here, taking the drastic lead off the start of the game. The equalizer is going to be out here from the side of K-Lo, pushing up now here towards Aurora Lounge. But 3 players from the side of Stalwart Esports going to be controlling this mid site down. He needs to find a means to accompany his teammates, because this Hetty from the side of Stalwart Esports is having a really good time controlling these lanes out, and Kalo gets canceled off that equalizer. FTX can come in now here with a slice and a dice off the spear to the face, and it's going to be Stalwart Esports once again, changing things up, controlling the lanes.
35 seconds remaining on the clock. Now, SCE can wait this out, but looking at the life count, it's too risky for them. But they can just wait this out. You are going to be seeing the pressure that is on Elevate's shoulders right now. 20 seconds. They did hop on that A objective, looking to get more time for them to be able to get those kills in, and it looks like it's working as they are now in the life count advantage.
Could have been a double round lead. It all went down to this. Stalwart Esports here, back foot. Still far from where we go. 7-8. Glove here stepping it up. Hunter Killer Drone flies from the side of Indy, spots Kurt away. 7, 6-6. Life now here all equalized. Once again, it's all going to come down to head-to-head, neck-to-neck, play. It's now going to be Elevate here once again with no respawns anymore. Glove, the equalizer, the duration comes out. It's a 5v5 situation here, Miss Air.
War Machine is available for Candy. 2 operator skills available for each team. Now, are they going to be pulling both out? It's going to be a 5-5 here. And of course, STE is going to be stacking that up. The B side, rather, is going to be stacked up by STE. Skurds finds 1. Now, that's going to be information for the team. They can wait this out. It's going to be less than a minute here. But it's a matter of who's going to be whipping out those operator skills. There's 3 available for Elevate and 2 available for... 2 available for Elevate and 3 available for STE.
Look at AG in a very shaky corner here on top. I don't think they're going to be expecting this at all. He should be able to get 1. Can he find 2? Checks around. PJ out as well. Trade is on from the side of Elevate. Numbers advantage here for the side of Stalwart Esports. FDX, Annihilator. That's 1. Susano's there for the trade. The claw comes out. 7 more seconds to go. Steve, will he go for the challenge? Spots him away. Gonna get taken down. 1v1 fight. Glove here wrapping around. Does he know? He's gonna go for a spray. And Susano wins the fight!
Susano with the clutch claw as well as the information. That was a round win for the side of Elevate. Now, this is really interesting. Of course, they just need 1 more to win this out, or are we going to be pushed onto an overtime? Now, That is the question. Now it has been flipped. STE now has to hop on those objectives. Now, if we know anything about STE, they were able to capture A earlier on, but looks like it's going to be, again, it's going to be an equal footing for both teams with a 3 life difference.
24-28. Stalwart Esports here on the trail. Elevate, having the whole momentum. 2 blunders, 2 1v1 situation. All went to the side of the Red Rebellion. On the striking distance, on the momentum. It's gonna be your boys from the side of the Red Rebellion. But it's not yet over, not just yet. Moment of recovery here for the side of STE as they make a push towards the stadium.
Push towards the stadium. Kendi does get a frag kill. Kalo is going to be spotting one, but unfortunately AG is going to be there to kill him off. PJ tries to find something here. They are holding on to those angles. Yopi with a kill. Can he make it a double? Possible a triple. Ooh, the sniper play comes in. Unfortunately, he does get backstabbed. AG here, his Tempest is available. Is he going to be pulling that out? 15-19. It's still a close game. FDX on this objective.
Stalwart Esports holding him by a thread. Life count discrepancy, not too much, still very doable. If they can go for the capture on it, a control point gives them a bit more leverage to play around the map. For the time being, they gotta go for the continuous pressure here. AG's gonna whip out the Tempest, looking to go on a spree. Can't find any more opportunities. Yopi's gonna be lurking as well, extended towards Deep Blue. Should be able to get a cut off now. Drops the lives to 8, drops the life to 7. Soon enough. FDX, Skirt goes bye-bye. And it's now gonna be Stalwart Esports here, stuck in a trap, led by Elevate.
AG does have available score streaks here, which is going to be deployed. Last 4 lives for the side of STE here. Last 2 lives, the Sparrow is out, Yopi is out. 1 last. FDX as the last man standing does get concussed. What can he do with the scope? He can get pinched here. Is he going to be extending? Unfortunately, Kendi with that punish. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Elevate proves that they are still the dominating one on this matchup. 2
rounds went down to a 1v1 situation where both Kalo and Susano was able to take things around, turn it up now from the side of Elevate. It was surely a deserved victory there from the side of Red Rebellion, but Stalwart Esports was a step closer than the rest of the competition. So close, but yet so far. But that is progression coming into the way of Stalwart Esports. For the time being, though, GG's, well played. The Red Rebellion strikes again.
I feel like everyone was hanging on to their seats. I was hanging on to my seat. It was I wouldn't say a very difficult, or I wouldn't say it's a one-sided game, at least, right? Because we saw STE, how they conquered multiple times. It was just that we're going to go back again to what I was stating earlier on. You can't go head to head with Elevate. You'll have to find a way for you to be able to, execute an outplay situation for them. Because that's what we saw for the 2 1v1s that happened, and Elevate just literally got that in the bag. So that's a lesson learned from STE, but they're not out just yet. So that is what I'm going to be looking forward to, moving on to who else is going to be going up against Elevate, because now we are seeing, not the flaws, but some of the loopholes that are coming in for all of the teams here.
They can definitely bleed and control, search and destroy, and hardpoint as well. What's going to be the separating factor in regards to them and the rest of the competition is going to be that last and final adjustment. Those crucial 1v1 gunfights, those crucial composures that you need to bring into the game of a hardpoint on those search and destroys. And if anyone can get it done, it will for sure be Stalwart Esports soon enough if they remain consistent here in the entirety of this Garena Masters 8.
I mean, again, we're just halfway through. And I feel like this is such a big learning situation for STE. If ever they do find themselves up against Elevate again, I feel like they're going to be more than capable of taking Elevate down. And they just have to remain consistent, and they have to be adaptable enough. So for those who missed it, here are the highlights. Let's all watch it all together. And that is it for our third matchup of the day. Once again, that was Elevate versus Stalwart Esports, wherein we did see a 2-1. We were forced into a map 3. Again, STE showing some signs of life. I'm excited to see what else they can offer for the following, matchups. And you know what? Hands down to Elevate. They are still the dominating one for now. Let's see if STE is going to be able to secure that spot and go up against Elevate once again in the future.
It was for sure one of the most intense, controlled game mode of Takeoff that I was able to see. 2 rounds off that round 2 and 3 went down to a 1v1. There was a bit of blunders here and there from the side of Stalwart Esports. Big reads coming into the play from the side of Elevate. Sasano, Kalo, surely the saving grace here from the side of Elevate, ensured to keep the momentum intact. We were able to see the last and final round. FDX was all alone, knew the odds wasn't really in favor for him, just looked up at the sky, waved his white flag goodbye. And, this is something that is going to be great for the side of Stalwart Esports. At least they know that in some way they can bleed out Elevate in some circumstances. So that in the near future, when you come into the series now, at least you know that something is really working on your squad. The whole system that Giger has been able to bring into this whole team is now providing something different compared to the rest of the teams here in Garena Master State up against Elevate.
Right. And you know what? When it comes to these types of competitions, it's not even about the gunfights anymore, because that's exactly what we saw for STE. They were able to equalize the grounds multiple times simply because they were going in 3v1. They were able to isolate multiple opponents when they were all stacked together. So that is one thing, and that is probably the one thing that I will be remembering for the side of STE. They can outplay Elevate, but now it's a matter of being able to consistently execute that again and again. Because again, you can't go up against Elevate one-on-one, especially when it comes to gunfights. So STE, I'm looking forward to what is going to be your next strategy if ever you do go up against Elevate once again. For Elevate, you guys are the best, hands down. But again, it was a pretty good matchup series for us.
It was really intense. It was really hot. And I can't wait to see what will be the post-game breakdown brought to us in this control game mode. Because I know for sure the kills was pretty much on par. When you get to see 2 rounds, it went down to a 1v1. It was pretty much head-to-head, if I'm not mistaken. And, that's just how you win control. You either win by the capture or you win by, slaying the whole team out in regards to their life count. You talk about those operator skills. I mean, it wasn't even really that. I mean, yes, for sure, some impacts came along here and there, but where these two teams really came on par was that raw mechanical gunfights and the map control that they were able to persistently show across the entirety of that match.
Right. And again, just hands down to both teams. We're going to be looking forward to your next matches later on. I'm excited to, see who is going to be the series MVP for this one. Do you have any guesses?
I feel like it might be Kendi. It's safe to say it might be Kendi or might be Susano. But let's take a look at it now. We don't have to keep on guessing, as the MVP of the series is gonna be the one, the only Susano, claiming 71 kills, 60.98 KDA, an average stat of 14.33, and an average scoreline of 2,338. I mean, okay, this might have been a easy guess because, on hardpoint, he was at MVP, and on control, he was able to get a pretty gnarly clutch of a comeback there for his squad.
Right. And you can't expect anything less from Elevate. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, that is Elevate. But again, STE, we are all looking forward to what else you can bring to the table, because now we are starting to see the potential that you can, bring. So now it's a matter of being consistent and being able to do it again and again up until the end. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, that has been our match series, our third match series of the day. Next up, we're going to be seeing Lunari Esports versus A&M Thanatos.
Yep. And it's something that I'm really it's really worth seeing once again, because we're looking at A&M Thanatos. They are a squad that there have been around in the Grandmaster series, they started things off on the Community Gladiators, running things down on that Search and Destroy type tournament. And they moved over towards GM7, ended up as the last placer, but I know they are looking to prove something different, but that's for us to find out later on after we get the short break. We'll be right back, guys.
Press the button and the doors go up. That money clip us now, the new night looks like. Whoa, upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like. Whoa, I hit record it, drop, you can't ignore it. I'm transforming now these cars and planes, I'm always boarding. Just out touring down in Charlotte like I play for Hornets. When I'm performing, never boring, now you can't afford it. Champagne Perrier, finish friends on my face. Looking like I'm from the D. These no Cartier.
Changing mag!
Welcome to Garena Masters Season 8. This time, we are raising the stakes with Mercy Veto, a new map bans and pick system that may just turn the tides of battle. Mercy Veto gives losing teams a chance to influence map selection, making matches more competitive and comebacks more possible than ever. Let's go over the best of 3 Mercy Veto process. The winner of the coin flip decides if they want to be Team 1 or Team 2. Team 1 bans 2 maps from the hardpoint map pool. Then, Team 2 bans 2 maps as well. The game will take place on the remaining map. Team 1 will choose their starting side. For Search and Destroy, each team bans 1 map. The losing team of Hardpoint chooses the map for Game 2 from the remaining S&D map pool, and the winning team of Hardpoint will choose the starting side. If the series gets tied 1-1, the losing team of Search and Destroy chooses the map for Control. Since we only have 3 maps in the pool, there are no bans. The winning team of S&D will choose the starting side for Control. And that's Mercy Veto. More competitive, more comebacks, and more excitement.
Press the button and the doors go up. That money clip us now, the new night looks like. Whoa, upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like. Whoa, whoa. I hit record a drop, you can't ignore it. I'm transforming now these cars and planes, I'm always boarding. Just out touring down in Charlotte like I play for Hornets. When I'm performing, never boring, now you can't afford it. Champagne Perrier, finish friends on my face. Looking like I'm from the D. These no Cartier.
Welcome to Garena Masters Season 8. This time, we are raising the stakes with Mercy Veto, a new map bans and pick system that may just turn the tides of battle. Mercy Veto gives losing teams a chance to influence map selection, making matches more competitive and comebacks more possible than ever. Let's go over the best of 3 Mercy Veto process. The winner of the coin flip decides if they want to be Team 1 or Team 2. Team 1 bans 2 maps from the hardpoint map pool. Then, Team 2 bans 2 maps as well. The game will take place on the remaining map. Team 1 will choose their starting side. For Search and Destroy, each team bans 1 map. The losing team of Hardpoint chooses the map for Game 2 from the remaining S&D map pool, and the winning team of Hardpoint will choose the starting side. If the series gets tied 1-all, the losing team of Search and Destroy chooses the map for Control. Since we only have 3 maps in the pool, there are no bans. The winning team of S&D will choose the starting side for Control. And that's Mercy Veto. More competitive, more comebacks, and more excitement.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Garena Masters Season 8. We are your shoutcasters. I am Miss Air together with Warden. We are going to be bringing you the live action here up against our teams. Matchup series 1 to 3 all done and dealt with. Now we're going to be moving forward to our matchup series number 4, which is going to be A&M Thanatos versus Illuminari Esports.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty excited to see how this one's going to play out. Both teams are trying to solidify their spot here for the playoffs. I mean, yes, we're only at the halfway mark, but there's still going to be a lot of stakes up high. If they want to stand a chance to actually make it there, they gotta put down each other in this series. As we take a look at the tournament timeline, once again, we started things off with 90 teams in the qualifier stage, 6 teams on the group stage, and we only got 4 teams making it later on for the playoffs.
That is right. And you know what's at stake, Warden? This is going to be our prize pool totaling to $25,000. And of course, all of the teams that have battled it out for our group stages is going to be coming home with their money in the bag. But of course, the champion gets to take home 13,000 USD. So a lot at stake here for our teams.
When we take a look at the map pool we have here, it is going to be the new latest addition the map pool we have. So moving over, you know, we got Arsenal and Slums in addition to Hardpoint. You move over towards Search and Destroy. They shifted Standoff from Hardpoint to S&D in addition with Coastal as well. And moving over to Control, we took away Coastal and Arsenal. We have Takeoff and Crossfire back in track. Good 2 classic maps.
And of course, we are going to be talking about the series points here. Now, we did see multiple 2-1s earlier on and 1-2, so don't fret if your favorite team did not win that matchup, because again, we are collecting those series points. For a 2-0 win, you get 3 points. For the team that gets 2-1, they get 2 points. For the team that gets 1-2, they get 1 point, and of course a 0 and 2 with 0 points. So of course we're going to be looking onto our standing here. This is the latest, the updated group stage standing. Elevate still on top, followed by Stalwart Esports, Absolute Zero with 5, as well as A&M Thanatos, UNC with 3, as well as Illuminari Esports. So now it's going to be, for our matchup series number 4, it's going to be UNC versus A&M Thanatos. So it's going to be a question of, is UNC going to be able to rise to the top or equalize their score with A&M Thanatos, or is A&M Thanatos going to secure their top 4 spot for today?
It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for sure, because later on, if I'm not mistaken, UNC does have to go up against Stalwart Esports, your Absolute Zero. So
Absolute Zero.
Yeah, so it's going to be AZ for that one.
Right.
For the time being, it is going to be A&M Thanatos versus Illuminari, as we have been talking about. And since we are already on the topic, talk to me about this. How do you feel about Ilinari and A&M Thanatos? Because quite honestly, I feel like A&M Thanatos, I mean, they're at the pretty comfortable zone. If they can pick off at least one game mode, I think they're going to be set for today.
I agree with you, but like I just can't take Ilinari Esports out of the equation just yet, just because of how we've seen them perform. But again, Ilinari Esports, they are godly when it comes to search and destroy. They are capable, they're well capable, but A&M Thanatos, they know how to play to their strengths very well, especially Jai. We did see him pop off earlier on. So if that's going to be the same case, especially for the first match or for the first game, which is going to be Hardpoint, it's going to be a hindrance for Ilinari Esports.
Looking at the band maps, it is going to be Apocalypse Slums out in the picture for the set of A&M Thanatos. Ilinari responded back with Arsenal and Summit, leaving us with a pretty safe pick of Ashenda Hardpoint. Both of these teams has played this map already. Ilinari, notably known for having Whoopi off that SKS, comes out deadly, but one team that was able to counter them pretty efficiently was UNC. And the way that they were able to do that was just by using a lot of smokes around the parameters of the hardpoint to ensure that Whoopi doesn't get any free shots.
I mean, what is there to kill if you don't have any information, if that's denied to you, right? So now we're going to be looking onto their operator skills. It's still going to be the same. Well, we are going to be seeing the Tempest on Rex. So I don't know if that's going to be any different for the side of Ilinari Esports. Of course, we have seen, or just earlier on for our matchup series number 1, we've already seen Thanatos just work it out on Hashenda as well on Hardpoint, and they were a force to be reckoned with. So let's see if that's going to be the same case.
Yeah, A&M Thanatos, I feel like the odds are going to be favoring against them here, but we can't, and you did say, neglect the presence of Ilinari here in this competition. Garena Masters 8, the return of champions. Shenda, Hardpoint, will be the first, and truly, if they can dismantle Whoopi inside of this map, they could for sure have the upper edge here. We've seen a lot of times where A&M Thanatos was just able to show up quite a lot here on this Ashenda Hardpoint. Earlier up against UNC, didn't really have a problem at all. In fact, they were able to get through their first series in a 2-0 fashion. So instead of the series, they're pretty much coming up pretty hot.
Right. And you know what? One of the players to look out for Thanatos is going to be Jai. Does he still have the same momentum and aggression that he had earlier on? And then for the side of Ilinari Esports, we have to look into Girk, because we did see his name multiple times on the kill feed earlier on. So let's see if that's going to be the same case, because if it's going to be head to head, it's really no way of saying who's going to be the more dominant one, right? Especially when it comes to a map like Ashenda.
I mean, Hashenda, I think we've seen this map around for like, I think ever since like Arena Masters 4 no. So it has been quite some time already. So it's going to be safe to expect that any of these teams, any of these players can show some masterclass performance inside of this very map. But this is going to be a brand new series, and it's going to be one of the first few times that we're going to be seeing, Ilinari go up against A&M Thanatos.
Right.
So things are bound to be pretty interesting here, Miss Air. Anyways, for you guys on the comment section down below, better make sure you guys are constantly sharing the broadcast, because there's still 2 more series up ahead, including this one here with Ilinari and A&M Thanatos.
Right. So I know that everyone is also, looking forward to seeing Whoopi as well as the rest of Ilinari Esports, Risky, Badman. Badman was one of the, players earlier on that we also saw on, just going on for that kill streak earlier on. For the side of Thanatos, we did see Aurora. Mamra also cannot be taken out of the equation just yet. And again, just my big question here is Jai going to be popping off the same way? Because again, if we're going to be looking at how they performed earlier on, I do remember Jai multiple times he was able to spawn trap his opponents with the War Machine. And again, he's going to be on that War Machine for this matchup. So I'm excited to see how that's going to be working out. But again, Ilinari Esports with Whoopi, Girk, and of course Badman, I'm going to be seeing, or at least we're going to be expecting all those close range to middle range gunfights. So let's see who's going to be able to get it up.
I mean, I'm pretty excited. I know for sure everyone is going to be pretty excited. Ladies and gentlemen, second to the last of series for today. A&M Thanatos, Ilinari, the crowd base is going wild. We know all the supporters of A&M Thanatos in Ilinari. And I know they're holding on to them quite a lot. A bit of a crowd favoritism there from the side of Illuminari. Let's see what can A&M Thanatos respond back with as we start things off now here on the first map for the series. Series number 4, A&M Thanatos, Illuminari on Ashenda Hardpoint.
This is going to be game number 1, and right off the bat, Mamra is going to be hopping on that hill. Now again, just utilities are going to be coming in all the way, and they're going to be denying all those entry points possibly for the side of Illuminari Esports. But again, contestant comes in, but again, 14-0. It's still looking good for both teams. No one's hopping on the hill. Just focus on getting all those power positions in and eliminating all those points.
Yeah, it's clear so far here from the side of A&M Thanatos. Sebio is going to be playing around bottom red, less like how he was doing it up against Unk earlier. And this is truly his domain. Checks up, spreads from the back, able to get the kill. One more opportunity from the bottom side. Risky goes out. And Sebio starts things off here with a 7 combo spree.
Sebio on that killing spree, but he does get taken out. But he does have 2 score streaks already available. For the side of A&M Thanatos, they do have a total of 3. Well, make that 2 as 1 is going to be deployed. Mamra here on the hill is going to be taking multiple opponents down. Illuminari Esports just struggling to make it through this hill as we go on for that P2, wherein Sebio is already getting his kills.
40 points here has been claimed by the side of A&M Thanatos. Never mind, keeps it at 39 as Illuminari is going to be able to get the break. 4-man definition here from the side of A&M Thanatos, but Jai whiffs up the War Machine. We've been talking about this. Can he lead it to a break? Finds one. Risky is out. Mamra able to get 1. Aurora here pushing up to the driveway. And it's still going to be Illuminari holding on to the hill.
Illuminari holding on to the hill, but the break comes in. Sebio here for the contest. It's a 2v1 situation, and they are going to be winning that out, but Girk is about to enter that hill. Jai is going to be going in for that trade. 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Going in for the final 15 seconds. Badman gets spotted out, and now we're going to see P3 about to open up, but looks like Thanatos is going to go in for the scrap points here.
Yeah, 5 points to be claimed, and it is going to be left with no contestation at all from the side of Illuminari. Settling for traps in regards to the kills. Exit frags we go. Gert on a double spree. Gets denied. Mamra is going to be able to get some fights happening here on the well side. Player 3, Sebio is going to be wrapping around from the side of top close. Freddy flies in. It goes nothing. Nothing to be claimed. And the hard point is going to be coming up pretty stale, but A&M Thanatos, they're going to be the first initial team to get the break.
Initial team to get the break with 3 operator skills available for both teams. Whoopi here tries to find an opening. Trophy goes down. We are going to be seeing the spawns in favor of Illuminari Esports. Now it's a matter of being able to defend it, but as we are saying that, the break comes through. Aurora on the hill, unfortunately, is going to be taken down. Pickle tries to challenge Whoopi at the backside. Unfortunately, does get taken down as well. Final 20 seconds on the clock for this hill before P4 gets unraveled for us. Pickle still trying to find those kills.
The spawns are going to get flipped here, and it's going to be Illuminari making the most out of it. You got 2 players still inside. Player 2, Gurk, extended towards Tin House. Going to try to go for the cut, able to find 1. Last player alive here from the side of A&M Thanatos, and it is going to be Jai here getting taken apart. Illuminari bouncing back on that P3, but it's still going to be a margin of a gap that they got to deal with as A&M Thanatos. They got 2 players around in the next hill. Pickle whips out the claw, sprays down, finds 2 more. And that is going to be the last player alive. Whoopi here to try to flip the spawns. Make it Badman as well, perhaps. Can they get the read? No, they can. But they still have the function inside of the hill.
Sebio does not capitalize on his purifier as well, and that hill is free for taking, but now it does get contested. Illuminari Esports hopping on that hill. Whoopi with a War Machine tries to find something, gets 1, gets a double kill, makes it a triple. Unfortunately, does get taken out. 29 seconds remaining on the clock. Still a lot of time for Illuminari to close off that discrepancy score.
20 seconds left on the clock. Illuminari, do you want to play this one badly? Play this one until your life depends on Ned. But Aurora, with an equalizer, able to get the break. Whoopi's there for the trade, finds a double. Can he find a triple? Jai swings by, able to get the trade. But it's not going to be enough for them to get the break inside of the hill. Illuminari, the cavalry arrives. Jai finally gets the breakthrough, but it's only good for 5 seconds.
Now we are about to see that P1 reset, wherein both teams were struggling to actually get a full 60 on that hill. Jai immediately gets taken down, But again, there's going to be 2 score streaks available. Make that 1 as 1 does get deployed and 1 operator still available for him. But I feel like the investment is going to be coming in onto P2. Right now, the hill belongs to Illuminary.
Spinning things up here, Illuminary is able to hold it down for the first 15, but A&M Donados, they hop in. They get the clearance once again. Every corridor locked down. They tend to lose the gunfights here and there, but the persistence is still on. Finally, Illuminary hopping back in track, but the question remains, how long can they sustain inside of the hill?
25 seconds remaining on the clock. We are hopping on to almost the last 15 seconds before we go on to that P2 reset. And still, scrap points is going to be the prioritization of A&M Thanatos here. So this is really good for them, but it's also going to give the advantage of Illuminary to actually go on to that P2, try to get the spawns onto their favor, but looks like it's not going to be the case, as Risky here is going to be following that up with a Sparrow. Unfortunately, he's going to be taken down by Mamra, greeting him with another Sparrow. Now, Illuminary Esports is going to be spawning right onto this side of the hill. Mamra still on that kill streak.
Yeah, 1 combo spree for him. Jai takes himself away with the War Machine. Sabio here fighting Whoopi out on the driveway. Gonna get taken down. 2 players here trying to go for the break. Player 5, Badman, leading it down. Finds 1. Purifier gonna be coming in pretty soon perhaps, but it's gonna be Rex with a Tempest. Holding things down so far. Finally, Badman. Whoopi as well is gonna go for the investment. Longing to claim this money hill, but it's gonna be A&M Donato still startling the players of Illuminary. Gert comes in as well with an equalizer. 4 operators invested to claim this full 60 here up inside of the hill. Last 15 to talk about. Last heap of contestment. A&M Donatos on the back seat as Illuminary is able to bounce back here on this P2.
That was a lot of investments coming in from Illuminary Esports. Now, this is going to be an open hill. Now, with those investments coming in onto P2, I feel like it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to penetrate through. But it all depends on how Illuminary Esports is going to be, pushing through. Preddy does come in for the side of Rex, and he is able to get kills on to that. Whoopi with a double kill as well. Gurk, Illuminary Esports, they're coming in strong for this reset, and they are just going for the closing off discrepancy in terms of scores.
For hard point here solidified by the side of Illuminary. Gonna worry about the flank though from the side of Pickle with a Nodin in hand. Same goes for Aurora on the trail from the back, and they look to be able to get the break. Only gonna deal with Risky here from the front as they hop inside of the hill. A&M Donatos, they are able to get the break now. Big fight here, 50-50. Better power positions here from the side of Illuminary, but it's going to be A&M Donatos scorching inside. Trade after trades we go. No one getting any core definition for the scrap time. Not until now. Donatos flips the spawn. And they are able to claim the last 10 seconds here inside of the hill.
And Illuminary Esports already on the way for them to go onto this P4, but Pickle here might just find himself in a pickle as multiple opponents does go in. Risky does take him down, 160 to 121. The hill does not belong to anyone just yet. Whoopi trying to get all those kills just to get the clearance for his team. And there you have it. Whoopi is going to be taken out by Sebio with that frag kill. 48 seconds remaining on the clock. Still a lot of time, but Illuminary Esports still hopping on that hill.
Another wave of operators can come in here from the side of A&M Thanatos as Jai whips out the War Machine. Can he go on a spree? Spots 1. Whoopi takes himself out. Jai here should be able to go for the clear out. Rex from the corner side, able to get 1. Finds a double. The trade is on for the side of Sebio. Risky on the contestation. Able to survive and sustain the hard point. Last player, Pickle, still living on. But it's going to be Illuminary having the better flow of the rotation inside of the hard point.
Now, Badman is going to be getting the Purifier out. Available score streak for him later on. Multiple kills on the kill feed for Badman. And is he going to get that clearance? He does get that clearance for his team. But again, the point does consistently get contested for both teams. 162 to 152. A 10-point discrepancy is not that big. It's still a close game. Risky tries to eliminate multiple opponents onto the second floor. Unfortunately, he does get taken down. And now it's going to be a P1 reset yet again. Who's going to get a full 360 of this hill?
Once was a 70-point gap led by A&M Thanatos. It gets dropped to none. In fact, Illuminary now here on the driver's seat. Rex popping off. Tempest is out. Spots Jai. Doesn't check his backside. Sabio walks into the chain. One player inside of the hill, that is going to be Pickle, but Rex is still on for the spree. Aurora responds back with an equalizer, tries to run it down, and they get the clearance up inside of the hill once again. They take back the lead.
Last 20 seconds remaining on this hill, and they're still contesting it. I love this for both teams. It's such a close game. Again, the discrepancy of score is not that big. Aurora with the investment is going to allow her that score streak later on. Two operator skills available for the side of Ilinari Esports, which can be deployed onto P2, but Sebio here is going to be holding his ground.
182 to 172. Equalizer's out from the side of Gurk, able to create the space that he needs. Extends now from the front line, only good for one. Ilinari, Whoopi, War Machine out. That should be able to cover the rest of the driveway here. He finds a double on the feed. Sabio and Mamra trying to delay, trying to form up. But they are having a hard time to create the space that they need. And it's going to be the players of A&M Donados now here washed away.
Again, just the investments coming in for both teams. They just know how to time it well. And of course, the spawns. It doesn't matter. Well, ELN, they said it doesn't matter. They have that spawn advantage because Whoopi here with War Machine is going to be able to take him down. And that's exactly what he did. Last 20 seconds remaining. Mamra tries to find an opening. Unfortunately, he's not going to be successful in doing so. The contest is going to be coming in from Pickle, but unfortunately, it's going to be the last 15 seconds on this hill. And it looks like the scrap time is about to go to the side of ELN. They can now finish this off onto the next hill with that breakthrough coming in from last minute breakthrough for the side of A&M Thanatos.
A turn of a change. The world is upside down for the side of A&M Thanatos. As they hop inside of the hill, they got two operators available for investment. Pickle and Jai just waiting for tanks to pass by. Badman is going to be in it for a show as well. The Pretty flies in, and Badman is going to be able to pick up a tree spree on the feed. Double on their Hunter Killer drone. Whips out the Purifier. Extends. Pickle finds the trade. Rex now here going to go for the cutoff of the Tempest as well. 225 to 188. A&M Donados struggling to get the break.
ELN still on that hill, does get contested quite a bit by A&M Thanatos here. Looks like the contestation is also going to be coming in. Girk does get backstabbed. 25 seconds remaining on the clock. ELN can finish this off, but A&M Thanatos says, no, 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 you cannot do that. Whoopi with War Machine tries to find something. ELN just painting the kill feed yellow. Now let's see if they're going to be able to hold this off for as long as they can to win and finish this round off. Girk tries to find something. Last 5 seconds. It does get contested, but is it going to be enough? ELN is going to back that win for Hardpoint up against A&M Thanatos.
What a comeback. What a show. That Ilinari just forced A&M Thanatos. Oh my days. What a run that they had. I thought that game was already gone and dusted. A 70-point gap was closed out. At the end of it, was able to show up at the most needed time. And that is going to be the players of Ilinari here taking the spotlight away from A&M Thanatos.
It was a complete comeback for the side of Ilinari Esports, and I will give that to them just because of their investments as well as how they play that well. In terms of you know, just trying to deploy all of their operators' skills, it was well thought of. And for the side of A&M Thanatos, what happened was they would pull out their operator skills just in the brink of time, but unfortunately there's going to be a frag kill coming in, or they do get canceled out. So this is where we are seeing the strength of Ilinari Esports. They know when to cancel out, and they know how to cancel out A&M Thanatos operator skills, and I feel like that allowed them to create the space that they needed in order for them to win this first game of this matchup.
I mean, it is a pretty gnarly run there from the side of A&M Thanatos. Gurk, Badman, Whoopi showed up. Risky was there, being the best role player there is. And the Thanatos, I mean, they all had the drive. They all had the momentum.
Right.
But when it came to the shift of the run on the middle part of the game, it really went haywire from there, all because of the cohesion that Ilinari was able to put up. And it's one of those things where, you know, once you feel the groove, once you feel the momentum already on your side, you kind of tend to slow down.
Yes.
Well, Ilinari, you know, they were able to make the use out of that, had the better course of rotations, and the rest just lived on.
Right. And you know what? For Illinois Esports, what happened was for a couple of times, they allowed Thanatos to actually get the scrap time. And they prioritized the spawns, they prioritized the early rotations, which played well in their favor. And one of the key plays that we saw there was moving on to P3, just being able to get those operator skills just to be able to deny that entry. But you know what? Let's take a look onto the highlights and let's see for ourselves what went on for this first game. And that is game number 1 for this matchup series between Illinois Esports versus A&M Thanatos. So that's game 1 done. Now we are going to be looking onto how it's going to unravel for Search and Destroy. Now Search and Destroy individually, the gunfights of A&M is on point. That's what I can say. But Illinois Esports, again, they are one of the S&D teams that we have been seeing in Garena Masters Season 8. So is it going to be a head-to-head from now on?
Yep. I mean, I feel like that Search and Destroy is going to be pretty close. And if the Natos, I think, yes, for sure. It's not really their best game out here to play on Search and Destroy. But, you know, they have shown some prominent promises, you know, coming in from their previous competitors. And I feel like Illinois and the mixture of the familiarities that A&M Thanatos was able to put up on that S&D, it is gonna be pretty interesting. And I think it's gonna be worth the watch.
Right, but again, the upper hand does go to the side of A&M for this one, as they are going to be able to pick what map they're going to be playing on for Search and Destroy. Now, I am not going to be surprised if A&M does push us to a map number 3. But again, it's too early to say because of just the firepower of Illinois Esports as individuals. But then again, you just can't take A&M out just yet because, you know, Aurora on Search and Destroy, we have been seeing her. I mean, for the previous days, it was girl power on Search and Destroy for A&M. So I'm expecting the same thing for them for tonight.
I mean, you know, one key thing about Illinois Esports is that they were able to take away the Search and Destroy game against Stalwart Esports in the earlier stage of this, group stage, and it takes a lot. I mean, we were able to see how much, pressure, how much dominance can Stalwart Esports actually put up on that S&D, and for Illinois to take that away from SDE, that's a lot of factors. And what are the more bags and skill sets that Illinois can offer in a game of like Search and Destroy? But if you take a look at A&M Tornadoes, you did bring in some factors as well. They were able to put up a really great fight up against SD on that S&D. So those are my engagements in regards to what I could probably see happen inside of this game. Fortunately, with the courtesy of the Mercy Veto system that we have here for Garena Masters 8, we are bound to see, the map be chosen by the side of A&M Tornadoes. But before that, though, let's talk about the post-game breakdown for Hardpoint.
Post-game analysis coming in 197 versus 232. It's, well, for me, it's not that much big of a difference, but it was, I mean, in terms of the hill times, this is where the discrepancy comes in, right? So ELN, we saw how dominating they were. Again, it was just a matter of like how the whole team was stacking on the hill and how they were able to get the return on investments once they started going on a roll. So ELN, for Hardpoint, they were convincing enough for me.
Yep. I mean, I gotta agree with you on that note. It was totally damn well convincing. What's kind of shocking here is that the kills really went in the favor of, Illinois rather than Illinois. But now you move in towards the next game mode. Map bans gonna be A&M Tornadoes taking away Corona Metropolis. They saw exactly how much Illinois was able to offer against Stalwart Esports, and I think it goes the same as well for Illinois. They saw that match there up against STE, so they want to ban away standoff, and looking like we are going to be settling down to a map of Coastal.
This is going to be your second Coastal map of the night. We saw a very passive play coming in from the previous games. Now, what's interesting is it going to be the same case for this matchup? Because knowing the aggression that can come out of Thanatos, I feel like they are more than capable of, getting all the rush in. Now, it's going to be a matter of who's going to be the defending side and who's going to be the attacker side later on.
Oof. Lineup means to be the same. We're not going to be seeing side a tandem of Aurora in regards to rocking that girl power. It is going to be Pickle here in line for this game. Key players to watch out for in this map of Coastal. Truly relying on the snipers, so it has to be Whoopi alongside Jai that will be going to have the head-to-head for the snipers. In regards to the SMGs, could be Gurk and could be Sebia perhaps. That PDW is something worth the show as well. And I want to see some shotgun actions from the side of Badman. I mean, this guy is more than capable to rock the pump actions, if ever. Let's come and get it. Looking like we are heading straight towards the first round here on this map number 2. Coastal, Search and Destroy, Illinois on the lead for the series. Can A&M Tornadoes respond back with this map?
Looks like it's going to be an A execution right off the bat. Aurora gets a triple kill immediately, and it's going to be A&M Jai here with the scopes getting Rex out, and that was going to be our very fast and quick round for Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I mean, that was arguably the fastest round, perhaps. Less than 15 seconds.
Right.
Could be. Then you move it towards the next round. What's going to be the call here, Illinois? You want to take it slow or you want to take it fast? Looking like they want to make the push towards the B bomb side off the get-go, but they're going to be falling back here. Looking like they want to go for the same approach here on this A side, with Whoopi holding this angle down with a sniper.
It's It's going to be a mid to A rush here. Sebio knows the information here. Ooh, gets one. Badman is down, but Sebio is going to be taken down by Risky. And there you go. The trades are going to be coming in from both teams. Jai, with the scopes, take Whoopi out, and that's going to be a big kill here. Information is out. Gurk tries to spot out his opponent. Jai with pistol gets Gurk out as well. And it's going to be a 3v1 situation here. And it's all up to Rex trying to play with the scopes. He didn't see Jai. Jai is going to be finishing that round off with the kill, and that's going to be a current standing of 2-0.
Yeah, a quick one here from the side of A&M Thanatos. 2-0, not a problem for them. So far, Illuminari tried to go for that ace side 2 in a row. Hasn't been able to come out with anything now. They want to change things up. Leaving Whoopi on this mid-map to try to gather some information, to watch the cross. But look at the players from the side of A&M Thanatos. They're stacked up here. HSO 405 back in track, baby. Let's see it. More actions up ahead. Illuminari now here, gonna try to go for the entry. Big ol' spray down from the side of Aurora. Finds 2. Pickle finds 1. And now it's gonna be Whoopi and Rex here to go for the clutch. Pickle with a slide. Beautiful shots right there. And that's Whoopi. Sniper remaining here all alone. Gonna trail down the last one of the 2 players from the side of A&M Thanatos. The bomb is dropped here on the outer side of the B bomb site.
It's going to be a 1v3 situation. Is it going to be doable? He spots 1, he spots 2, but unfortunately Jai is going to be faster with the scope. And that's yet another win. Round win for the side of A&M Thanatos. Now, for the side of Illuminari Esports, I feel like they're struggling when it comes to, trying to decide what side they're going to be coming into or is going to be committing. Jai, again, with the opening kill of the round. That's going to be a big kill. Whoopi is already down. Badman here, still on an SMG. Aurora still killing it off. But unfortunately, he's going to be taken down. Risky with a double kill as well. 3v2 situation. Rex finds 1. Pickle is out. And it's going to be Mamra, Jai versus Rex and Risky.
Mamra, not peeking, not just yet. Jai here pushing up. Mamra peeks at the perfect time. Gonna go for the fight now. R9 is out, and he's gonna be able to get the pump to the face. A&M Thanatos turning it up here on the Search and Destroy. 4 in a row.
4 in a row. I mean, if you look at the instant replay, it was just an absolute pinch. And you know what? I love this coming in from A&M Thanatos. We did say here that there was no way of us saying who's going to be the dominating one. But Jai here, again, with the opening kill, just getting all those crucial kills in. Aurora does get tagged up. And looking like we're still not yet sure what execution or what commitment is going to be made here by Illuminari Esports.
Illuminari doesn't really have a lot of bag here on the offensive side. They have been just trying to go for the stack up on towards one side and go for the push. Well, you take a look at A&M Thanatos, they have been spread it apart and just controlling every lane, playing off those trades. And look at the crossfire here, set it up by the side of Mamra alongside Pickle. It's gonna be Whoopi here, peeping out. Big shot for Mamra. Refract right there from the set of Badman. One kill, 1 cut the chase though. Pickle is still gonna be inside of the side. Do they clear thoroughly though? He has a shotgun in hand. Badman checks from left and right. Pickle missing the first shot, the second as well. Badman throws the nade. Gonna go for the challenge. Rex on the other side, taking a bit too long. Pickle stays alive. Last player alive. Risky. 1v1 up against Sebio here on the outer side. Gonna go for a peek. Easy spray down for Sebio. And it's gonna be 5-0 already for the side of A&M Thanatos.
One more and is going to be match point advantage for the side of A&M Thanatos here. Illuminari Esports still struggling as the attackers. I mean, are we going to see a switch up? But there you go, Whoopi with a crucial kill on Jai. Punishes him immediately as a round opening for this one.
Big rush once again. Sebio, Aurora finds a double. Can she find a triple? No, she can. The damage has been done though. Numbers discrepancy still on here from the side of A&M Thanatos. Whoopi, jump shots, Pickle off the rip from the flank, gets denied. And finally, took them 6 rounds. Will be the first here for the side of Illuminari.
Illuminari Esports waking up, knowing exactly what to do. I mean, it happened for 5 rounds already, so might as well. But now it's going to be swapped out. A&M Thanatos is going to be the attackers, and the defenders are going to be Illuminari Esports. Is it going to be the same story here? Or is Illuminari Esports going to turn the tides and give us a potential overtime? I mean, it's a 5-1. It's very convincing for the side of A&M Thanatos.
Can they show that it's a defensive-sided map? Badman's gonna be pushed up already towards the ice cream shop. Donatos playing every lane slow so far, but now Banger opening up. Rex finds one. Jai aims for the trade, and it doesn't miss. Now they're gonna go for the big old run out here on this B side with Jai leading the way. Spots 2 gets taken down, but the trade is on, and it's now gonna be Badman here all alone in a 1v3 situation.
And there you go. He does get one. Sebio is out, and it's a 1v2 situation. A bit doable, but the bomb is already planted onto B site. Aurora with an SMG and Mamra with an R9. It's a very, very, very scary situation for Badman here, but he does get his utils out, trying to play for information here. It's going to be a crossfire, whatever happens. Badman, it's a battle of movement now. He does go in, and there you go. Mamra's R9 is going to be greeting him, and that's going to be a match point advantage for the side of A&M Thanatos.
Match point advantage for the side of Thanatos. Moving in. We wait and see for the next round itself. Coming in, Thanatos pushing up here. And it's going to be the last and final round for the side of Illuminary here on the Search and Destroy.
No casualties whatsoever for both sides. Everyone is just scattered as of the moment. Playing for information, Jai finally gets down. Whoopi is going to be opening that round up. He's going to be going back to his original spot. Just trying to play for information here. Gurk as the middle man here. Now still no casualties whatsoever. Badman is going to be spotting one, gets one. The trades are going to be coming in here. Risky knows information but does not extend.
3v5, Illuminary looking like they want to have one more stand up this. SND. Badman finds another shot to connect. Looking to get some more. Refrax not going to be coming by here from the side of A&M Thanatos, and now they want to go for the spray! Badman! 3 spree to his name. Securing another round. Another life count here from the side of Illuminary.
Illuminary Esports still fighting for their lives. And you know what? I feel like the crucial kills coming in from Whoopi is also helping, but Badman... Ooh, through the smoke, Aurora is already down. Now that's going to be a crucial kill for the side of Illuminary Esports, as Aurora was getting all those frags in earlier on. And now it's going to be an A execution here. Smokes are down. Risky and Whoopi with the kills on Mamra and Pickle as well. Jai is going to be taking one out. How long can he get? A double kill, and there you have it. Yet again, Badman is going to be the one getting that kill, securing a round win for the side of Illuminary.
The lifeline is still on here for Illuminary. Gonna go 3 rounds in a row for them to force it overtime and have a chance to prolong and end off this series here in a 2-0 fashion. Still far from that though. You can dream if you want. Just gonna claim it and face reality. It's a tough pill to swallow, but it is well possible.
You gotta be careful here too. I feel like it's going to be a B execution. Utilities are already out just to play for information here. But looks like it's going to be a stack coming in for the side of A&M Thanatos. Are they going to be committing? Unfortunately, they're going to be backing away from B site. It's going to be a... Is it going to be a mid to A execution though? Everyone is just scattered around the map. Whoopi finds one. Jai is down. There's already 2 players onto the middle part of the map here. Is Whoopi going to consistently scope this in? Does he get one? He does get concussed here. Sebio with the scopes as well. Rex with the kill on Aurora. That's going to be big. And there you have it. Risky with the kill on Mamra. Pickle with the kill on Badman. And it's going to be all up to Pickle here. It's going to be a 1v4 situation. He spots one! But he lives for another day.
Another situation where once again A&M Thanatos is just not going to be able to close out a game mode. Leaving another round once again for Illuminary. Big fight for Whoopi. Not a problem for him. Easy shot to the face on this mid map. And now Illuminary drops down the numbers that they need to force this overtime.
6-4, and it looks like Illuminary is looking for that overtime here. We're looking on to a B execution. All of the members of A&M Thanatos here just going in for that rush. Utilities coming in, but they're going to be greeted by Whoopi here as well. The scopes are going to be coming in. Mamra is down. Pickle and Aurora gets their kills, their respective kills. And there you have it. It's going to be a 3v2 situation. Risky with that kill on Pickle, and it's going to be a 2v2 situation. Sebio and Aurora. Sebio spots Risky out. 1v2 situation. Badman is down by Aurora, and that's going to be the round win for A&M Thanatos, giving us an equalized matchup series 1-1. We are seeing a map number 3.
Finally, the ending. The dagger has been served by the side of A&M Thanatos. Well, long prolonged by the side of Illinois. Now, move on to the next. A&M Thanatos could have been a 2-0 already if they were able to get that adjustment on the hard point, but you gotta face it. Fortunately, they stay alive for this one. Locked in. Map 3. Moving in. I mean, whew, what a first half there from the side of A&M Thanatos, though. I mean, it was pretty much well led by them on the defensive side. Was able to get a pretty nice consecutive amount of reads on the intentions there from the side of Illinois. And, you know, Illinois, they tried to play it slow. They tried to play it fast. But it was A&M Thanatos just so good at playing those crossfires.
That is true. I mean, you know what? Just the back and forth. I mean, I was pretty convinced that it could have been possibly a 6-0. But you know what? Just Badman, just, you know, proving that he is more than capable of going up against AM Thanatos. He's one of the key players of ELN, so we are going to be looking out for him later on. But you know what? Map number 3 is on the way. But how about let's take a look onto the highlights later on.
Well, that is something that, you know, I'm going to be waiting on for in just a little bit there. Highlights, I know for sure everyone's going to be longing for it. And I mean, I want to see that first round right there because it went by so quickly.
Right.
Less than 15 seconds, by the way.
Was that the first on Garena Masters 8? I feel like it was the first,
yeah,
right? Yeah. So somebody clip that because that was the fastest round we've had. Even faster than the ones yesterday. So, you know what? Again, when it comes to Coastal, it's either you go in for that rush or you go in for that passive play, and that's exactly what we saw. That's completely different from what we saw from previous Coastal S&D. So again, you know what? In terms of the aggression and of course just how A&M Thanatos responds, they are in it to win it. For Illinois Esports, now it's going to be interesting how they're going to be playing it out for Control. Because again, well, the way I know A&M Thanatos is that they are known, or at least the way I know them, is that they keep pushing for map number 3, and that's where they completely dominate. So let's see if that's going to be the same case. But before we hop onto that, let's look into the highlights of our Search and Destroy game in case you missed it. Map 3 is forced by A&M Thanatos here. Now, it's going to be very interesting to see how it's going to be playing out. Advantage does go to the side of Illinois Esports as they get to pick what map they're going to be playing on for control. But for the side, I mean, just looking onto the highlights as well as, just being able to see the play of both teams for Search and Destroy, I would have to say A&M Thanatos, they were very convincing for me. But one player to keep in mind is going to be Badman, because if he can go on for the kill streak, who knows, it can be just a matter of eliminating all of the opponents and not even hopping onto the objective.
Well, if Badman can heat up here on this control, I feel like he could be truly one of the most detrimental factors out there. He was a really promising player in the early stage of 2024, so I'm pretty interested to see if he can continuously and retain the same amount of pacing that he was able to put up in the last series that he had, earlier on the broadcast. Moving forward, I mean, in a map of Takeoff, in a game of Takeoff, you really need everyone to be somewhat on par up against each other, because if there's going to be one weakling involved, that can cause a lot of feeding for the life count. That's something that you don't want to have for your squad.
Right. But you know what? Just talking about Badman, we are also going to be talking about Aurora, because I feel like both players are at par with each other, especially earlier on Search and Destroy. We have seen Aurora get multiple kills as well, just holding off that one angle. Now, if I know anything about A&M Thanatos, what I have observed from them is that they know how to hold their angles right. So if that's going to be the case for Control, well, Illinois Esports, they have to check their corners. They have to be able to, they have to be disciplined enough not to go rush in A&M Thanatos, because once they get those power positions in, it's going to be a domino effect for the side of Thanatos. So ELN, they have to be careful and they have to be very strategic when it comes to the map that they're going to be picking for Control, because if it's a map that has a lot of angles, it can either, it can either be a pinch for the side of A&M Thanatos. But before that, let us all look into the post-game breakdown of our Search and Destroy.
A&M Thanatos had the most eliminations here, 41, but it was only a 4-kill differential. You take a look at the scoreline, a bit more objective has been played by the side of A&M Thanatos, and the trades as well. Leonardo's on the trail, and it only took them on the second half to actually bounce back and take back the momentum. So it was a bit of a prolonged game there by the side of Illinois Esports, but it didn't reach to a point where it was nearly on their hands. Incrementally, yes. But it was still A&M Thanatos consistently all throughout on the driver's seat.
That is definitely right. And if we're going to be looking on to, just the overall score as well as the kills, it's not that big of a difference. So now when we hop onto Control, are we going to be, getting 1:1? Or are we going to be seeing one team completely dominate the other? And we're going to be looking onto the maps here, the maps available here. Again, ELN has the free will to actually pick the map that they're most comfortable in. So let's see if they're going to be able to turn the tides on this one.
Which one is it going to be? Let me see finally a raid here to be played. It's been a while since we've seen a raid. Please give it to us. Yes, it will be a raid finally. And this is going to be favoring the snipers quite a lot. I mean, Jai, Whoopi, definitely
right.
the key players you want to watch out for in this map.
And just when you mentioned that, I just remembered how Jai kept getting the opening kills of the round previously in the Search and Destroy. So you know that he is in heat when it comes to his aim with the scopes. But you can't just take Whoopi out of the equation just yet. Now it's a matter of who's going to be quicker, because are they going to be eliminating all? Or is it going to be a matter of like objective play and then just get the scopes in for information, right? So now we're going to be looking onto our lineup. Still the same, of course. Jai is going to be on the War Machine Aurora, ever favorite equalizer. And of course, we're also going to be seeing Sebio with the Annihilator Pickle on that Tempest. And then of course the Sparrow. And it's equally almost the same for the side of Illinois Esports here.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much exactly the same here, except for the change there for the side of A&M Thanatos. But hey, We can talk about the change later on. Let's head straight towards this game. The decider of it all. Who wins the series will be in between the raid control map here as we start things off here at the first round. It is going to be Illuminari here on the offense.
And there you have it, Illuminari here. Girk tries to find something onto Laundry. They're just trying to get that clearance before they hop on that objective. And that's going to be a smart play from them. But Aurora is already going to be coming around here, getting the kills in. 24 to 23. Not that big of a difference here. But the clearance is going to be very difficult for the side of Illuminari here. As Sebio and as well as A&M Thanatos just trying to get their power positions in.
Sebio here is going to be pushed up now towards the corner side, but Badman goes for the check. And now they got 4 players here to go for the capture. This should go by pretty quickly. 1 player, Whoop here, playing around Zig. Going to get taken down by Aurora. Rex going to be responding back for the trade, but Aurora still on. Only good for 1. 19 to 16. Illuminari is going to be on the trail for the life count. 1 more break here for the side of A&M Thanatos, and they should be able to push back the players of Illuminari.
18 to 14, not that big of a difference again, but 40 seconds remaining on the clock just so that Illuminari can hop on this objective B here. 33 seconds remaining and still kills, Argo, or life count is going to be in favor of A&M Thanatos.
Pushing in. 24 seconds left on the clock. Illuminari still struggling with a gunplay, but Risky able to control the mid-map. So far, still persistently through, going for the capture on the B control point. No operator still going to be available, but soon enough it could come out from the hands of Risky or Whoopi, or could it be Aurora here or Jai? Jai already has his war machine in to the play, but in towards the mix. The B control point, it has already been captured. It's going to be a 10 to 6 life count for discrepancy here for the set of Illuminari.
There you have it. But it's going to be the last 5 lives here for the side of Illuminari. Jai finds 1. Rex goes down. Risky with a follow-up on Mamra. Still kind of doable for the side of Illuminari here. But last 3 lives remaining. They have to be very careful as Whoopi here as the scopes. Can he find something here? Last 2 players for the side of Illuminari. Make that 1. And there you have it. Pickle with a double kill. Girk and Whoopi does go down. And there you have it. First round does go to the side of A&M Thanatos.
Pretty clean round right there. Was able to retain the lead pretty much. First 5 kill metric, hands down, well covered. Now it's going to be A&M Thanatos' turn here to play on the offensive side as they look to form up here on this B control point. Jai whips out the war machine here to get this opening frags. Sparrow is out for the side of Risky, but double frag from the side of Jai. Comes in, clears it out, and it is going to be the players of Illuminari retaking the control here on this B flag.
I mean, Risky was able to capitalize on his Sparrow as well, so props to him for that. 25 to 27, not that big of a difference. Mamra is going to be holding on to Gallery here. But there you have it, Whoopi with War Machine. We've seen him play this out, and he knows what he's doing, and he does get a triple. But there you go, Whoopi does get taken down by Sebio.
20 to 21. Capture still. We put the stale from the side of A&M Thanatos. They got what? Less than 15 seconds, 50 seconds left on the clock. They got 3 operators though, and they have diverted their attention here on this A control point. Badman's gonna be in it for a show. Equalizer's gonna be out. 1 player from the left, 1 player from the right. Pickle goes out. Could be Sebio as well, but no, he does get the trade. And that should be a full coverage here on his A control point, but Whoopi from the flank shuts him down. It's a full-on reset here for the set of A&M Thanatos.
There you have it, 13 to 13. Again, they are just responding to each other back and forth. Pickle with a Tempest. Can he find something? He can find multiple kills here if he does go to Laundry or even Garden, but the Annihilator of Sebio is going to be waiting for him as well. Aurora on the kill feed with a kill on Whoopi. Follow that up with the Annihilator kill. Risky goes down. Pickle finds Badman. And now it's going to be the last 5 lives remaining for the side of Illuminari Esports.
Just so much better control here from the side of A&M Thanatos. Capture it on an A control point. Not going to be any contention whatsoever from the side of Illuminari. Girk is out. He does have that operator skill, but unfortunately no more respawns. It's just all going to come down to Rex here to play off those operator skills. No more A flag to be said. 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock to be played with here from the side of A&M Thanatos. They can play for the pickoffs, and this should be another round for their belt.
There you go. The score streaks are going to be deployed. Pickle just easily takes Whoopi out of the equation. It's going to be Rex, Risky, and Badman to possibly clutch this, but it's going to be the last one standing. Badman gets a kill. Unfortunately, Aurora is going to be getting that double kill, and that's going to be another round win for the side of A&M Thanatos here. Match point advantage goes to them.
Moving up, Ilinari. Last and final life. Last and final chance. Is this gonna be the last and final run for you? Or can you show up some more?
Jai.
Once again, Jai opened things up with a War Machine, able to find a double on the feed in the first 5 kills, looking to be favoring the players of A&M Thanatos.
Freddy is going to be finding one. And there you go. Whoopi does go down. Sparrow is already out for the side of Mamra. Going on to Gallery. Can he get those kills in 28-24? Not that big of a difference. But again, they're just trying to respond back and forth to each other. Ilinari Esports needs this round win for them to be able to extend their lives.
23-23, still pretty much equalized. Ilinari has the pretty good breaker on his B control point. They sent out 2 players as well to extend towards Laundry, so this should be a pretty easy capture for them moving forward now. But still, A&M Thanatos looking to show some extra effort, but they walk into Risky with a massive spray down. Finds 2 on the feed.
There you have it. B side is about to get captured by Ilinari Esports here, so they are going to get more time. Claw is out for the side of Gurk. Is he going to be able to get multiple kills here? He doesn't get quite much, as he does get spotted out. Badman with kill on Mamra. Jai still on the scopes, just being able to get those crucial kills in. He's 50% or halfway through for him to be able to have his operator skill available.
Jai just humbling the players down. Same goes for Sebio. Multi-kills after multi-kills to their name. Now, with full coverage there on the pole side, that will be leaving the players of Ilinari to try to wrap around towards the B control point. 3 players sent out towards Laundry. 2 players on Zig. Pushing it up now. It is going to be a full-on reset, but there's going to be a lot more lives to be played with here from side of A&M Thanatos as Mamra finds Risky and Rex away. 12-9 we go. Still on the trail. Gonna be Ilinari.
Whoopi does have his War Machine out. And that's... is he going to be able to capitalize on this? As well as Badman with the equalizer. Now it's a matter of being able to spot all those opponents in. Whoopi spots 1, spots 2. There you have it, 8-6. Just a 2-point difference. 2 life difference. Badman spots 1 out again. Just lowering that down. But unfortunately, Jai with the scopes yet again. Last 5 lives for both teams. But there you go, Jai with the War Machine. He is going to get 1. Is he going to be able to get more onto this? Last 3 lives for the side of Ilinari Esports. Make that 2, make that 1. And it's all up to Badman. But the equalizer is going to be there for Aurora. And there you have it, folks. A&M Thanatos is going to be closing this matchup series with a 2-1.
3-0 from the side of A&M Thanatos. GG's well played, well prolonged fight by the side of Ilinari, but it doesn't convert onto the control game mode. Well dominated by the side of A&M Thanatos. GG's well played.
I totally agree. The conversion of Ilinari Esports wasn't quite there for control, and you know what, it was very difficult for them to penetrate through as well. That's all I can say. I mean, they were able to get those objectives in. It was just a matter of, you know, again, this is what we were talking about. A&M Thanatos, the way I know them is they know how to hold on to their angles right, and that's exactly what they did for this raid map, and that was their, you know, winning chance up against Ilinari Esports.
Yep. And, you know, A&M Thanatos, if they could have just closed it out there on that hard point earlier, they were on that 70-point gap, but Ilinari was able to turn things around, and the momentum really got shifted. You move forward now towards Search and Destroy. Absolute dominance. Control. Dominating as well. I feel like this round-based game mode is truly the forte of A&M Thanatos here, Miss Air.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and that's something that we have to look forward to, especially the matchups that's going to be happening for the following days. if you are going to be going up against AF Thanatos, you have to know how they play, right? So for Ilinari Esports, I mean, the intention was there during Hardpoint. They were able to win that. It took a while for them to heat up for Search and Destroy. So I feel like, that break of momentum carried over to Control. And that's where all the difficulties lie.
Yep. I mean, it all really went down to the proper usage of operator skills and the way that Jai was able to continuously actually build up those War Machine at the start of the last 2 rounds. That came in pretty crucial. When you're able to whip it out at the start, most likely you'll be able to build it up once again later on in the midst of the round, and you will be much more prepared to have a better opening in the next round as well. And a game mode like Control really relies on those opening pickoffs. And fortunately, for the side of ANM Thanatos, Jai was ever so consistent with it.
That is true. One of the key players of A&M Thanatos is going to be Jai. We've seen him for the first matchup series, and now we're seeing him again. Once he's on fire, he's on fire, he's on roll. But of course, in case you guys missed it, here's the highlights so we can watch it all together and see how that went on.
As for sure as it was a dominating scoreline there on paper, but if you picked up that last and final round, it went down to both teams having no more respawns, but ANM Thanatos was just able to get the best out of it.
They just know how to utilize all of their resources very well. So hands down to A&M Thanatos. They are going to be securing some points. And of course, because it was a 2-1 matchup series in favor of A&M Thanatos, of course, Ilinari Esports will still gain a point for themselves. So that's the upside of it. Now, I really do hope that we see Ilinari Esports just wake up for the following days, just so that if they do want to secure that top 4 spot. But A&M Thanatos looking like a very strong contender for Garena Masters Season 8.
They are very strong here, and I feel like once we move over and prolong this very series even more here in this Garena Masters stage, Garena Masters 8, the return of champions, ANM Thanatos, I think they are looking to have a better run compared to how it went down in last year's Garena Masters 7.
Totally agree with you. Now, we did look onto the post-game analysis earlier on for Search and Destroy, and while we're waiting for that, or for the post-game analysis of Control, you know what? I feel like in terms of going one-on-one, Ilinari Esports has that intention, and they have that decision. I mean, they were highly capable of going on for one-on-one. It's just that, again, when it comes to the utilization or the capitalization of all of the investments of A&M Thanatos, they're just on point. They know when to pull it out. They know how to utilize it. And you know what? As the last man standing, Badman, I truly believe that he could have probably cut down the lives of A&M Thanatos. It's just that, well, if you're greeted with the equalizer, what else can you do?
Nothing. Try to run away, perhaps. Try to create the space that you need to, get out from the range of the equalizer. Because, if you do get close, you're most likely going to get burned down. Just same goes in how Purifier could rock the whole battlefield coming through. And I'm really happy that, you were able to point that one out. Those operator skills really set the difference between these two squads.
Mm-hmm. And that's probably going to be one of the most important factors that we're going to be taking into consideration. And that is why we actually show those operator skills before we start the game, because that's, well, in our experience, it's one of the major, determining factors of why the tides go around for specific teams, why clutches happen, and we have been consistently seeing it even ever since the first matchup series, and of course earlier on for Elevate and STE, right? So once again, that is already the wrap up for A&M Thanatos versus Ilinari Esports. What are your key takeaways, Warden?
Well, I mean, if Ilinari can just remain consistent on this control game, because honestly, I was kind of expecting a lot more. They were able to show up pretty well up against Stalwart Esports in the first day of the group stage, but they weren't really able to bring in that type of bag here up against A&M Thanatos. But hey, let's talk about the stats now in line. What was the key differential factors on set it apart Thanatos here in regards to winning this game? No rounds was won by the objective. It all went down to the eliminations, and there's that slight increase, around 15 points from the side of A&M Thanatos in the killing department.
Right. And this is where we see the difference, right? I was talking about before starting the control matchup or the control game, it can be a matter of just, trying to get the eliminations in and not even hopping on the objective. And this is exactly what our post-match is saying. So in terms of just the kills in, of course, that's going to be in favor of A&M Thanatos. It's not that much of a difference in terms of the kills of ELN Esports.
Now, if you take a look at the MVP, I know for damn sure it is going to be the prodigy, Jai, here. I mean, truly bagged in the factor on both Search and Destroy and Hardpoint, alongside Control as well. And I'm just going to be announcing it already. It is going to be Jai. 2 kills away, by the way,
from 100,
from getting to 100 kills here on the series.
I mean, you got to give it to the man. He really deserves it. I mean, we've seen him pop off Hardpoint, his opening kills on Search and Destroy, and even his kills with a scope on to Control. He deserves to be the series MVP for this one. Once again, GG's well played to both teams, and Jai, well deserved.
Jai caught on 480p, by the way. That's my GOAT Jai right there. Man, only you all know how much, struggles this kid went through to try to put himself up in the picture. Unfortunately, this squad of A&M, Arcanium, Thanatos, gave him a shot, and ever since he has been the core player here for his very squad, Miss Air.
I totally agree, and he's been consistent. That is one of the good signs that we are seeing from A&M Thanatos. They are consistent as well as Jai. If this goes on for the rest of the group stage, best believe that A&M Thanatos is going to be able to dominate just the group stage.
Yep. And well, guys, if you guys think that the game is over, the series is done. Yes, it has been done for the side of A&M Thanatos and Ilinari, but we still have the Uncles up against Absolute Zero. Will be happening after this break. We'll be right back, guys.
Welcome to Garena Masters Season 8. This time, we are raising the stakes with Mercy Veto, a new map bans and pick system that may just turn the tides of battle. Mercy Veto gives losing teams a chance to influence map selection, making matches more competitive and comebacks more possible than ever. Let's go over the best of 3 Mercy Veto process. The winner of the coin flip decides if they want to be Team 1 or Team 2. Team 1 bans 2 maps from the hardpoint map pool. Then, Team 2 bans 2 maps as well. The game will take place on the remaining map. Team 1 will choose their starting side. For Search and Destroy, each team bans 1 map. The losing team of Hardpoint chooses the map for Game 2 from the remaining S&D map pool, and the winning team of Hardpoint will choose the starting side. If the series gets tied 1-1, the losing team of Search and Destroy chooses the map for Control. Since we only have 3 maps in the pool, there are no bans. The winning team of S&D will choose the starting side for Control. And that's Mercy Veto. More competitive, more comebacks, and more excitement.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters Season 8. We are going to be your shoutcasters for tonight. I am Miss Air together with Warden, and we are now hopping on to the last matchup series for tonight, which is going to be Unk versus Absolute Zero.
We know what are the capabilities of Absolute Zero. And just by looking at the logs here, and who joined the crew of Absolute Zero in the middle of this Garena Masters 8, safe to say they got a new coach inbound, but I'm going to be waiting for their official announcement if ever. But this guy, nobly known as the coach of Vitality, NYSL, alongside just, some Tribe Gaming as well to make sure back in the days. And now he's going to be working with Absolute Zero. So I'm going to be... I really want to get the, the courtesy, the honor to say his name, but I'm going to be waiting for the org itself to do it before anything happens. But I love this guy. This guy is one of the best brainiacs out there, one of the best coaches in the industry. And for him to be working with Absolute Zero, this is going to be pretty interesting in the later runs of Garena Masters.
I mean, if we're going to be talking about that, right, what difference is it going to make later on, especially, knowing that Elevate is still going to be on top? And speaking of on top, let's look into our current standings here. Elevate still on top.
Yeah, I mean, 13 series points for them, 5 series scores, 10 matches have been won, 2 matches lost though. And that has been served pretty well by their last few opposition, coming from the side of Absolute Zero and Stalwart Esports. Moving in at the bottom side, we do have SDE there on 10 series points, and Antinados on 7, 5 for the side of Absolute Zero. And at the bottom end of the line, it is going to be Illuminary Esports and Unk here, struggling quite a lot. So if I was the uncles, I wanna at least take a point away, or maybe grab even the series away from the side of Absolute Zero.
Definitely. I mean, they are at the bottom of our group stage standing, but once again, we just want to remind all of our viewers out there, of course, especially the fans of the teams, is that it is not yet over. This can be the current standing, but this can change for the following days simply because of our series points and how it works. So there's still a lot of time for Illuminary Esports and the Uncles to actually secure a spot on that top 4.
Top 4 indeed. Only 4 makes it to the playoffs, and in that playoffs there's an extra stake up and bound. Not just the the championship titlement, the boastful amount of prize pool you can get, but more about if you ever secure the top 3 spot already, you get directly invited to the Garena Summer Invitational.
That is right, and that is big, of course, if you're going to be the one representing and coming in from Garena Masters Season 8. But let us look into the map veto here. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the first match, or the first game of this matchup. Absolute Zero versus the Uncles versus UNC, and it looks like this is going to be their map.
Let me get it. A map comes in pretty crucial in regards to those rotations. And, you know, sheer gunfights, up and down. Proper usage of operator skill is going to be very much needed as well on that P3 or P4. Response are going to be hard to define, but you can definitely get a lot of definition if ever you do get the timings right with those operator skills. That P5 will come in pretty hectic, but it's not going to be too much of a hustle to get some spawn control going on down the cafeterias and glass, pushing them all the way down the hedges. The rest will come through. Very scrappy hills on the hard point number 1 and Peep 2, and the rest will be all going to come down to gunfights.
Gunfights indeed, as well. When it comes to this map, I feel like one of the most crucial points is going to be the angles that they're going to be, or the power positions that each player of the team is going to be able to secure, right? So in terms of the angles, especially for P1, there's multiple angles here. Once you get a full 60 of P1, I mean, yes, you are an advantage, but is it now going to be, you know, is it going to be the prioritization of getting the scrap points, or the prioritization to actually move on and get the power position for the following hill? Now, that is going to be the question, because when it comes to this type of map, angles are very important, especially because you want to be able to get the spawns right, as well as be able to just gatekeep the opposing team from entering the hill, or even breaking the defenses.
Well, properly said right there, Miss Air. Let's just hope that the players are going to be able to hold on to those factors, because we want to see a pretty close and uptight game. Odds favoring the players of Absolute Zero. Well-talented squad up against a team that is notably known as a Frankenstein mixture of the best worlds of, you know, veterans and super rookies. All eyes on Torx for the side of the Unk. And shockingly, despite him being a rookie in the competition of Garena Masters, he is going to be leading the team as well in regards to making the calls alongside with Tin.
That is right. So it's really, I'm looking forward to how this is going to be playing out for both of our teams. Once again, Absolute Zero versus the Uncles here on our last match series. Pardon, what can you say about it?
Well, it is quite honestly a pretty scary one here for the side of the Unks, but something about them, they have been able to show up quite a lot, especially in the previous competitors that they had, you know? So if they're going to be on the drive to try to probably take the spotlight up against Absolute Zero, if they have good conditioning as for their gunfights, then maybe till then we can definitely see them be on par with Absolute Zero. But if you take a look at the way that they started off today, they got 2-0'd by the side of A&M Thanatos. So it wasn't really looking good, but it's not too late for them to redeem themselves right back.
I mean, this is what I always say, right? Sometimes it's just a Kickstarter for some of the teams, or even some of the players. You know, sometimes they have to lose some in order to win some, and this can be a turnaround for Unk. I mean, you know, fingers crossed, you know, just turning the tides, it can be possible for them, but of course, Absolute Zero is an absolute, you know, hindrance to some of the teams in this competition. So I am excited how this is going to be playing out, but I am really hoping that we see Unk just step it up, you know, all in on the gas, and just go in for the kills as well as the win up against Absolute Zero.
Everything's gonna be well possible here. After all, this is the group stage we're talking about. It's all about testing the waters, and if you are able to, you know, dramatically increase your performance here as time passed by, if it's gonna be way better and how it went down, comparing it to how it went down on the first 2 days, then you could still be on here on the topic lines for maybe the top 4 teams into the run. But you did already lose a pretty heartbreaking series up against A&M Thanatos earlier. I'm not too certain, not just yet, on how far will it scrape out their odds of actually making it to the playoffs. But if ever they want to redeem themselves, as I said earlier, it can be definitely right now. Key players to watch out here for the set of Absolute Zero. Honestly, I want to talk about Rage here. Hasn't been the most consistent out there, but definitely one of the most brilliant minds into the competition. This man is a menace, one of the best key players in a game mode, in a tournament of Garena Masters, shares a lot of history line. In fact, a double two-time Garena Masters champions we have here on board.
I totally agree with you. I mean, that's Rage we're talking about, and when you call him as an absolute menace, I do agree with you because of how he just plays. I mean, for the side of Absolute Zero, we are looking onto those key players as well, but I want to know who's going to be the key player for who needs to wake up for them to be able to possibly secure a kill on Absolute Zero.
No other than his previous teammate Tin. I feel like Tin is definitely a player that can really also lead his team to victory. And if ever Tark's his drive, I had a conversation with him last night. He wants to get this game done. He wants to commit all throughout the year and get his competition career in line here for, Call of Duty Mobile. And if ever, he can prove himself here, maybe that could be the start. But in other terms here, I feel like Roma, once again, is definitely a key player you can watch out for as well. His AR capabilities was tested quite abruptly, but now he was able to show up quite consistently ever since the last 2 days.
I agree with you. I mean, we have been seeing Chroma just step it up, as well as, Tin. Mids, we've seen quite some time, but again, you know what? It's not just about individual plays here coming into play. It's going to be about how they're going to be playing as a team and how they're going to be waking up as a team up against Absolute Zero. I mean, you are talking about Jibby, you're talking about Rage, and you're talking about Hydra, right? So we saw them earlier on the match series, earlier on today, and they were absolutely, would I say dominating? But I would say they were absolutely amazing.
There's beyond words that I can explain on how great of a composition Absolute Zero is. It's just about, all coming down to getting a lot more repetitions in line. The last time, it's a brand new squad of Absolute Zero. You take a look at the way that Seven was picked up by a Chinese organization to play in China for CDM, and he's now playing under OUG. And when the whole